beast himself, King Kong, telling us about how they beat SRG. First of all, they didn't expect anything, but they want to win M6, and they never assume that they are stronger. At the end of the day, they're just doing their job, and they got to be confident in everything that they do.
You know what I love about that? A team that's confident, but a team that is also humble, right? Everybody sees them as a potential grand finalist here in M6, and not to breeze through and say, oh, we can stomp through everybody, but to be very humble about the experience says a lot about King Kong. It says a lot about Fnatic.
It's very Filipino of them, you know? Just they feel confident. I feel like FNOP has come into this just with a confidence, right? They have their pop-off moments, you know, Kelra with a little banter here and there with some of the other gold laners, but overall, they come into this very confident, just knowing this is just another Friday to us, man. This is just another day of drafting, another day of gameplay. We saw him at the hotel last night, just RGing, man. RGing, late night RGing in the lobby, just hanging out. This is just another day for these boys.
And that's what makes it so scary. When you're Falcon Esports, you're up against not just one of the strongest teams in the world, but you're up against a machine. You're up against a team that just follows the process and somehow ends up with the best possible outcome.
I mean, right now, it's no secret.
Hello.
It's definitely Falcon Esports. A lot of people are expecting this game to go over to Fnatic Onic, but with Falcon's backs against the wall, I say two things when it comes to pressure, right? Either burst pipes or it makes diamonds. And today, we'll be able to see that between these two amazing teams. We'll see just how they fare off.
Just अभी खाना खा के just खत्म हुआ मेरा खाना. आलू ले लो, कांदा ले लो.
It looks like Fnatic Onic Philippines are going to be on the play. Falcons on red, get that 2-pick swing. There goes the Alpha.
Anime Discord आना होगा तो बताना मेरे को, मैं आ जाऊंगा. Anime ले लो.
Get rid of the Bruno here, right? With the Granger being banned out, I don't think we've seen a first phase blue side Granger ban
फिलहाल
at
तो
all just
कोई
yet.
नहीं है.
This may be one of our first.
तो guys,
I think
मैं
it's a
मस्त
real power ban
सो के आज
from
स्ट्रीम
FNOP
देखूंगा.
here.
सो के मस्त एकदम.
They're attacking Benny and
भाई ठंड लग रहा है यार.
So here's my call, Blue Yo. Unless I guess Falcon ban it out.
Since you're new, Blue Suyo, Blue side Suyo. That's Blue Yo.
Oh.
They ban it, so they're reading it as well.
It's taken off the table, but there is the Bruno locked in for Fnatic Onic, and Bruno 93% pickup rate and 55% on the win rate. Honestly, it's been such a heavy
Yo,
hitter, and
Janu
a lot
Bora,
of teams
welcome to the
try and find a
stream.
way to work through it, right? We've seen the Angie Ling come out. Sometimes it worked in their favor, but other times completely got dominated.
I love that gambit. It's either you ban the Suyo here, we end up with it, or we take the Bruno. I think that was a good move, a good opening gambit by Fnatic.
It might have honestly been better just to do a throwaway ban, leave them both open for Falcon, right? Because I think that was the plan for FNOP. It's like, listen, we're going to force you to ban one of them. We get one of them no matter what. So now, what is
खबर
FNOP
केने को
respond with?
भाल जानू बड़ा भाल तुम्हार केने को खबर.
It's still currently walking to Hilda.
Hilda also on the field.
ये best of 5 है भाई. Nice. Best of 5
so
है.
it's not like Dax was running out. Not in the first phase, so they put
Moro
Roy
मजा.
on one of his specialties. If you ask me, so far in his history in M6,
और यार वैसे जानू
it's
बड़ा
the
like
or the CC.
वो क्या बोलते हैं.
This is comfortable.
मुझे सुनने में आया कि गुवाहाटी में सर्वर बना है नया, तो तुम्हारा एमएस कितना आता है आजकल?
Comfortable picks. It is definitely game one, and FCon just sticking with that. FNOP on the other hand, you pick up maybe jungler here, Cho, Alpha, or that was a Fredrin to counter against the Joy.
I like it, right? You have the Way of the Dragon, you have the crowd control, the knock-up. To stop that Joy in its tracks, I mean, that's one of the hardest things with the Joy is the mobility.
Guys, like कर
Now
देना
having
stream को,
a
ठीक है?
means to
Like
slow
कर
down,
देना.
and the energy eruption from the Fredrin as well. It's definitely a power move from Fnatic Onic.
Believe it or not, this is just King Kong's third hero in all of M6. The Beast has played Joy, the Beast has played Suyo, and just this, the Fredrin. Folks, quick fun fact about Kid X, he holds the highest assists in a single game record in M6. That's 20.
अगर लखीमपुर से हूँ मेरा होके किसके अच्छा.
NIP
कौन सी
Flash,
जगह
and he's
DEXTER?
now the
Obviously
number one
भाई.
tank amongst aggregate scores
Fnatic
in all of the tanks,
OP.
all the roamers in M6.
Okay, and speaking of that, now we get our
कायरी
team
नहीं है,
locked in first
कीबोर्ड
phase
नहीं है.
for
अरे
side AFCON. It is the
आलू
Tigreal, and we saw how
ग्लोबल जी
good
like
this
इस बार
Tigreal
ना
did against
Fnatic
Fredrin's
नहीं
in
आया,
the past. It's a
AP
beautiful
ब्रेन
answer
नहीं
to it.
आया,
It's a great way to either
फिर
push
वो
away,
टीम
lock
एको
it down
नहीं
for a
है.
second, and give this Joy the ability to do whatever it wants in the pit. Now coming into bans, second
अरे
phase.
Fnatic Onyx की तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं, OP से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. Fnatic Onyx.
A mid laner, an FNOP mid laner, and then EXP most likely.
And there goes that Hilda ban, gonna take that off the table over there from.
ये FNOP क्यों लिखा हुआ उन्होंने? OC होना चाहिए ना?
See the mage from either side. I mean, we have the E still available. The Aurora
अच्छा FNOP.
still can rise to the occasion. You know,
तूने OP अरे तो लिखा हुआ है देख Fnatic OP.
Fnatic on it, right? Especially when you have this Phobius, but without the mages.
कीपर एंड वाइज रैंक हाँ मेरे को ही बुलाया था उन्होंने. मैं गया नहीं. मैं बोला भाई मुझे वॉच पार्टी करना है, मेरे को नहीं खेलना अभी.
1/3 of the triple X. You take it away, you force him on something else, which I think they were expected to come through because a Tigreal and a Vixana, ooh, that's a lot of CC.
Hear me out.
2 मिनट वाला वो मिशन कर लेते हैं ना.
Aurora would be nice. I think we
मेरे को ही कोई नहीं बुलाता थी.
We've seen this Sicilian a few times. We've seen it do great against the Fredrin, another big ranger, long distance mage. I think
वैसे तुम पढ़ाई कर रहे हो? नहीं मैं पढ़ाई नहीं करता, मैं काम करता हूँ काम.
I'm with you because so far Fnatic Onyx, they have good front line, they have good front to back. But who are you gonna send to go catch PX7 if he does get his hands on a Sicilian? Does Fnatic ban here?
It's possible.
Is it worth
it? Could be. I mean, we've been building up the end game
because Eve is still open.
Eve is still open. Ideas.
And Prince on the Eve was a thing of beauty. Yes. Prince on the Farsa. Woo!
Is light.
Now
they ban it. Oh, Louis.
Ooh, call me crazy, right?
यार यहाँ पे ना वो है.
Yeah. Gotta take the default balls available. They're gonna take the Farza though. Gonna lock in on a different side of artillery.
But that was also, we saw Super Prince on Farza yesterday too, which was disgusting. So either one.
He made the mage prodigy look like a
यहाँ पे I can't change the quality.
That's what happened yesterday.
बस 2 मिनट देखना है बस और क्या.
Is he still viable against the Farza? Oh yeah, you're both just longer. Whoever gets a better position in that, it's them.
Set up a better box, or at least an equally sized box, because you also have a Tigreal for FCon.
Yeah, and you also have a show which still can be flexed to the XP lane. If they do that, technically they could pick the Mathilda, put the Eve in there, you have a means to escape, and you have a means to engage. And I think that would be a good read, especially.
क्या हाल? Yo, Numar, welcome to the stream.
Flex like that could be.
ये क्या हो गया? क्या हुआ skipper?
What a read! Wheezy!
Hello. Anand bro, welcome to the
Wheezy
stream.
F, is that for Fnatic? You got that Faramis Mathilda combo. Dirty duo here. We've seen it just a couple of
क्या हाल
times.
नुमार भाई? क्या हाल? कैसे हो? Guys like कर देना. ये क्या हो गया? क्या हुआ? Skipper क्या हुआ? Skipper तुझे पूछा मैंने आएगा? तू आया नहीं.
Against the Faramis, what they could pick up something like the Claude.
फिलीपींस के सारे लड़के सेम ऐसा लगते हैं. I don't know.
Melissa. Or Melissa to stop the dive.
Claude,
Melissa are kind of I think that's the way we go.
Yeah, I would say Natan, but I don't know, looks a little shaky here. I think that's a good read. Definitely something.
अबे मीम देख के आया, अभी वही बोल रहा हूँ.
Composition and sustainability from Fnatic on.
आएगा VC, Skipper.
Carry locked in.
बड़े स्ट्रीमर वॉच पार्टी करते हैं. अरे टॉक्सिक भाई. What's up? कैसे हो टॉक्सिक ब्रो?
All right, with the pick set in, let's throw it over to our casters. Call in the
ब्रश कर रहा हूँ. वाह भाई वाह. क्या हाल है टॉक्सिक?
Thank you so
काफी
much
टाइम बाद भाई.
Weezy, great to have you with us. What is up, guys? I'm Nice. You joined here on the desk with Ingan, here to bring you the action. It's our first best of 5 ahead of us. How we doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great again. First best of 5 finally. I'm hoping this is gonna go all the way, and at the same time,
मस्त sexy तू बता बस भाई. मैं भी ठीक हूँ.
What Royal Milky used in game number 1 yesterday. The Phobius up against NIP Flash started things out strong with 707, and they're gonna look
तो भाई हाय हेलो भी बोल दिया करना.
Well,
हाय हेलो बोलने में क्या होगा भाई?
I know we've got a crowd here, so IOI Convention Center, are you ready? It's a ticket to the top 4 in Oxiana on the line. It's our first best of 5. Heading into the land of Dawn, will it be Fnatic Onyx Philippines or Falcons Esports? And you guys get to cheer a little bit longer while we wait to get to the game.
कुछ भी भाई, full depression में भाई तो.
The compositions, our panel broke it down. Man, you know what?
मोबाइल चला गया लेकिन फ्रेडरिक छोड़ गया.
Everybody's hype. Everybody wants to know the top 4 teams. They're going to be heading for it.
Whoever wins again.
अरे मेरा हुआ कि नहीं 2 मिनट भाई. हो गया शायद. अभी वहाँ पे वो ट्रबल शूटिंग हो गया कुछ। इस पे क्या गैस मारूं? क्या बोल रहे हो? ओ साथ में खेलो तब तो ओके खेलेगा भैया। अभी हो गया गाइस, अब YouTube से देखेंगे।
Big back.
It's a Falcon Esports.
Well, you can see it, you know, familiar faces, of course, out there too, and I think that's the thing, man. The environment changes a little bit here, and especially when we have a best of 5.
साला FNP मैंने भी मिस कर दिया ये वाला, आज वाला।
We were in best of 1s for a while, and then you finally see some of the teams obviously
टॉक्सिक
performing
भाई
in the
हाय
best
हेलो
of 3
कर दिया
now.
करो भाई,
The fact
क्या
that this
पता
is the
तुम्हारा
best of
हाय
5
मेरा
for Falcon
डिप्रेशन दूर
Esports,
कर
they
दे।
showed great things, and I think a lot of people really were awakened in a way, like seeing the Falcon Esports, and we know the region itself.
भाई आज मजा आने वाला भाई, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है आनंद। डन बेड एक्स, ठीक है ठीक है। और कैसे चल रहा है कॉलेज टॉक्सिक?
So here we go. Let's jump into the game here and start it off. Game number 1, the best of 5. Ready to break this out again as we get a look at the junglers. This is where it's really important. King Kong and Dax.
भाई आज बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है आनंद, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 मजा आएगा भाई।
He's done amazing things, but again, this is against King Kong. The guy has been the king of the jungle so far. Before we break it down a little bit further, everybody watching with us right now.
क्या बार-बार भाई।
Yeah.
It's now available.
It's actually the perfect time.
This is perfect time
to get the M6 pass. While we head into a little bit of a troubleshooting, you can complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Birth Border,
हमारा ही
Baxter's Battle
सेव तो
Emote,
तेरा
and the new
कभी
special
मूड,
skin
हमारा हाई से तो
Baksha,
कभी तेरा मूड चेंज नहीं
Dauntless
होता।
Shield. You know what, Naisu? What's the best part?
Tell me.
It's all for free.
It's all for free.
डेक्स्टर इसी वाईजी के बिना एंजेला खेल रही,
But it's hard to get to level 75.
और वाईजी भी तो अलग अलग खेल रहा ना।
The support chest too. Don't
मैं
forget.
क्या बोलूं,
If you
सबका
got the
अपना अपना
diamonds, might as
चॉइस
well
है।
spend it, you know? The
Speaking
50
of
diamonds.
support,
There's the support.
there's the support.
हमारा भाई स्कीपर तो हाय बोला करना
Even
फिर।
during the team lineup, the team
टॉक्सिक
entries,
मेरा बहुत पुराना दोस्त है ना, बहुत
so
पुराना,
hyped.
लाइक कितना
'Cause
पुराना?
again, Falcon
4 साल
Esports
पुराना।
has been exceeding a lot of expectations.
4-5
We're
साल
gonna go
पुराना
back
दोस्त है।
to all the talent predictions when it comes to the top 8.
Yeah.
I rarely see Falcon Esports on the board.
जब हम कॉडेम में लोगों की मारते थे गंदी तरह,
Lost against
अब तो भाई भूल गया मैं
won
खेलना।
against SRG, BTK, and yesterday NIP Flash with a sweep.
I think that's why I'm saying, you know, it's just they've come into M6 again.
Best of 5 है,
as a
best of
region,
10,
you know that
Fnatic
they
OP
have a
जीतेगा।
specific play style.
भाई
They
वो
love
तो
to be
जीतेगा
pretty
ही।
aggressive, and
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
that's
कि
what's needed here.
आज
because
ज़्यादा
our
गेम
rivals the
देखने
ones
को
talking
मिलेगा।
about this, man. They were saying that, you know,
वो
this
बोल रहा हूँ
might
मैं।
be one of the most aggressive Philippine teams that we've seen, you know, in Fnatic Philippines, and Falcon Esports, that might be the answer to the problem that a lot of teams are having facing against, you know, FNOP is, can you match their aggression? But I think it's always that question is,
Yo,
if you can match their aggression, can you
thank
keep
you
it
so
up
much,
the
thank you so much,
entirety of the
Toxic
game?
bro,
Not just
thank you,
game
thank you,
one,
thank
though,
you.
But like an entire series. And I
Thank
think
you for the
that's
gifted
really
membership,
where
bro. Thank you
the
so
test
much.
comes for a lot of the teams that will face off against.
क्या होगा देख के, रैंडम से तो हारना ही है। तुम अपनी बात करो एनीमे।
A team like Team Liquid ID, where last night, you know, they very decisive
अरे
so far
मेरे को
just
लगा
through the matches that they've been through, and Falcon Esports has showed it. And I think you really pointed this out too, just the fact that, you know, Royal Milk alone, you think about the XP lane, and it's not, I mean, let's be real.
Thank you,
The hero
Toxic bro,
choices in the
Toxic,
XP
thank you
lane
so much, bro.
There's been some more variety in M6, but some people say, man, XP is a little bit boring, you know?
अब
But I
देखा,
would say
अरे
players like Royal Milk,
अरे
for
अरे अरे
example,
अब मिल गया एनीमे बॉक्स, अब मिल गया।
same thing. Kirk
जी
popped off yesterday. He had like a deathless game on the
Thank you
end.
so much,
Lord
Toxic
Steel.
bro, thank you,
Don't
thank you,
forget
thank you.
He was getting targeted, getting bursted down, but when the praise Primal Wrath with the Edith was
Thank
already
you so
needed
much,
to
Toxic.
get the Lord. And I do like the fact
Means
that
a
you
lot,
mentioned
bro.
the XP lane, because looking at the first neutral objective, the turtle, no one rotates to the gold lane.
Yeah.
The gold lane
just
is
leave
now
them
the
be.
dead lane. They leave them be, give them enough space and time. It's all about the rotations in the XP lane. Who's going to clear up first? Who's going to get to rotate first? Who's going to be the aggressor first? And with the two XP laners, Royal Milk up against Kirk, we could see, I mean, action right away, even before 2
अब तो
minutes.
मेंबरशिप ओनली स्ट्रीम कर दो।
Yeah, we'll see
फेस कैम के साथ
exactly
एनीमे
how
बॉक्स।
they kind of approach that. I think that's
मेंबरशिप
important
ओनली
to the
स्ट्रीम
gold
विद
lane,
फेस कैम।
specifically where, you know, they've known that they've been left to their own kind of devices, and then they usually just
रहने दे।
out 1v1
चुप।
their own. We do have a quote here, though, while we go ahead and wait for things to get settled from Coach RC, of course.
29 रुपए में तुम चाहते हो मैं फेस कैम करूं? साला
To test our team's strength against the MPL Philippines Season 14 champions. As a Filipino myself, I'm excited for the challenge of competing against a full Filipino team. Give them a good fight and show our surprise.
क्या बोल रहा है?
We're aware of the strengths, so we only have about 50% confidence in this matchup. See you guys on the stage. Would you take the 50% confidence?
अरे by the way, एनी बॉक्स रूबल जी आप लोगों का ब्रेकफास्ट हो गया? ब्रेकफास्ट लंच जो भी है ड्रैगन बॉल भाई कुछ भी बोलता है भाई एनी बॉक्स छी भाई छी
It's like it exposes the teams. It makes you question if you're really good. Because it's all best of ones. And for Coach RC, I know he's
ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं करता अरे नहीं मेरा नहीं हुआ है व्हाट अबाउट यू मैं जस्ट अभी ब्रेकफास्ट कर अरे पता है क्या है लाइक नॉर्मल डेज पे तो मैं इस टाइम पे सो जाता हूँ ना बट आजकल क्या है अभी भी उठा हूँ मैं एनी बॉक्स को मेंबरशिप मिला वेरी रेयर यार मेरे दोस्त ने लाइक मेंबरशिप दिया थैंक यू सो मच टॉक्सिक ब्रो टॉक्सिक ब्रो जल्दी मिलेंगे ब्रो हैदराबाद में अगर चक्कर लगा ना मेरा जल्दी मिलेंगे हम भी घूमेंगे एक्टिवा में
becoming champions there if they can.
And also गिवे भी मिला था लकी का है अरे रूबल जी बहुत स्कैमर है ये
support chest, I believe, right? Hey, good luck.
Good luck. Let's see.
What's he get?
I'm not sure. Okay, he's going
Actually,
for one more.
he's just spending it all. This is another way you guys can level up your M6 pass right now. He's going.
Going for the
Just
level
hit max.
75.
I would hit max.
Let him take his time. It adds to the suspense, okay? You still got around, how many is that more? Around 5, 6 draws?
5, 6 draws. He's got about 200 diamonds left.
Oh, 300 XP? Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Level up that pass while you can. Yeah, man, I don't know. I think once we eventually get to this game, that's where you have to see. If Falcon Esports...
भाई एनी बॉक्स इतना जीतता है बट कभी कुछ नहीं दिया दोस्त बोलता है अपने आप को आज तक कुछ नहीं दिया भाई
All M6 if we think about it, you know, and a team to go into this and kind of say, you know, you do obviously respect a team that is, most people would say, tournament favorite now up to this point. You know, so you got to approach it with a certain kind of mindset, I feel like, and if that's 50% confidence, but also you're just kind of respecting on what the fact that Fnatic has done.
दोस्त बताता है अपने आप को.
This point, that's the best thing you can do.
I think it also goes the same way for Falcon Esports. You're just looking back at who they faced up, who they brought down. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they can't also underestimate this emerging team in Falcon Esports. And going back to your major point a while ago, if a team like Falcon Esports can match up the intensity, the pace, the tempo of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, that's going to be put into question for game number 1. But the thing that I'd like to
कल कैरी किया फिर भी कुछ नहीं दिया नहीं वही तो भाई एहसान फरामोश है भाई एहसान फरामोश भाई इनका मैच ही शुरू नहीं हो रहा है यार क्या मजाक है
We've been seeing King Kong use the Fannies, the Lings, the highly mechanical assassin players, but right now he's been resorting to a Suyu that has a pure rage for added sustain, and now the Fredrin.
सोने चला क्या अब सोने जा रहे हो अभी यो अक्की वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम
so it's going to be a question of it's not going to be a question of if you can match Fnatic Onyx Philippines tempo. It's going to be about it is that.
I'm waiting for you.
It is that nice.
It is that.
भाई नाना ले कैरी किया क्या भाई जी नाना
Looking at this right now, it's a Fredrin.
Aki bro, are you going to sleep now?
Sustainability, it's more sustained, more controlled. So you don't know what type of aggression Fnatic Onyx Philippines will be releasing now.
If it's anyone, man, it's King Kong. That's
थोड़ा सा सोया.
You know, like he might be able to.
थोड़ा है सोया. अच्छा.
Really, for a lot of
ठीक है.
at this point, especially Swiss stage.
Yesterday ना after gaming like I was so tired मैं बोला ना थोड़ा रेस्ट करके आऊँगा मैं रेस्ट करके स्ट्रीम देख सकता सो गया फिर सुबह I woke up around 9 or 9 or 10 maybe.
A glimpse at King Kong here. Is his playstyle and how he likes to go ahead and utilize even these utility junglers. You know, just looking at here, whether it's the Joy, whether it's this.
थोड़ा सा सोया, थोड़ा बीन बन गया सोयाबीन.
And I think that aggression, but it's also what a lot of people would call it is
आज भी खेलेंगे Aki bro. Like let's try to reach ना however we can कि जितना भी ऊपर जा सकते हैं. एक बार मेरा लिंक देखा नहीं कि बार-बार लिंक चाहिए इसको.
The multiple boxes that they have to check off.
Yeah, and not to mention Super Friends apart from King Kong has also been popping off. Right now.
देखते देखते आपको भाई क्या बोलेंगे भाई डरता है भाई डरता ही है.
It was actually Super Friends who first used the Farsa, popped off with a feathered airstrike, became a menace up against their opponents SRG for this specific game.
उसके बाद देखो गोल्ड लेन जीतना है ना. गोल्ड लेन कैसे खेलते हैं ये लिल टुनची है ना कि इसका स्ट्रीम देखा कर भाई जैसा गोल्ड लेन खेलते हैं ना.
I don't know, man. You gotta be able to.
सही है.
Go with the max.
Okay, he's going with the max. He's going with the nice Sue style.
Okay, 20. We're doing half. How much XP is this? We gotta look really closely.
Oh, it's Stellar.
It's Stellar. Hey, what's that? 5,000 XP?
I can't do quick math, bro.
भाई पूरा हिस्ट्री में देखना गोल्ड लेन MVP रहता है. गोल्ड लेन MVP.
Last one, go.
Oh. Danny got 7,000 XP. Hey, we're going back to the
Oh,
game.
मैच शुरू हो गया चलो.
Congratulations for all the XP. And now we can catch back up. Again, only a minute into this. So nothing too crazy just yet.
अबे हाइलोस मैं खेल रहा था. अच्छा इसका हाइलोस था वो भी है.
Picture at that, we can see them here. King Kong did go concussive blast with the Fredrin.
हक थू कर्स हेलमेट. अरे कर्स हेलमेट से अच्छा तो वो क्लॉक ऑफ डेस्टिनी सही रहता है. कर्स हेलमेट अच्छा नहीं लगता. चलो गाइस अब मैच देखते हैं. ओ स्किपर आएगा. वीसी आएगा बोल.
Have that kind of similar experience he had on the Phobius yesterday, where he was just had a massive game in his favor.
Yeah, again he started out strong with a 707. Looking at the emblem.
मैं ठीक है भाई ठीक है स्किपर तो भाई.
First down, Bruce Garber is busy looking at the emblems, and Dax. It all happened in a flash. Took down the Bruiser with one electrifying beats.
क्रिकेट खेलने.
Fantastic can happen, especially with a Joy across from you. So now
एनिमे वीसी आएगा क्या कि तो तुम भी नहीं आएगा.
The advantage, and it's quickly going to go down. So they are going to just trade this out. King Kong will secure that. But look at the moves here from Falcon Esports. Dax trying to take the purple. Might get cut off here. Not able to go and secure it.
Oh, here comes Kelra, and the kick also getting gacked up by 4. And that's the trade for that.
Hey, Kelra on Bruno. GG.
Plus a shutdown onto Dax.
So they get that. They make it work. Now possibly looking for more. Royal Milk also here in the mid lane, but holding it down once again. Objective secured for FNOP, and that's what they're.
अरे आज हमें एक गातो मिला था. सुबह में खेल रहा था गातो. उसका पता है टाइटल था. टाइटल लाइक वो क्या था कुछ था. गुजरात नंबर गुजरात था कि यूपी था. हाँ यूपी था. यूपी नंबर 12 गातो. ठीक है उसका बिल्ड पता है क्या था. उसका बिल्ड था गातों पे ब्लेड ऑफ हेप्टिसिस. उसके बाद था स्काई पियर्सर. उसके बाद था वो एंडलेस बैटल. देखकर सोरा. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है अकी ब्रो.
This is what I was saying though. It's all about getting through that utility. I mean, we're talking about a Matilda and a Feramis. A combination that, you know, you got to have a lot of things to throw at that. Just the utility alone to go and overcome it.
आपस में लड़ते रहो. मैं कुछ देखने दो.
This is withstanding these setups from Kirk. I mean, a lot of times lately we've seen Cho just going in the roam, you know, and playing that. Here we go.
This is the aggression we were all talking about Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines zoning out once again. Kidx now going to transition onto the top lane, going to try and get down energy shields, zoning out Benny, but here comes PX7 though with the wings by wings.
They're going to get some extra gold here for Kelra, working on that
Oh,
turret,
look at ya.
nearly half down now. Turtle's going to be up shortly here, so we'll see how they rotate through this. Royal Milk still holding down the bottom side alongside Kirk. They'll go ahead and just duke it out a little bit as the rest of the team gets in position. I'm wondering, does Falcon Esports actually want to contest this, or do they let it go? They might have to rely on Kid X setup potential. He's got the implosion ready as well as the flicker. There they go.
Okay, here comes the Shadow Stampede, but Royal Milk goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. Implosion gonna connect, paired up with the Feathered Airstrike, but Super Friends once again with the Nether Realm. Dax going in from the back line with the Electrifying Beast, gonna bring down King Kong, but Royal Milk wants more. Gets two, a double with the Infernal Pursuit. No, make it three. Kirk answers with a kick. Kelra gonna feed him off. Double also for Kelra. But Falcon Esports, they won that trade. They got 4 kills plus this turtle.
It's looking like Royal Milk again gets the triple kill. All that under the tier 1 turret too. A great fight from Falcon Esports, and that'll also get them a turtle. So they've got that fight in them. And Fnatic Onyx now has to adjust from that. You know, it was a great initiation at the start, and they responded well, but then they just get collapsed out, and that's what the Phobius does.
Yeah.
He allows you to just go ahead and get the airtime with the Infernal Pursuit and just dunk on people, turret or not. And so Kelra nearly getting that tier 1 turret up on the top side. He's going to be fine, guiding wins out.
मैं तो कई इस वाले गेम पे गैस कॉइन लगाना भूल गया मैं.
Glowing wand also for PX7. Some of these first items already coming into play.
Okay.
Mid lane though.
Energy Eruption, gonna try and poke down Kid X, so he doesn't have the health to zone out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And looking at the previous clash, apart from what Royal Milk did, we have to commend again the mid duo of Kid X and PX7, but we have to commend Brusco because he goes in with the guiding wind.
Oh my
and now saves
Superman.
Kelra. That was 2 objectives, resources expended by Falcon Esports. On the other hand, Royal Milk here trying to zone out Super Prince Kirk. Well, we see a kick and it connects.
There's the kick. They're going to find the target. Kid X out of the picture.
And now their next target is Royal Milk
Royal
Super Prince
Milk
Clutch Netherrealm once again.
Hola,
to
Sujal,
obviously
welcome to
out
the stream.
Falcon Esports. And this time, no trade for Falcon.
You see the amount of utility that we're talking about. Oh, Benny could be in trouble.
Oh, use up the red 3, still has the Purify, but here comes our Startling Eagle, bringing King Kong with them. And bang, bang, boom, Benny goes down.
Benny nowhere to run. Not going to be able to get away from that.
Thank you for
Again,
the
this
message.
pressure
Welcome,
that
bro.
is put on with the
My
utility,
friend,
whether it's a guiding wind, whether it's a
Toxic
nether realm,
उसने दिया.
it's so much mobility
He gifted 6
that F9
membership.
wants to play around with. That Falcon Esports is going to have to adjust from it. But still, you have to take a look. Jungle's doing fine. Dax is there. PX7 will go ahead and clear out the wave with the feathered airstrike, and now Turtle up. Last one in the game. 1 for 1 for both teams. Still, Falcon Esports can choose to fight this. They're going to keep Benny up on that top side, possibly trading if they can. Royal Milk will go ahead and
ठीक है पोटैटो अरे सूजल को जानते तो साला छपरी हरकतें करता है.
On the hunt for this too. Still, this could be a full-on fight. 5 versus 4 here. They're going to force Kid X back. Dax might try to jump in. Gets him. Oh, no. He's in trouble.
Oh, the kick flicker combination from Kirk to take down Dax. And now they're going to get a turtle. But Benny answers back with a turret top takedown. Now, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're in a roll, in full control. King Kong used up his retribution to force PX7 to use the flicker and wings by wings. Fnatic Onyx Philippines holding to a 1
कौन है रे ये टमाटर ये वो है
Good push
सुजाता.
for Benny. At least they got something out of it, but Fnatic getting a whole lot in this. They're going to drag Kid X.
Shadow Stampede, forced to use the Sacred Hammer for Kid X to walk away. And now the thing is, the thing that's happening right now, Falcon Esports, although they were able to get previous trades during the first 4 or 5 minutes,
Suzala.
per target. I mean, looking at the composition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're going to feed all the resources to Kelra because he's going to be the main win condition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And if you keep him alive, even if Brusco falls down, King Kong falls down,
Welcome,
falls down,
Sujal.
it doesn't matter as long as the gold standard is alive for Fnatic Onyx.
And that's what I'm wondering for Falcon Esports.
अच्छा वो
With
चिमकांडी
everything
हाँ
that they
वही.
have available, going against even the 3 Purifies alone, and then we've all seen it before, how Kelra positions himself. The reason why he is called the gold standard is something that they want to be able to go and solve. And looking at the items, you know, they are falling behind in the gold lane here. King Kong, tanky enough, confident enough to go and just fight for this purple buff. Might force out, the red trees goes in. Gonna be fine though, they do kind of disengage, keeping Kid X at bay here. Not sure if Falcon Esports actually wants to take a fight. They're just kind of slowly whittled down.
Yeah.
Even with the Ghost Bursters alone, the turret finally falls. Kelra working on it. Now for the tier 2. The focus here, they might force a fight. Kelra, the damage!
One more! So Kelra gets a kill onto Benny. The next target is Royal Milk Infernal Pursuit. He's going to bring that one with him, but Kelra says, I'm going to take 2 and bring them down. Fnatic Onyx Philippines transitions to the middle lane.
Again, Kelra, and now under the turret, the tier 2.
तो भाई के पास जाना चलो जस्ट हेलो बोलने आया था बहुत सारा असाइनमेंट बुक कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है सुजल ब्रो.
I mean,
Bye, bye,
all
bye,
throughout
bye.
the game, They're grouping
मैं बहुत
up,
देर तक स्ट्रीम
finding
करने वाला हूँ,
kills.
तो अगर
Even if
बाई
you
चांस
look at
अगर
the
खत्म हो
lineup,
जाता है
Falcon
तो
Esports,
दोबारा
they
आना.
have a good counter
अरे
initiation,
एनिमे
but
बॉक्स
Kid
मेरा
actually
तो
implosion.
फ्लाइट
The problem
25th
is,
को था,
he's
25th
having a hard
नवंबर
time
को,
sending 'cause
but
Kelra has proper
due to some
targeting. The main
reasons I had
damage
to
dealers
cancel
of
it,
Falcon Esports
और
are falling
due
apart
to
even
the same
before
reason
Kid
मैं
has an
18 तक ऑफिस नहीं जा
opportunity
रहा.
to cast his ultimate.
My goodness, the amount of damage that Kelra has right now, as we saw just
अब
from that
18 के
glimpse, as
बाद
Lord
like
is secured
शायद
now for
मैं
FNOP. You know, what is he at?
बर्थडे के लिए जाऊंगा शायद, पता नहीं, I
He's
don't
got
know,
the Rose
not
Gold
sure.
Meteor Dog. He's
Yeah.
got, you know, Malefic Gun too.
Thank you
He's got all
Sujal
the
for the
space
likes
in the
bro,
world to
thank you
work
so
with.
much.
And so with this, Falcon Esports
जैसे
falling
assignment खत्म
further
करके आओ.
behind in this game one. They're going to have to go ahead and get ready for a defense against this Lord push. You still have that wave pushing up top alongside Kirk into that tier 2 as they get ready. They might have to pull a miracle play out here.
क्या
with
क्रिकेट
Kidex.
खेलने नहीं जा रहा?
If they can get
आ रहा
things
हूँ.
set up, King Kong on this side of the
डिस्कॉर्ड है
jungle.
ना कि
Okay,
पैरेलल
now
आएगा?
this purple buff.
कीपर.
And here comes the
Discord
force.
या parallel?
Fnatic Onyx Philippines will take down Royal Milk once again. They have a Lord marching in the mid lane. You know, looking at the game, it's not a good game to be a Forcer right now because the dive composition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines is just too much. I mean, you have Cho, you have Matilda, even King Kong has been diving for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and now they're sieging in with the Lord. PX7 casts his Feathered Airstrike, but has to cancel it right away because of the threat Fnatic Onyx Philippines has.
Looking to close the game out, still
Para
with the
game
Lord
Onyx.
marching in. Falcon Esports has to go ahead and defend. They're getting whittled down. They will take care of the Lord, though. So that might be all they get. FNOP still waiting for the rest of the waves to push in,
Yo,
and they
man,
want the
what's
rest
up?
of the base
Welcome to the stream,
turrets.
bro.
But now in full force, Falcon Esports. Can they hold
तो
on to
skipper,
the
VC
base?
कहाँ
The shields are
VC?
going to pop.
Parallel या
Kelra
Discord?
just taking a couple shots there. Look at the damage on Royal Milk alone. And there they go, still trying to end it here.
Oh, the implosion is their last effort, but Super Friends once again save the super power with the Nether Realm. But here comes the counter attack coming in from Falcon Esports, gonna bring down King Kong. One member down for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but they're gonna transition up top and try to bring down another turret like a Kelra, even on the face of 4 members of the Falcons.
He's going again.
Unfazed, wants to go for more, gets the double. Kurt gets the kick, feeds Kill with the triple.
Oh
Is
भाई,
this gonna
oh
be
what?
a main? The Kelra wins it for Fnatic.
The
भाई
gold
गलत रेंज है
standard
भाई.
will go in with a cleanup and a maniac.
Easy.
11-40 a
Fine.
game for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to
Good
start
morning,
the
Vaz,
best
bro.
of 5.
What's up? Done with
Can
your
the
lunch?
Falcons rise higher than
Or
this?
breakfast? Or brunch?
That is
Whatever.
the question. Because what
Next
a
to बोला था
game,
मैंने.
what a performance
अरे
from
like
FNOP.
मुझे भी पता है Onyx
The
जीतेगा.
Super
I also
Family.
want Onyx to win, but the thing is,
Again,
I want the
showing
series to be
extending
more
their
ना, ताकि
dominance
मैं और
even up
match देख
against
सकूं इनका.
Falcon Esports. Kelra picks up a
How are you,
maniac,
Dex? Got enough sleep?
and they
Yeah,
have a
Once,
comfortable
bro.
lead in this best of
Like
5-0
I slept
epic
around
best of
4,
5
I guess.
series with a
Like,
1-0.
I passed out like.
Ooh, again, amazing performance. I know our panel wants to go ahead
I
and break this down a
passed
little
out
further.
and
What do you
then
guys think about
I
game
woke
one?
up around 9. छोड़ मम्मी आ
From
गया.
where we come
जी,
from, they call that a lightning round. In
चल
just
मैं
11
Discord में
minutes
बैठा
and
हूँ, अगर
20
आएगा तो आ जाना.
seconds, Fnatic Onyx Philippines walks away with the dub. Given this is a best of 5, what a way to set the tone, gentlemen. Wheezy, it's your first time on the M6 stage. How's that for you?
Explosive, right? I mean, I kind of expected the Matilda to come out there, but I didn't expect the Fairness to be alongside it. But having the double support, it seems like the mission was protect the president, trust in Kelra, and he got the job done.
Yeah, you know, you think it's hard to kill Kelra, right? It's already very tough, but you add a Matilda that stands behind him nonstop, you add a Colt Alter, and it is literally impossible at this point. I don't know how you break through that right there. Kelra wasn't even in Protect the President mode. He was in King, I'm gonna hold the front line mode. I mean, he was leading the attack half of those fights.
Homie was straight up Rob Stark, King of the North.
Oh my God, a
Let's
black
go ahead and check
caster
out the
thing.
stats
Oh my,
here.
oh my,
What did that game look
Hello,
like
मैं
by
BTK
the
division.
numbers? Again, 16-6.
I'm seeing for the first time.
Kelra 9-0 and
Bro.
5. Just barely finishing his build, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't
that's-
know.
So
मैं कुछ
average
बोलूँगा, थोड़ा
3-item build,
racist
just to,
sound
like,
कर
break it
जाऊँगा,
down
never
for
mind,
an
छोड़ो.
average 3-item build is about 8-9 minutes, 8-7 minutes. You're
Bro,
doing very, very
they-
well. 9-10 minutes is probably like average time. You're maybe
4K
getting
gold lead.
This man
Kelra was at
maxed
4K
out.
gold
We're
lead.
talking maxed out, 11 minutes 40 seconds.
6 slots.
And he got 6 slots filled, probably around 11-minute mark. I'm sure. You know, maybe a little after 11 minutes, but still, that is insanity. I mean, that is just there was no catching up to that.
He put the gold
3
in gold
build
standard.
versus
Put the
full
gold
build.
in gold standard.
Yeah, I
Nice.
mean, even with the itemization, right? When we see the Brunos go in for the Haas Claws, Berserk Sphere, then the Malefic Gun, he did it in a little bit different of an order, right? He went to Haas Claws, and then he goes straight into the Malefic Gun. He's playing not only for the survivability, but also able to
Alright,
attack from afar to
EXP कौन था
sustain
इनका?
himself. And that's what made him so hard to take down. 9-0 in 5.
अच्छा
Let's
क्या
talk
हुई
about
था
the build on
EXP?
King Kong because your pride and joy, the heart and soul of
आया
NA.
क्या DC?
Mobazane made Fredrin
कोई
a
नहीं आया।
pick again, a legit pick, and look at that. King Kong, his third hero, was the Fredrin. It's built a little different.
Yeah, he definitely went for a bit more of a tanky build there. We saw Mobazane sometimes go for the Thunder Belt
That's right.
instead, and Mobazane still did the same thing. Half a Molten Core. There were some other games where he didn't, and you could see the slowness in the jungle. So King Kong picks up the Molten Core, picks up the Helm, picks up a little the Athena Shield just in case PX7 gets out of control, just in case
Done with your
Dox gets
meal
out of
one.
control. And instead of going for the Radiant Armor, I really like the Athena Shield because it's that security against PX7.
And it's that big booty, the HP. Like, you just get it, and it amplifies everything else the Fredrin does. Let's talk about Falcon Esports this time around. The way they drafted, the way they built their lineup, it's nothing we haven't seen before, especially from them. It's the core on the Joy early on, PX7 and Artillery Mage, sandbagging on Royal Milk early to mid, and then you're waiting for Benny, which was unfortunate. Benny never really got online.
Man, I was wondering what the damage was going to look like, right? Especially over there for Kelra. 80,000 damage skyrocketing
YZ.
over everybody else
Let's
on the
see
board. I
his
mean, you had a
game,
couple
guys.
of members,
Let's
1,
see
2,
his
maybe
game.
even 3 members from Falcons.
3 is safe.
3 is safe.
Yep, add up all their damage, and that's Kelra's alone.
And you know, Falcons started off well. Dox got that
Hello?
early kill, but then it was immediately traded back.
Hello.
And they get the kill on the Brusco, but then Dox goes down. And from that point, it just felt like FNOP was like, all right, fine, we're going to press the gas now. And you look at FCon's composition, you look at this carry, you look at this Farza, all of these heroes need about 3 items to really pop off. And they just couldn't get there. And when they did get there, FNOP was already so defensive and so aggressive, there was no turnaround.
And is it just me, or is Falcon's lineup too honest for what Fnatic Onyx is doing? It's too clear that, hey, this is where the damage is coming from, this is the power spike in early to mid, and then we fight for inevitability. Fnatic Onyx did not allow for any of that.
You know, it's just textbook, right? Sometimes going with the simpler method breeds better results than Fnatic, right? Trusting in the damage of Kelra. Everybody else, I mean, we were even looking at the emblems. Very sustainable, very mobile, but no damage. It was only Kelra the one dishing out that damage, and they just trusted in that Haas Claws, that Berserker's Fury, and that Malefic Gun to rise to the occasion. Speaking of Kelra, there he is himself, that big old smile, ready to lead the way for Fnatic Onyx.
The gold standard is our MVP for game number 1. Screenshot this right now. This is how you build, and this is how you play a Bruno.
Yeah, I even love the fourth item. RGM, Rose Gold Meteor. And so a lot of people would save that for last, and that becomes your juggle item. But it just goes to show Kelra was playing so aggressive in that matchup, and I'm sure when we see some of these MVP highlights, we'll see it, how he was in the front line. He always had Brusco behind him. He always had the Cult Ultra ready to go. And then just to pick that up as your fourth item shows that, listen, I'm going to get aggressive, man. I'm 8-0-5 right now. I'm 9-0-5. I'm going to get in your face and just be that guy.
Hey, got Rose Gold, dog.
He's got Rose Gold, dog.
If anybody knows what that is,
yeah,
it's us from North America.
Rose Gold,
right?
dog.
Hey, man, a great game for Kelra. Now the question is, how does Falcon respond?
We'll see here in the highlights how Kelra went behind enemy lines, in their face, and around these choke points to be able to kick balls straight into Falcon Esports' face. Something to note, you'll see here the positioning of Brusco constantly being close to the back line so that Kelra would have a pull out. You have Super Prince, who's about in the middle of all that to make sure that there's reliable damage from the Ghost Bursters. Where does this put Kirk and King Kong?
I mean, this puts Kirk and King Kong essentially
King
Kong normally holding front line, looking for angles, looking for those taunts, right? Looking for anything to buy that little bit of time. And look at King Kong here as well, kind of looking for the back, putting pressure, just in case Benny did try to get away there. He was there to catch him. There was zero escape for Benny, even if he gets past Kelra. And then these are the big mistakes we start seeing from Royal Milk, going a little overextended. And towards the end here, Keller just consistently holding the front. Brusco never even engages.
See, that's the challenge, though, when you run the Phobias, right? As soon as you go with the Infernal Pursuit, you're in the middle of the battle.
You're in the
no
thick of
way
it.
out. Yeah, you're in the thick of it, and when there's that much sustainability that you have to go against, it's very hard to deal the damage necessary to get to the backline, to get to Kelra, the target that they were looking for.
And as sound as that is, Falcon Esports may have made it work against other teams, other powerful teams
Haji
here
haar raha hai.
in M6, but against Fnatic Onyx, especially if you give them this Faramis and Matilda duo, there has to be more in the tank. Ladies and gentlemen, the ROG Phone 9 is the official gaming phone of M6. Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic.
That's
For
how
those
Keller
who dare.
started.
Yeah,
Use the RG.
yeah, literally, the technology, the hardware
ROG.
is what also allows for Kelra to play like that. So now back to the drawing board. Let's talk about what Falcon Esports could do to maybe force, you know, an equal score here. 1-1 real quick. Was it the draft? Was it the execution?
Hey, it was the
तो है
first pick
देख
on
मैं
Bruno, and we've been asking the question the entire
भाई
M6
लैला है
series,
कैसे
right?
कर
Is
देगा
it worth the
भाई
ban?
बट लैला को पकड़ना भी तो
Bruno
आसान है ना
definitely worth the ban, but they got put in such a weird spot.
जो कि हमारे टीम में एक हाइलो से हुआ नहीं
Drafted that first phase
Kal.
so well, leaving the Bruno or the Suyo open. It's like, listen, I'm gonna put this in your hands. And what a lot of red sides would do is normally it's we're gonna ban something else, leave both of those picks open, so at least we get something in response. And then they don't do that. Okay, you give over the Bruno, but then they kind of also FCon went for a little bit of comfortability. They immediately slot in the Phobias, which is essentially should probably be more of a counter play, a counter pick. So I think FCOM, get out of that comfort zone. Game one's over.
बट वो
It's time to kick things
टीम
into
फाइट
gear.
में नहीं कर
More
पाया ना वो
than
चीज
what
सोलो में
Falcon
मारा
Esports could do
पर टीम
here.
फाइट में नहीं कर पाया ना कुछ
About the
बस वही
Fnatic
अफसोस
Onyx
है
experience, but
वही हम
let
हार
me
गए
remind y'all about the M6 lucky draw from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Participate in the M6 lucky gift. Join the draw for a chance
Let's do
to
that.
win Claude's new epic skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 epic painted skin, Lightseeker.
Lightseeker. That sounds insane.
Yep.
अबे
You don't
टीम
wanna
फाइट
miss the
में
rare
उसको पीछे से
opportunity
पकड़ा
to get
एनिमे
Beatrix's
बॉक्स ऐसे
M4
असली बातें मत कर
exclusive
ठीक है
skin. And as well, check out MCGG, a multiplayer strategy game now soft launched in Malaysia and Singapore. That's Magic Chess Go Go. Pre-registration is now underway
अरे
for other
मेरा सर्वर नहीं
APAC
था ना
regions.
इसलिए मैं
No
नहीं
need
खेल
for
सकता
fast fingers. Strategy and luck are your keys to victory. Team up with your favorite heroes and strategize with friends wherever, whenever. Put your strategies to the
Why
test.
is he
Outsmart your
playing
opponents and
M6?
claim
Yes,
the
Ishita.
ultimate victory. I'm a Magic Chess OG since 2020 January, baby.
वेलकम टू टीम
He is too,
इशिता
though. He's been playing Magic Chess for a while.
This is a long time coming.
Who wins? You guys go up against each other? Magic Chess?
You want to catch the 1v1, bro?
Oh, you don't. I'm the
Hi,
Scarlet
thank
Shadow
you.
God. That's what they call me. You remember that?
Yeah,
That's right, the Hanabi Hayabusa.
I do actually.
That's
Shadow, yeah,
that's
yeah.
some pretty OG
Get like special
synergies.
skill from it. As long as you have both, they both get a special skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of those smaller.
I don't think that's gonna be a go-go.
Hey, you don't know. Season per season, you don't know. They might bring it back. If your boy asks for it enough, maybe they put it back in.
I tell you what, we need an M series just for Magic Chess.
Caster MC go-go tournament.
Little Birdie told me there might be something in the works.
Little East 40 stuff.
अरे
We'll
he's
talk about
talking
this
about
later, but
the
now-
Gladly come to
membership
South
icon इशिता
Back into the matchup here. Fnatic Onyx first on the board, 1-0. Luckily for all the Burmese fans, this is a best of 5, so we're just getting started. Fnatic Onyx, they did about
खत्म
99% of that matchup correct. Falcon Esports, more on that. Wheezy, riddle me this.
अरे 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 ये क्या है
Draft-wise, what could Falcon
क्या
Esports
हुआ?
do better besides what our good old friend here, Herbert Wagner, shared?
Well, number one, take out the Bruno if you don't have a plan
Just
for it.
out of the
अरे ये
formation.
क्या है
Out of it. Completely. Definitely don't want that to walk.
ओ
Especially, I mean,
क्या
look at their composition.
अनिल
right?
वो
They had a
स्क्रीनशॉट
build
ले
on
लिया
the
यही
fairness.
से उसका
They had
स्टोरी
a
तो
lot of
हिडन है
sustainability just to keep them alive.
ऐसे
The whole
लोग
goal
ले
was
लेता
just
हूँ
to protect Kelra that entire game on the Bruno. And as soon as those 3 items came in, right? The Hoss Claws, the Berserker's Fury, and the Malefic Gun, there was no way to stop him. I mean, we've seen teams pull out something like the Beatrix. Maybe the carry came out. And that was a little bit of a shocker to me, right? I didn't think the carry was going to be the pick there. I thought maybe something, we even discussed it, right? A Claude, something a little bit more survivability. But yeah, just the pressure in the gold lane is yet to be matched for Fnatic Onyx.
Talking about
कौन है?
that
अरे
draft,
प्रोटीन
looks
मैन
like
प्रोटीन मैन
they were
YG
drafted into a corner,
प्रोटीन मैन
and
देखा
it's
होगा ना
this
चैट
man
पे
right here that's
जो YG बुलाता
responsible
वो है
for the situation right now. It's the teams themselves. We'll be hearing more about why not in just a bit. The head-to-head here. Fewer games
मैं लोग
played
के
by
साथ
Fnatic on
खेल
it.
रहा था
Better results
ड्राफ्ट
overall,
करना
but I
नहीं
did not
आता
expect the numbers to be this clean, to be this
फिर
close
अच्छा
actually.
Yeah, I mean,
हाँ
there's still a little bit of skew. The
My
win rate
star
is still
put-
favoring FNOP. Average turret, FCON, but we're still just getting started in this knockout stage. And you do have to also think about this as FNOP had a pretty early exit
किसके साथ खेल रहे हो
out of
Solo खेल रहे हो
out
क्या
of Swiss stage, whereas Falcon played a few more games, had a bit more time to bump up those points. So I think overall, you know, we're looking at
काशी
it.
का
It's fair.
ये
You
कल
know,
रात
and
में
not to
3
mention,
गेम
you gotta
खेला
look at who they win against as well, right? Falcon hit down or burst down some heavy hitters. They took down Aurora,
Oh, I
and they
remember.
also took down
Yeah.
SRG.
And
Aurora.
Oh, come on, man, it's too soon. It's too soon.
who else did they take
No,
out?
We'll let
I find pro hyper
We're not gonna
ठीक
say
है
it. All right, cool.
ठीक है
So
They took out BTK.
these stats are
Saab खेल रही
rolling.
थी
These stats are growing.
I'm
And
only losing भाई
as
याद
we
में
move
दिलाओ
forward,
शिरो भाई
through
मेरा
M6,
दिमाग खराब हो गया था
you'll
कल
see that
कहाँ है
things
ये
are
आईडी
just looking
साला
better and better
41
for
करके बैठा
Fnatic
रखा है
Onyx. I
कहाँ
think it's
गया
time for Falcon
कहाँ गया
to bring out the bigger guns. Maybe
ये
it's
देखो
time to,
गाइस
again, in
अच्छा खासा 50
an
करके
effort
दिया था
to
इस आदमी को
change, the tides and change the momentum, bring out something new.
ये देखो
We all
हालात
agree that
देखो
maybe it's time to go deep and maybe
हालात
show
देखो
us the
इधर
likes of the Roger.
I
खेल
mean, it's
किधर रहा है
definitely
सोलो खेल रहा है
doable.
क्या
My
नहीं
only
तो वाईजी
worry
के
is
साथ खेला वो
against a
क्या
team
खेल
like FNOP, I wonder how things
Somebody.
like that are gonna do. You know, I just feel like
Should I
they
open
are
my sleeve
such
so
a
you can see?
grounded team that it is very hard to like. It's very hard to
हिस्ट्री
disrupt
दिखाओ
their
के साथ खेला
flow.
वही तो
But again, that could be the
ये
fear that's
पता
in
नहीं
all of
इसमें
our
तो कोई
minds.
नहीं
It's
है
like that's why they don't do it. So maybe
इसमें
they just
YG,
should. I mean, like I said, you
Who's
have
Can
5
Be
games
और
here. If it goes the distance, you have at least
ये भी
2
वही है
more
वाईजी
games,
who's can
you
be
know?
and all
So maybe it's time for that.
At least.
At
That
least.
is bare minimum. Falcon Esports
ये
here
कल खेला
up against the ropes.
अरे
I'm
अरे
wondering
अरे
what
इसमें
Coach
तो कोई
Yonchao
दिख रहा है
and
मेरे को
Coach
नाम
House you're talking about
बोलूंगा
behind
नहीं
the
चलो
scenes
छोड़ो
because it's Coach Why not in the
ये
other
भी वही
room,
है
staying ahead of the competition. They want to learn
ये
about what
ये
happened to
इसमें कौन
Aurora.
है
They
पता
fell
नहीं
short, and it's no longer just about the
Red Isle
Philippines,
open.
but about the world. Every region has leveled up their game. There are other strong teams in M6. It's not just them, and it's up to them to make sure they stay one step ahead. They're very self-aware.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I mean, right now, they're the only Filipino team left in the M Series, so they got a lot of pressure on their backs right now, right? They have to hold that flag high and sail through the M Series, and so far, they have yet to disappoint. Now, how long can they keep that momentum up? As we get higher up this ladder and the elevation rises, teams are going to start dropping.
All right, talking about elevation,
ये लाना
are you
दे
trying to
रे
get at what I think you are? Are you saying that
पूरा
Falcon
नहीं पढ़ूंगा
Esports is just heating up? Falcon Esports is just getting there, and game one
इसमें
was
कौन है
a gauge, a test. Because looking at the draft again,
Hi,
same for that
hello,
carry, I
Muskan.
agree with
Welcome
y'all,
to
same
the
for that
stream.
carry. It looked like it was very Falcon comfortable. It was just like heroes. We
तुम
played the 4
देखते
heroes you've
अच्छा
seen.
ज़्यादा छाड़ा बन रहा है क्या
Is that a good sign? Is that a sign of weakness or more of
इसमें
just
कौन है
you know
अच्छा
like an
ये
opening
फेवरेट
chess
बॉय
game?
ये
I
होगा ना
think they're
प्लेयर
going to spread their wings. I think
ये
it's
अच्छा
about
समझ
time
गया
to see that. We've seen it
सीरीज
right now.
फेवरेट बॉय
Yeah, it could happen. Could happen. I don't doubt anymore. I mean, there's times even in NACT when we thought things weren't going to happen and the world was surprised. And if I've learned anything from watching the M Series,
KGT
it's been
स्प्रिंग
full of
भी है
surprises
साथ में
and full of upsets. So as we get to game 2, we'll have to see where it goes.
And for the Falcon fans out there, I think you got to be hoping that that was just a stretch, right? That was the warm-up. That was, let's get our thumbs ready for game 2, you know,
अच्छा स्प्रिंग
crack
एनिमी
some
में था ये
knuckles. And now we're in a place where let's push things a little
Quick
bit. And a
team में
lot
आ
of that's
गया
going to come down to the coaches, right? With the way we saw draft last game, I think coach
ये
is
स्प्रिंग
going
एनिमी
to
से
be
मिला क्या तुम्हें
extremely
ये है ना
important into
सेम
this. But we
स्प्रिंग
do
है
have
ना
a head-to-head between
अच्छा ये
Kelra
दोनों
and
एनिमी
Ben.
में थे अच्छा
Okay, so far
समझ गया
it's
समझ
clear
गया
that the numbers don't lie. Kelra above and beyond.
ठीक है
The question is, what do y'all see in Benny that might be the game changer? What can he do against the Filipino Savage, against the gold standard? Because numbers-wise, You can't beat Kelra.
I think you're in a spot where maybe the goal isn't to exactly beat Kelra.
Homie's
to find the cracks in the rest of
exactly.
the team, right?
Homie's a 5-time MVP in M6 so far. Top 1. Oh, behind him is Aaron, Shiki, and Skylar, 4 apiece. So with that said, then he must be looking at that like, not toe-to-toe, not up front.
This is the goal. It's gold lane supremacy right now, and Kelra definitely sits at the top of that pedestal.
You know, it's funny with Vinny, they say he's like the best Bruno out in Myanmar. So maybe if he gets the Bruno in his hands, it could be the difference. But as we are now jumping into the draft for game number 2 in this best of 5 for knockout stage, day 2.
Spectate YZ again. अरे
Falcons rise to the occasion and even out
टूर्नामेंट
the series.
देखना है
All
ना.
right, opening up, it's Falcon Esports on the play. Fnatic Onyx answering back. A respect for Brusco's Matilda. And it's just another day in the office.
I'll tell you who's
for
King Kong
Fnatic
with.
Onyx, banning out the usual Fanny and Jushin.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple overall. My guess is FNOP once again is going to force FCON into some sort of trade. Now, FCON taking a page out of FNOP's book and banning out the Granger. Now, this time, Fnatic Onyx have that choice between the Suyo or the Bruno, but I don't think they're going to ban either, man. I think they're willing to throw the trade out. They are comfortable enough to be like, fine, pick which one do you want, man? Because we're going to get 2 powers back. Hilda's still open. Cho's still open. So many options, and they ban out the high-lows. So now FCON is in the sticky situation. Once again, this is what FCON was supposed to do last game.
Yep, and FNOP made it happen from red this time. They did it blue.
चाय पानी पी के चले जाना.
All right, they get the
खाना भी खिला
Bruno,
दूंगा, कोई बात नहीं.
and now FNOP can go Suyo X, Suyo Hilda.
Suyo Hilda,
King Kong,
Suyo
I'll tell you,
whatever,
Ishita, who's
honestly.
King Kong with.
But it puts Falcon in a
See,
good
this
situation,
one is
right?
Kelra. The person in the left is Kelra.
Fnatic Onyx, not gonna waste
Means
any
Dexter,
time.
खाना खा लिया क्या? अरे खा तो लिया मैंने.
And the Joy.
Dexter 100 diamond का started box चलो एक चुप.
Very well against the Suyo. It can win out in the 1v1s. We've seen so many junglers win out against
भाई
the
एनी
Suyo.
बॉक्स
It's one
तेरे
of the
चक्कर में
few
बहुत डायमंड आ रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है?
junglers right now who
मैं नहीं
go
करने वाला.
like toe-to-toe in terms of just 1v1. So now FCON has to think maybe they don't pick the Suyo. Maybe they go for something like the Alpha.
Joy gold नहीं.
Bovius again.
अरे
This one looks a little better against
they
the
pick
Joy and
heroes
the Joe.
and then switch
So
कर लेते
maybe
हैं
it's
आपस
not
में.
complete comfort, but at least it looks good.
So in the first phase alone, I can say that Falcon Esports are again hedging on Royal Milk. A lot of their big wins in Swiss.
और इधर में ना देखो इधर में क्या होता है कि गेम के अंदर तो दे स्वाप बट यहाँ पे वो नेम चेंज नहीं कर सकते ना. समझ रहे हो यहाँ पे से ना वो नेम चेंज कर सकते एकदम से. तो अभी बस पिक दिखाएंगे फिर बाद में वो हीरोज चेंज कर देंगे दिखा देंगे.
I like this against the Phobius.
Well, we have to see what's going to be the response in the gold lane, though, right? I mean, we see the Bruno picked up from Benny. There's been a couple of different marksmen that rose to the occasion. With the
in game तो ये
being off
Joy
the table, you still have the
ये King Kong. This is King Kong.
The Layla.
Doing really
This
good.
guy is King Kong.
The Layla.
We saw it from Keller before.
The one who's sitting down
the
now
Bruno.
is King Kong.
That's right.
I'm just saying we can't count Kellera out.
No.
I'm not even worried about his gold pick because it doesn't really feel like it matters that much. Like he'll make ends meet with whatever you give him.
Exactly. Now how hilarious would it be, but just as well, very justified, that Falcon bans the Bea and the Layla. And then they allow the fair pick of the Moscow.
You know, it'd be funny to see Fnatic Onyx pick up the glue. You know, especially you could technically put in the XP lane up against the Phobius and just let the Cho
Does well against it.
run the roam position, and honestly it'd be a really good pickup here considering the Cho's single target. Well, I guess not single target, but it's not as easily able to control majority of the map. So I think that would be an excellent pickup.
Now if that happens, I don't think I'd like to see the Layla because there's nobody protecting you. That's 2 dive type of frontliners. And Kellera is left alone. Kellera's good, but not, you know, no peel good.
I'm on the mind of FCON jungle right now.
Connected.
And
अच्छा वो नाक के
Alpha's
ऊपर वाला
gone.
area.
Suyo is open, but I think FNOP wants them to go Suyo.
They'd rather
I'm
hit
almost
Suyo.
looking last, you know, slot 5. They go for maybe an assassin here. Maybe it's time to bring
जैसे
out
कोई है
something
Indian
like
player
that. Tahaya,
M6 में
something
नहीं है
along
नहीं है
those
मुस्कान नहीं
lines.
है.
We know they have that type of
कहाँ
jungler
इसका?
in their kit, and it could be troublesome for the Farza and the rest of the team.
But the stats say Suyo has a
अच्छा
better
हाँ थोड़ा सा
score
है.
over Joy. Is
I haven't
Fnatic
seen the 1v1.
exactly? Is Fnatic Onyx the one to say, you know what? You
मैं
don't
इधर ही
know
हूँ.
the Beast. You don't know the Sigma jungler. You haven't seen him mewing.
Silent
Look
अरे
smacks
silent
in
मत रहो ना. Hello
Ohio fan
Lydia,
attacks.
what's
You
up?
haven't. So maybe
How are you,
and
Lydia?
that's exactly what they're saying here.
My future wifey, what's
I
up?
mean, they can go for it, and it will work. I mean, it can work. It's pretty much whoever gets
Welcome
the
to
first
the
few
stream.
kills,
He's
right?
cute though.
From what we've seen, we saw
Usman,
yesterday, we
तुम
saw
कुछ भी
Joy
बोल
win
रहे
out
हैं, look
sometimes.
here.
We
So
saw
obviously
the
they
Suyo
are
win
young,
out.
na.
Whoever scales
Everyone
a
is
bit quicker
young.
is gonna win out.
Yeah, right now you are seeing that Claude picked up. It's going to have a little bit of that
मैं
survivability
M50
working
player की बात कर
inside
रहा
of Kelra's favor. I mean, he was already hard to kill
Future
before, right?
wifey
But now
is
it's gonna
good.
be even
Nice,
more
nice, nice.
challenging. Not to mention, he should be able to soak
Stay,
in
she should stay
the
good and
more
healthy.
tankier composition with that Phobius
Okay,
and
Lydia,
that Tig on the other
stay
side.
good and
And
healthy.
there's the Suyo. Confirmed. You still need
How
a
are
mid
you, by
laner.
the way?
What does PX7 pick
Done
up here?
with
His
your
Vex is
lunch,
open.
breakfast.
Vex is open.
बाहर
Eve is
गया था,
open. Eve is
सारा
still
checking
open.
चल रहा है.
We saw the Eve Tig from FNOP yesterday, and it did
क्या चोरी
wonderful
किया?
together. They could go for something like a root. Oh no, they still need a mid. Vex,
Your team is picked.
Oh,
they go for the Pharaohs this time. But against the Claude, against the Farza, against the Joy, it's a little scary. They're picking that into multiple counters.
Well, they can go the glue. I would have said Vexana just for the fact if you could deny the glue from Fnatic
Yeah, but
Onyx.
glue gets
Nice
hard
checking.
countered.
You're gonna
by
get
Back
blown
to the
up.
yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get blown up. Pharaohs destroy.
Oh, true.
Glue.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Priestess of
No
Power.
license,
Keep
no
it simple.
paper.
Put
Yeah,
Kirk on the Edith.
did you see
That's
Kirk
the
last night?
signature
You see
monstrous.
Kirk last night?
Claude, he did.
He did not.
See, now they change. देखा?
Monster.
All right, y'all know he didn't
OPP.
die. So, with that said,
कल
let's
आई
throw it
थी
over to our
पूछती थी मैं
casters.
बट आप गेम
Call
में
in
थे
game
तो
number
आपका आईडी
2.
सर्वर
Nice
आईडी
with
मुझे
Ian. Let's go.
किसका आईडी सर्वर मेरा
Hey, you know who saw Kirk last night? We did. And everybody else saw Kirk's performance, but also Phobius and Benny's Bruno this time around.
मेरा
Man, I
आईडी
gotta
सर्वर
say,
चाहिए क्या
it was an electrifying game one, but this draft this time for Falcon Esports, is it going to be enough to take them into the series and even it out 1-1?
You know, I do have to agree with Trex, man. You picked up the Faramis up against the Farsa and the Claude, natural counters of the Faramis. They're just going to
मेरा
burn through
उसका मत
the
देना एनी
Netherrealm,
बॉक्स
but
तो
let's still
प्लीज
see how Falcon
Please,
will
मत
respond to
देना.
Fnatic Onyx.
They've got to respond. They both have comfort picks leading into this game. And really, when it comes down to it, you got to be able to contain the lightning that is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We'll see if Falcon can soar high. Game number 2, jumping to the land of Dawn.
ऐसे मत
It
बोल
breaks
यार
down to this Dax and King Kong in the jungle. This
उसको मैं
time
पिक
Dax,
देखा ही नहीं मैं चैट
also
में भी
a
देखा
pick that he loves to take into the games. We'll see how he answers mid lane. It gets a lot of action early on, especially when we see the Cho in play. And this time they'll try to secure the buffs and the early rotations.
दोनों
But
टीम
Egon,
अच्छा लग रहा
anything
है
sticking
दोनों टीम
out so far emblem-wise for you when we
Nah.
get a preview of it?
Not so much. It's just that Dax again resulted to the
नहीं
impure
भाई
rate,
मैं
so
तो
he
हालत
definitely
से
wants to go
मार
for
के
the
भाग
sustain.
जाता जो तेरे
Not
से
so
नहीं
much
हो
about the
पाया
attack, but
एनिमे
looking at Kelra, unfazed, unbothered. Quantum Charge, Master Assassin. He wants to go aggressive in the gold lane.
This is what I love about Kirk too. Kirk loves the Warcry emblem on the Edith. And there's a reason why he gets so many kills when he does pick it. Such a comfort pick for him, and we've even seen him go to the extent of just taking Lords alone. So again, something that Falcon Esports wants to go ahead and keep in consideration. A lot of the early poking going back and forth. Brusco loves to be pretty aggressive on the Cho. A King Kong too on this side of the jungle.
खत्म
Oh,
ओ बचा लिया
Or Chatter Flicker combination. Here comes King Kong. Might be able to take down Dax. Super Friends once again shining for the Super family. They want to extend their lead by trying to go for Royal Milk. But again, Brusco will disengage. That was a huge response coming in from Super Friends.
Big response, PX7 could be in trouble. Brusco taking a couple of shots,
अरे वो
one
है ना
kick, 2 kicks, gone. Super
ये
Fritz
कौन है
will
ये
pick up the kill.
The
Paramis
aggression
मेरी तो है
of the mid-roam combination paired up with King Kong's fast farming. This was actually
अरे
what the
मजाक कर रहा
panel
हूँ
has been
मुस्कान जी
saying.
मजाक कर रहा
In terms
हूँ
of
आपकी मर्जी
statistics,
आपको जिसको जो
Suyo has a
देना है
better
दो
win rate compared to Joy, but again, Trek said it's all going to boil down to
बस
who's
ज़्यादा
going
मत
to
देना
farm up
बस
faster. And so far, King Kong is one level ahead of Dax.
I'm wondering how this matchup will play apart.
कुछ भी अगर
You know, we
डायमंड
saw
डोमेन
this
अगर
answer
ऐसा कुछ
already.
देना है
Benny, oh, in
ओ
trouble.
खत्म
Feathered airstrike finds the mark, and now the fight for the turtle's gonna break out.
मैंने आपको
Infernal
गेम
Pursuit, they're
में
going to try
आईडी
and work
भेजा
on Kirk. Kirk pops his ultimate, but gets pulled up
देखो अब
and
मैं
hit
कुछ
with the
नहीं बोल रहा
Queller. A trade for Falcon
Annie Box,
Esports.
मैंने कुछ नहीं
And now
बोला
they're going to transition to the turtle. Let's see how Brusco and Super Friends will react.
They're just going to give this up. Looks like Falcon Esports will get the objective. They secure the turtle. Meanwhile, though, leave it up to FNOP to find something else where a ton of gold go in the hands of Kelra here as he pushed in.
Box मेरे को
Still,
मैसेज
of
कर
course,
दे मैं
working on that first
मुस्कान को
item.
मैसेज
He'll
कर
get the
दूंगा
level 2 boots, though, to help with some of the trades against the Bruno. So he's got
मेरे
that
को अपना आईडी
little
सर्वर दे
extra
दे मैं
physical
मुस्कान को
defense
मैसेज कर
to go
दूंगा
ahead and deal with that, because this is a matchup that, yeah, maybe some people wouldn't like to play in the Bruno. I mean, Bruno, obviously, just massive win rate right now, pick rate as well. The Claude so much, not so much so. You know, it's specific gold laners and players that really like to utilize this, and Kelra being one of them. Actually, we just see a lot of the gold laners from the Philippines like to go for the Claude, and it's always something they can take into consideration later in the game where they split push on the map.
Yeah, I think that's why Fnatic Onyx Philippines
कर दिया भाई
early rotated up top, because we've been talking about this a while ago, that they normally don't
एक मैसेज
engage
में
in
भेजने
gold
में
lane,
क्या
but
दिक्कत
in
होता
this
है
case,
भाई
since the
सारा
opposing
दो
team
अलग
has
अलग
the
भेजता है
Bruno and Keller has an unfavorable hero in this Claude, they have to work on the gold lane, but right now Royal Nick with an Infernal Pursuit.
They're going to go in. Kirk, a little bit of health still left. Will flicker on out defensively. So going to be just fine. Now still the fight. Going to disengage both sides, but some battle spells, ultimates used in that exchange. There's the kick, though.
And the Feathered Airstrike. PX7
मुस्कान
though
आपको
with
भेज
another
दिया
round
मैंने
to try and save Kid X. Brusco forced to use the flicker. So that was still a good initiation, counter initiation for Falcon Esports. They did, however, lose their Nether Realm with this incoming turtle.
Part of this again too is just to be able to contain, you know, allowing your junglers to get the buffs. Now look at King Kong.
Oh,
He can actually go in. Looks like
नहीं,
it
चुरा
was
लिया
taken, so Dax,
चुरा
no
लिया
purple buff for him.
You were just about to say that the junglers need to get their buffs, and King Kong already stole one. 1.2k gold lead for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But
चुरा
still,
लिया
Falcon
मेरे को लगा
Esports
रेड
still
गलती हो
putting
गया
on,
मतलब
trying to control
चुरा
the
लिया
higher
चुरा
ground
लिया
in Turtle Pit. They want to go for the neutral objectives as much as possible to try and delay Fnatic Onyx Philippines' fast rotation. This is how you keep up with the tempo of Fnatic. If you can't go for kills, go for those objectives.
They're going to go for it. Feather Airstrike, there's the kick.
Okay, paired up with a Feathered Airstrike, a mega kill coming in from Super Friends, but they're gonna answer back by taking down Brusco as well. They have full control over this turtle, but King Kong will make it in time.
I'm not sure if he's going to get there in time. Dax will get the turtle.
And the Primal Wrath coming in from Kirk, but PX7 goes in with the Nether Realm. Look at
Oh,
King Kong with
Rajmil
electric.
खत्म, ये भी
Take
खत्म.
down
What?
one more, make it
जी,
two.
क्या
No trade
डैमेज
for
है
Falcon. They did,
भाई
however, get
क्या
the turtle,
डैमेज है
but Fnatic Onyx Philippines will transition in the middle lane.
Benny making his way alongside Dax. They will hold on to the turret. Benny taking a
चुरा
couple
लिया है
shots, but it's
तुमने
Kelra
जब ब्लू
now
पर
taking
Rendos
the
नहीं
bats,
चुराना
but he's going to be
था
fine. And meanwhile, down
पागल
the
हो गया
bottom
भाई
side, King Kong just pushing in. There's the kick.
Oh, and the Feathered Airstriker reached Kid X, forcing him to use the Sacred Hammer to evade. And again, how many times have we seen King
1v1.
Kong? Actually, we don't see it because it's always an off-cam kill on the bottom lane, Naisu.
He's everywhere and anywhere that he needs to be. And it just seems like FNOP continuing on. Now, Benny could be in trouble.
Okay, there's still no Jeet Kune Do. Okay, it connected, but Benny, okay, we know that Benny is one of the best Bruno players, not just in a specific region, but actually in the whole M6. And now he has to step up, especially when it reached the 16-minute mark, where Bruno is really activated, can go for a potential comeback up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But in order to do that, the rest of the members from Falcon need to step up and try to extend the game to that mark.
This is what FNOP likes to do. They like to play on all fronts, all lanes. You know, Feathered Airstrike just to go ahead, get that limit test in on
बस एक
Royal
रिवैम्प
Milk.
मिला और कुछ
Does
नहीं
get brought down under half health, but he's going to be fine. Essentially, it's Falcon Esports to go ahead and adjust, you know, side of the lanes, top side too.
अच्छा खेलता है
Maintain what
वाह
they can. And like you
इतना
mentioned,
वाह
Benny, he needs to get to the point where, you know, he has the space to work with. He can actually go ahead and utilize the setup from Kid X, hopefully later on, and they can even rely on Royal Milk to stay that front side again.
They're gonna easily burst down Kid X right away. Not even a single reaction from Falcon Esports. Now gonna transition up top. They're gonna gang up on Benny.
Benny in trouble, sliding tackle in. Brusco, one hit away, won't get it. Still alive, and they pick up a kill now on Benny.
Oh, that was a quick response for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They know that their power spike is now Super Friends with the Feathered Airstrike paired up with a Flicker. Now Kirk goes in with the Earth Shatter PX7 with the Nether Realm, but it's not gonna out-sustain the damage. Kelra goes in with a Blazing Duel, and that's gonna be a double kill for King Kong. And just like that, in your words, Naisu, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're just too damn good.
Right now, they are charged up and ready to go. They'll get this turtle as well. It is still 2-1 in terms of turtles, but man, every fight that's going right now, it's FNOP that comes out on top of it. They have to be able to take down Super Prince. I mean, we've seen
शायद
the
3-0 होगा
utilization
obviously
of
bro
the Flicker
obviously
defensively, aggressively, and everything. So, Falcon Esports, they want to be able to
they
lock
are
someone
playing
down, but
too
who
good
do
bro
they
too
get?
good
Because even when you think they're actually going to be able to kind of withstand a forced fight, it's either Kirk or it's Brusco. Every time that Flicker is available to Brusco, he's going in, trying to set up a kick here. Now at this point, they'll have to respond. Falcon Esports trying to find out what they can. And when you're looking at the damage, the amount of damage that's being done here, they just need more time to farm up. The fact that they have this fairness in their favor, it's not the same amount of damage burst that comes out from Super Prince.
You know, at this point, Super Prince is really
exactly
trying to force PX7 to use the Netherlands right away before they fully commit, but here comes the play. Oh, Kikondo plus Flicker combination, gonna bring down Royal Milk. Infernal Pursuit's not gonna be enough now. Again, gonna transition onto Dax. Will they overcommit though? They don't have minions, and under the turret, they might go for the discipline route and just walk away.
Falcon at this point trying to get what they can across the map. It's probably going to be this tier 1, but they get the information that you guys might want to back off from that as the rotation comes through from Fnatic, Onyx, PH, and this is what they like to do. Dax in trouble. Still going to be fine. Kelro won't dive into that, but they will work on the tier 2 turret now. PX7 joining him up. Not going to go down just yet, but Super Prince.
Another Dare Strike going to connect onto 2, forcing PX7 and Dax to walk away. Zoning them out. Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They're going to have minions under the middle lane. Are they going to commit the mid push? Because right now they have a 7.3k gold lead. At this point, you're free to do anything.
Yeah, when you have this
Good
kind
night,
of lead,
cute
it's
guy.
really,
Shut the fuck up, Mark.
you have to be very careful on how you
Good night,
approach
good night.
some of these fights. Even into this first Lord, if Falcon Esports approaches it and gets out of place, out of position, I would say even if Kid X gets that implosion set up, again, mind you, they've got a couple of things to work out. There's the kick from Brusco.
Plus the feathered airstrike, forcing PX7 to use the Nether Realm right away. King Kong onto the back line. Whoa! Okay, manages to get an implosion, but Brusco picks up the kill. Royal Milk has to flicker away. Here comes the Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kirk with a primal wrath, but they're gonna answer right back and take down one Fnatic member down.
Oh, Super Prince.
That's 2 kills for Fnatic Onyx Philippines in exchange for Kirk.
He's keeping Dax
Yeah,
there. Dax is going to go ahead and regen, but King Kong will jump in. Super Prince waiting patiently, relying on Benny to come help him out. He wants to clear that way.
Oh,
there's the feathered airstrike.
Oh, but
They're going to cancel it out so he doesn't get the one last in, and Super Prince will back off, but they bought themselves enough time to secure the Lord for FNOP. King Kong waits a little bit longer, and there you go. Objective secured.
Fortunately for Falcon Esports, you know, the Faram is actually scared off Super Prince's Farsa. That was one more hit to Dax with a feathered airstrike. So Falcon Esports, they did not lose any bodies with Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They got the Lord uncontested, and now they're going to try
Minion wave आने वाला था.
make sure the minions are the minion waves are
तो
managed.
इसलिए उसने वो रोक दिया क्योंकि वो लॉर्ड नेक्स्ट वेव में है, इस वेव में ना है,
with a 9.2k
इसलिए वो
gold lead.
रुका वहाँ पे 2
Again, it's a
सेकंड.
massive lead for them, so Falcon Esports backs against the wall. We saw a preview of the team fight
रैंक
potential,
में
even if
घंटा
an
भाई
implosion is
घंटा
set
भाई
up.
जल्दी
They just
हाइपर
don't
नहीं
have
है
the
मार.
firepower right now, so this main idea might be to get a pick here. King Kong, though, elusive as he is on the Joy, will be able to just freely get away. Still waiting for that Lord to push in. So Falcon wants to
Press
stay
यार
in this
not
game.
hate cute guy
With this
मार
kind of
मैं गाली दे
deficit
दूंगा
is
मजाक
they've
नहीं कर
got
रहा
to be able
साला
to
बार
pull the holy
cute guy बोलना बंद
defense
कर चुप.
off. A miracle play, if you will. They try to hold on at the
कल
tier
अपने
2
टीम में
mid.
भी
Kirk will
ख्वाता है
jump
भाई
in, gets
रहने
the
दो.
tackle out.
चलो कल
Feathered
की बात
airstrike
याद
dropped
नहीं करनी है
down,
नहीं
and
वो.
the shields are gonna be
भूल जाओ.
popping. There's Brusco once again as a threat, looking for the kick. They just get a couple shots in the base turrets as
ले
King
लो
Kong
भैया, I will
approaches with that bottom wave.
अरे बहुत क्रिंज
But right now,
आदमी है ये
Falcon
मार्क
Esports
तक
holding in.
मार
This
बहुत
might be
ज़्यादा
the moment
क्रिंज
though, as
आदमी.
this next powered up wave
इसका
will push
इसका
into the base.
अभी
Okay, Brusco has the
वो
conceal. He
होगा
does have the
शायद.
flicker. But I think Fnatic Onyx Philippines are not going to overcommit because Falcon Esports made quick work of the mid lane minions and now going to transition onto the top and to the bottom. Fnatic Onyx Philippines trying to play as disciplined as possible. They can't find the proper angle to penetrate the defense, to penetrate the front line and get to Benny.
Still, give it up to Falcon Esports, even despite being down this much. Hold on to their base turrets, even if it's just barely in the mid lane. looking at the items, you can see the glaring difference between the gold laners. You know, nearly 3,000 gold difference. And they're able to take a risk because of the fact that Kelra has these items now in the mid lane.
KidX
मेरा
targets Kurt
कुछ
onto the
नहीं
back
है,
line, gonna
सिर्फ
get
मार्क
ganked
का
up by
रखा है
5
मैंने।
super to the rescue. Defender airstrike gonna take down Kurt. Once again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong with the electrifying beach, trying to go for the back line, but PX7 with a clutch Nether Realm, and all the while Kelra just worked on the top lane inhibitor turret, executed flawlessly by Fnatic, but a heads-up play for KidX for Falcon
I'm pretty
Esports.
obvious
Took them a little bit longer, but they got the two base turrets down off of that Lord take. And again, Kelra now picking up the Malefic Roar. As we were saying, the spark difference
I don't
between the
know.
gold laner damage is
I won't comment on
massive.
that if I'm ugly or
And
not.
so we're looking at another 5+ minutes, really, for Falcon Esports, possibly to get back.
I might
fighting
not
form.
be.
They might have to go ahead and give up even the next Lord at this point, unless they can somehow
आलू
get a
बोल
pick
रहा
off.
है
And I feel
शायद।
like that's what
अरे
they've been
आलू
trying
जी
to
आप
do,
बात करो ना
but it
हमसे।
just hasn't worked.
बात
Because
कीजिए
most
आप।
of the times you have people like, you know, these heroes like the Joy that are just scouting things out, and King Kong can easily get away unless he's locked down
भाई
properly.
चुप साला।
Picks up the Divine Glaive himself, so the amount of magic damage being utilized here between
ओए
him and
वहाँ
Super Friends,
जाके
even
सो जा भाई।
to an extent,
अरे
Kirk
खुद का फालतू
is a massive.
हरकतें
The
होती हैं।
Lord will be started up.
So yeah.
Still looking to make a play up there on the top, trying to get that tier 1 down. Quick work on this Lord take.
Okay, an uncontested Lord for Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Falcon
Okay, let's
Esports. They're no longer looking for a trade. I think with their current composition, they can, however, try and clear this, especially if no one gets
Soja,
picked
Mark,
off. And
Soja.
KidX makes another miracle implosion play, so it's still possible for Falcon Esports to try and turn things around and force the
scoring
game
है,
to the
Onyx
16,
जीत जाएगा
17
इस
minute
यहाँ
mark
पर।
when Benny is going to be
देखना
activated
कैमरा
for
करके
their
मेरे को भी
side.
दिखा।
Benny's positioning is what's
मेरे को
crucial
भी
here. You can
देखनी
still
है
play around the
blushing।
fact that you
चुप।
have a Nether Realm to help you. He's got a little
I
bit
don't
of
blush.
defensive, picks
I
up the
don't blush,
Rose of
guys. I
Gold
don't
Meteor,
blush.
so he's got that beauty
I have
also
a
for
very,
Dax on this,
very
possibly
dull
the
face.
last
I don't
defense.
blush.
We'll see how they play apart. FNOP takes the last base turret in, and now walking in slowly with the Lord up front. Taking a couple shots, they still respect the damage that can come out. Benny on the front side, gonna get checked, but they actually defend, even despite the 13K lead right now for FNOP. Not sure if they actually go in further. It looks like they do really want to just be disciplined here because of the fact that they have to respect how much utility is actually there for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, again, they have the Nether Realm, and KidX can go in anytime with the implosion. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, even if they have this huge lead, 12.9k, even if they had the Lord, even if they have damage coming in from Kelra, the utility, the PX7 alone with the Nether Realm is going to be enough for Falcon Esports to out-sustain 2 to 3 seconds worth of damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines and eventually enable Benny to just wreak havoc up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Not to mention, he did, however, pick up the Rose Gold Meteor, as you mentioned, and he does Access Purify. So in terms of positioning, when it comes to those clashes, it's going to be also hard for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to lock down on Benny.
Sort of surprised, you know, with FNOP, even with the lead that they have, based off even what we saw in game 1. How kind of slow they're taking that approach into the base, and part of it really is just because, for example, if one person goes down from FNOP and they overextend into a base push, that's a whole lot of gold going to whoever gets that kill from Falcon Esports. And if it's Benny, obviously he's pretty much there. I mean, he does have the itemization that he needs. Still working on the last one. But you can already see it. You know, when they get a preview of the damage, when they're defending, it's there. And a Nether Realm alone is enough, no matter how behind PX7 was. For example, Nether Realm is enough utility and enough value to actually turn base defenses where we've seen this even in previous competitive games for MLBB before, where a Nether Realm, a clutch timing on it, can keep you into the game. So it's FNOP practicing that disciplined approach. You're still waiting for that Lord to come up. Not really going to be able to find anything from this. So rather just kind of out of stalemate until Falcon Esports gets in that defense mode again.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx Philippines gonna do this by the book. Gonna try and get an uncontested Lord, but looking at the position, the rest of the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, if someone for Falcon Esports try to get information, get vision, for sure Fnatic Onyx Philippines won't be afraid to try and dive down and get a burst.
Lord's up here now, so
अकेला डैमेज क्या करेगा भाई, उसको पिक ऑफ भी तो वैसे ही कर रहे हैं ना वो, वैसे वो आगे आता है भाई, उसको मुंह पे लात पड़ती है, कह रहा है मैंने फिर कर नहीं लिया.
So have they bought enough time earlier on? We did say, you know, Falcon Esports needs about 5 minutes. They got the 5 minutes. They made that work. That was one of the boxes they had to check. Now can they make this a team fight, a defense to possibly turn the game in its favor? Again, they have, what, no turrets down. So they have to win a base defense and possibly swing towards the base of FNOP. And as they wait for that Lord to approach, FNOP will deal with ways managing them up. This is one of the things, you know, Dax himself has good damage on the Suyo, but he's nearly just got to wait for Kid X. If Kid X lands this explosion, already Kid X in trouble.
They got spotted out and bursted down. Kid X immortality will be popped. That's one number down for Falcon Esports. But Kelra actually is not going to mind Kid X anymore. They want to go for the tower push.
Without Kid X, though, can they even win this fight here? They're going to break out.
Okay, they're going to zone out the members of Falcon Esports with a feathered airstrike. They're going to log onto the base and win game number 2 for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And off a questionable positioning, punishing the positioning mistake, man. We don't even get to see Falcon Esports go for the base defense that they were building up to and they bought time for, as FNOP will punish any mistake they see.
अरे मुस्कान जी आप जिस साइड से करते हो ना, that's too expensive, okay? मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि आप कहाँ से कर सकते हो जो कि सस्ता है. वेबसाइट ही बताऊंगा मैं, don't worry.
To showcase their discipline, their macro gameplay, and their patience up against a team like Falcon Esports. That game was executed to perfection by the whole squad of the Super Family.
Man, I'm just not sure the call there. You know, with Kid X, that was crucial. I was saying, you know, we need this implosion to see the time turn. Hey, maybe the panel can make sense of that. Panel,
आपका बहुत waste हो रहा है अगर वहाँ से कराते हो तो.
Thanks, Jose and Jose. A little longer in the tank this one went. 17 minutes and 48, still the win for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and with that, we are at match point. Gentlemen, it seems like Fnatic Onyx are also capable of swinging it over and giving Super Friends and King Kong a little bit of spotlight.
Yeah, this one wasn't really the age of Kelra, but yeah, again, Super Friends and King Kong combination. Just hard to match up with. You have the Joy, right? Super mobile, able to get to the objectives, and you know, we kind of talked about it briefly while the game was going on. The farm rotation from King Kong. He's able to farm very effectively with this Joy, take the neutral objectives, and also be aggressive. I think he got that first kill on Dax with that orange buff.
Yeah, I think that's the big key is he wasn't only my job is to get the objectives type of jungler this time around. He was aggressive, he was able to attack, he was able to put damage out, and that's so important on these Joys because Joy can take a little bit of time, but because he was able to get some of those early game kills, he was online much faster.
And I think that's the beauty of this draft by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. The fact that they, once again, in the second phase going in, allowed for the Suyo to come in despite the stats saying otherwise. You should not run the Suyo into the Joy or the Joy into the Suyo. It was the Joy and Cho opener. The draft alone, once again, allowed for Fnatic Onyx to make the active calls and say, Falcon, are you sure? Falcon Esports, this is what we're ending up with. And let's look at the item builds, let's look at the stats. Despite it going longer, something tells me this was more of a non-starter for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, definitely hard to match the pace of Fnatic Onyx, right? I mean, we talked about it from the beginning, aggression versus endurance, and they're very aggressive. This is a 17-minute game, a little bit longer of a stretch than the last one, but still the same result, right? Even though Kelra wasn't really the one to get the job done, he played more for survivability on this one, right? He trusted in his teammates, he trusted in King Kong to be able to get those neutral objectives and Super Friends. From afar, raining down the artillery, but I got a question. Was Faramis the right play?
I mean, the Faramis, when we saw it so late in the game, felt a little bit off with some of the picks that were already on the field. You're up against Kelra on this Claude, which I think can do a great job against it. You're up against this Farza, and you're up against King Kong, who played a very aggressive game and could get in the midst of that Cold Ulcer and just bring everything down. And King Kong, once he gets Holy Crystalline, you know, it's trouble, man. It is a problem. The damage is just too much for everyone to handle.
So to answer your question, Faramis was kind of
Farameh.
Right? Again, the amount of AoE and the potential for Fnatic Onyx to come in at many different angles to bully your formation out of position makes the Faramis less than ideal. I'm sure PX7 and the rest of the gang had a plan for it. It's just we really did see it come to fruition. If you ask me, it feels like Falcon actually just ran back a little bit of what happened in Game 1. Iterated, polished it, but we all watched Game 1 and that wasn't close.
And it's always challenging when you have the Faramis on the board, not to mention when you have the TIG as well, because TIG with the Implosion or Faramis with that Cold Altar requires your team to play close together, right? But Fnatic, they know how to be aggressive. They know how to separate your players, and then you're out of range for the Cold Altar. You're out of range to be effective on the Implosion play, and that's when you see Fnatic take advantage of the engagement.
Dear God, look at the Monster Mage, 63K.
Yeah, Super Friends is, I mean, continues to be a monster. Very similar to Kelra. Like, no matter what mage you give this man, he is making plays. But when it comes to these backline mages, especially the Farza or the Yve, but the Farza was so fun watching yesterday. And it was extremely fun watching today. I love how he picks up the flicker. And this flicker, for Super Friends at least, is almost never used defensively. It is a engage, flicker in, look for the stun, look for the play. I mean, isn't it aggressive flicker?
It's a reposition. We've seen it in the last Turtle fight, and then we saw it a few times inside Falcon Esports' base. And you'll see here, the gold graph, for the first, 5-6 minutes, it was under control. It seemed like Falcon were keeping it close, and then suddenly, what was this? The last Turtle, it went for a drop. This is just showcasing Fnatic Onyx understanding of what makes macro work. Because sure, you gave the turtle, but you're losing more on money.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When they're in control, it's very hard for them to let go of that, and it goes to show they're definitely paying attention to the objectives. And Falcon, they need to find a way to turn this around, right? That chokehold is getting tighter and tighter. It's now 2-0, potentially match point on the way.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, even with that first turtle, it still felt like FNOP was in control, because remember, they gave them that first turtle, got a bunch of gold plating off the gold tower.
Stole the purple.
Stole purple. They got such a great trade out of that. We're able to push back Benny and give Kelra the advantage in that gold lane. So even when FCon gets some of these neutral objectives, FNOP never really loses out, and that's what FCon has to do. Force them to lose out on these trades.
I'm wondering if this is an all-time high. 12.9. For sure an all-time high, at least in the knockouts, if I'm not mistaken, for this gold lead happening at about the 14-15 minute mark of game number 2. Amazing work by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Definitely in control even more. Ladies and gentlemen, it's award of MVP. Who could it be? Fnatic Onyx Philippines' very own. I think it's the Monster Mage, man. You just gotta give it to Prince Ramirez.
Oh man, definitely well deserved on the Farza. Like I said, the flicker was not to escape. It was to engage, and that's exactly what he did today on this Farza with the artillery. Very hard to deal with and provided all the damage necessary.
भाई अभी मुस्कान ने 350 डायमंड दिया, स्टारलाइट भी चल रही है.
Flying under the radar of that MVP ding for a while. I feel like it's been well deserved for a minute now. So it's nice to see his face up there. It's nice to see him because this guy is truly a monster. I mean, it feels like it's hard to pick and choose on the side of FNOP, but my eyes a lot of the time end up on Super Friends. The plays he make are just unbelievable.
Let's check out the highlights here. Big spots for the Monster Mage. You see here, late entry. He comes in without even an ult. He's just wings by wings in. One blast, and then we're good.
Next match from lane to lane. I think
Farza might be a breakout hero for the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his positioning, right? He always plays from afar. I mean, look how far he is in this turtle engagement. That's what makes the difference, right? Playing for survivability, but also utilizing the AoE range from that feathered airstrike to the maximum potential. And then who else to clean it up? King Kong. Not a way to slow him down, even with the TIG, still able to find the opportunity.
I love what you said about the Farza being a breakout in the knockout stage, because especially for FNOP, it fits their quick moving laning phase. It fits the way they want to move around the map. Super Friends hits the wings by wings, looks for these fights, and it also fits their layering style of fighting, to where each person will kind of take a turn of engaging, disengaging, moving back and forth. They're never stagnant in these team fights. and that Farza works so well for Super Friends in their form.
All right, folks, it's not like we're seeing Farza for the first time in M6, but the fact that it's coming back with such great returns, great highlights, great stats, make it a breakout hero. Who else might we see? It has to be something that Falcons bring out now. Because game 1 and game 2 of those drafts, they look very similar, and the results are similar too. So, you know, this is the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something new.
Right, but end up getting the same result. Right now, I'm pretty sure, I don't even think Eve was banned in that last game. It was available, and Fnatic Onyx still prioed the Farza, right? You're a little bit more mobile, so I guess the survivability with the Wings by Wings, you have a lot more at your disposal, right, to engage and disengage. And then you stack that up with a Flicker as well. It's just pure chaos, and definitely not something you want to see in the hands of Super Friends. Now, everything on the line, a chance to be top 4 right now. This is where Fnatic Onyx is heading. Falcons, they need to elevate. They need to spread those wings, but how do they do it? Can they come back in this series?
1 game away from Axiata Arena is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. I bet one other place that they want to go is Qiddiya. Discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. Search for @Qiddiya Gaming. It would be cool to see some of our favorite teams in action over Qiddiya. Maybe someday soon. Thanks, Qiddiya. Play live from the 11th month of the year, that's November 22nd, to December 29th, M6 support chest will be available for a limited time.
Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark.
Hashtag
greater than ever.
Hashtag
MLBB M6.
Hashtag
Mobile Legends. Bang, bang.
All right, so with this out of the way, we were pretty urgent after game 1. Now
you're an FCon.
Now we beseech Falcon Esports to bring out something new. What could it be? When can they whip it out? It's gotta be here, it's gotta be now. Luckily, we do have a few moments before the big action begins. We have a courtside interview coming in with Rose and the gang. Let's see what they're up to.
Hello everybody and thank you to the panel. Welcome to the Courtside Report. My name is Rose and I am with Michelle. And right now I am with Mr. General Dilar, all the way from the Philippines. He is a pro player, content creator, model, and now he's a part of the MPL PH Insider. So, sir, what do you do as an MPL PH Insider?
content creator po sa Philippines.
So you're an MPL content creator, technically. So is that why you keep dancing and taunting here?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Why are you so scared to answer suddenly? Are you nervous? Okay, he's nervous. Out of nowhere.
Maybe nervous because beside the Rose, right? So any content inspiring you after watching the game 1? What do you think about their game 1?
Tingin ko dun sa game 1, mas naging agresibo lang talaga yung Onyx Philippines. Yan. Tapos hindi nakapag-skill ng maayos yung Falcon.
He said he thinks in game 1, actually, Fnatic Onyx Philippines managed to scale quicker, and after that, Falcons didn't manage to come back because of how aggressive Fnatic Onyx was. Okay, now, Dilar, I'm just going to ask you one question, okay? Give me a good answer.
Oh my God,
Sige,
Nolan.
Give me a good answer. Who do you want them to meet later on? If they were gonna proceed to the upper bracket final.
RQ versus Team Liquid.
Yes, who do you want Fnatic Onyx Philippines to meet?
Napadali naman sagot yan. Ay, tanong yan. Tingin ko kahit sino naman sa kanila, mauulit at maulit lang yung nangyari nung nakarang series.
Wow! Michelle, you know what he said? That's such an easy question. It doesn't matter who Fnatic Onyx meets because whatever happened in the past series will happen again this time around.
Whoa, so you get so confident about the team, right? So did you think they got any improvement after coming to the M6 series?
Yung
yes, ano yung improvement nila from MPL PH Season 14 to now?
Sobrang laki kasi nung MPL Philippines Grand Finals nila, medyo tumagilid na gilid pa yung yung barko. Pero ngayon, nakapag-adjust sila sa M6 na yung dropping style nila, mabilis sila nakapag-adjust compared dun sa mga ibang
मेरे
team.
फ्रेंड लिस्ट
He
में
said
है,
that
मैंने
actually
देखा ही
in
नहीं
MPL
एल्बम
PH
मैंने
season 14, the
मैंने भी
draft
नहीं
and
देखा था
everything else
पहले
was still
मैंने
shaky.
पहली
The
बार
boat
देख रहा
was
हूँ मैं
shaky because we all know that the grand finals, Aurora almost won, right? And so he said, in his opinion, this time around, Fnatic Onyx Philippines managed to work on the draft, and I'm pretty sure even discipline-wise, they're very different this time around, right?
Yes. Dahil sa syempre sa coach din.
He said also because of the coach. Okay, Dilar, what do you want to say to
Really
Fnatic
called
Onyx
that
Philippines on
funny.
the stage before we start game 3?
स्पैम के लिए
Galingan nyo palagi, tsaka gawin nyo lang yung mismong trabaho nyo, tsaka yung role nyo. At shoutout din sa, syempre sa Falcon. Kasi sila yung team na isa sa pinaka-sinusuporta ko dito sa M-Series yung Falcon niya. Kaya patuloy lang natin i-cheer yung mga bansa na sinusuportahan natin yan. Tuloy lang natin yung mga trash talkan, masaya yun
He said that to Fnatic Onyx Philippines, just continue doing what you're supposed to do and just stick to your job desk. And for Falcons as well, a big shout out to them because he said he finds Falcon really
मुस्कान
good
के fan हो
this
गए
M series.
सब
To everybody
Yes.
watching, don't forget to just support the country you guys are supporting and just continue with whatever you guys have been doing now, the banter and everything, because it's fun. It makes everything fun. Okay, thank you very much to Dilar. Thank you to Michelle. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel to start the game 3 of this game between Fnatic Onyx Philippines going up against Falcon.
That man, the general, knows what he's talking about. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Rose. Once more from the front lines. Best seats in the house. A courtside interview with a MPL Philippines alumni, MPL IB alumni, the general Dilar. That man knows what he's talking about because he's been there. He knows what that stage is like. He knows what it takes to get to the top of the world stage. And when he says Fnatic Onyx is on a whole nother level,
देखो
Fnatic Onyx is on a whole nother level.
उसके लिए उसी के लिए ना तुमको हर एक का ना अलग अलग से सेट करना पड़ेगा तभी मैं हर एक का अलग अलग करके सेट करता हूँ यहाँ पे आके अगर तुम यहाँ पे सेलेक्ट ऑल के लिए करोगे ना तो नहीं होगा
has improved even from MPL Philippines and Trex.
इसलिए सबका सेपरेटली इक्विप करोगे ना तो होगा
Yeah, there's one thing to start off. There's one thing that's major is it's not just the gameplay, right? It is the drafting to a T.
कुछ और देखना है guys.
From game 1, we see them counter the Joy with the Fredrin, and Fnatic Onyx is never scared to pick something that maybe someone would see as weak. But if it counters, they're going to make it work. We saw it with the Layla in the very beginning of the Swiss stage. We just saw it with the Fredrin. But other teams aren't willing to push that boundary. But Fnatic Onyx, they're always doing it. FCON could have picked the same draft that FNOP did, but they didn't go for it.
Right time, right tool, right job. Here's a quick M chat with Kid X. He was asked, how does a team cope in a high-pressure situation? The young man answers, during scrims, we always trim up pressure. If a teammate misses a spell, we try to make him laugh instead. Now he was asked, who misses his spells the most? Maybe it's him and the PX7, the mid-roll.
Well, they know how to have fun, right? Sometimes that definitely is what matters. But right now, facing a 2-0 deficit in a best of 5, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And this is going to be challenging for them to come back. Hopefully, they can find that way. Because we know Fnatic Onyx, when there's a path, they find it.
Imagine trying to laugh off a 2-0 deficit. Imagine trying to laugh off going single-digit kills against Fnatic Onyx back-to-back in game 1 and 2. How does Falcon Esports shake off the nerves? How do they reset? How do they do the almost impossible? Because I'll tell you now, in about 3 or 4 months, I haven't seen a team make Fnatic Onyx PH sweat the way the likes of Aurora,
my old friend.
I'll tell you now, RRQ and SPS, those teams, they got one over Fnatic Onyx. Can FCON do the same here? This is the one chance that they got. Match point, game 3, FCON on the play. Banning on the Lo Yi and the Cho. FNOP taking out the Fanny and the Zhu Xin. Everything about the same except for that Cho.
नहीं है ना तू जब तूने भेजा तब तक फुल हो गया था ना मेरा एनिबॉक्स
Granger, we're back to this trade up. FCON, you know,
मुस्कान जी मेरा पार्टनर भी खाली है अभी जस्ट सेइंग
we're seeing that very clearly. It is the draft majorly. Coach Why Not versus Neo Chao. I mean, it is something that has to change for FCON. We need to lose the idea of comfortability.
पार्टनर बना लेगा मैं अकेला रह जाऊंगा
this has to be picked. We need to be ready to counter at all cost, at all odds, and the players need to be able to play whatever the coach wants to do.
Yeah, they're facing a double-edged sword yet again,
जिस
right?
लेवल तक बात चला जाता है ना मेरे को शर्म आ
Bruno,
जाता है कि मैं क्या बोलूँ यहाँ पे अब
Right now, you are seeing both available as the Hylos will be banned out. Last time they picked the Bruno.
भाई डबल विनिंग वाले इंसान को भी शर्म आ जाए भाई कभी-कभी ऐसा बात हो जाता है
Bruno again.
I don't think the Bruno's bad. The Bruno was not a bad first
ये
pick.
देखो पूरन का नाम लिया और तोता जी ना यहाँ पे ऐसा हो सकता है
I want to see the Fred. I want to see the Fred.
Hello तोता, welcome to the stream.
It is the counter to the Joy right now. It's not Suyo. Joy wins out in that rock, paper,
Dexter,
scissors. We
के साथ
already saw
setting
it
कर लो
last time.
छी भाई छी
And if you doubt what I'm
मैं
saying,
हूँ ना
F
Dexter
not pulled the
छी
Fred
भाई
out against Joy in game 1. So
Yes,
take a
अरे
page
भाई
out of their
क्या
book
टाइमिंग है
and
वैसे
do what they
पूरन
did
का
to
नाम
you.
लिया और दिया
All the
स्ट्रीम पे
supporting documents to
Ah,
prove
कसम
Traxxas theory is in this series. So all you got to do is scrub back about an hour and a half and you'll see it all. Now, Fnatic Onyx, they open up with the Joy and instead of the Joe, they get the
वो तो
Khalid.
तभी आता है ना
Which we
जब
know very
बीवर
much this
स्ट्रीम कर
could
रहा
be
होता
a
है
Rome Khalid if they want it. It could
It's
be
a Brusco
Yeah, it's
special.
a Brusco special.
इसके अलावा तो वो
Some
नहीं दिखता
spice in
मेरे
the
को
land
इसे
of Dawn.
Yeah, and they can definitely flex it like you mentioned, especially
अरे
with that
दियाश्री
Hylos being out,
तोता
one of
है
the only heroes
तो
that can
तोता
really
वही
match
तो है
up
दियाश्री
with the pace
तोता
of
दिया
that
ये सब
Khalid.
एक
Now,
है
still a lot of mid laners up for grabs.
नाम
We're gonna go ahead and see
अनेक
the Fredrin
इंसान एक
locked in a Trex prediction at its finest.
Coach Trex. It
कैसे
wasn't a
हो
prediction.
तोता
It
जी
was an order.
How's life
Order. It was, listen guys,
जिन्हें
I'm losing
एग्जाम पे
faith
अब
in ya.
जिंदगी कैसे चल रही है
And
आपकी
there's another page out of the draft 1 book, game 1 draft book. We pick up the Matilda. Gives Benny some
टाइमिंग सही
opportunity
था अरे
to
बहुत
dance
सही था
around
एक
here.
ऐसा
Now,
टाइमिंग
last
तो
time we saw it as a
भगवान
last
लाइक
minute flex, but still, we're looking very
क्या ही बोलूं
similar
मैं
to FNOP's game 1 draft on the side of
ठीक है
FCON.
भाई
As good as this is as a development, right? You take a draft and you make it as close to the winning formula. You're doing it against a team who did that.
Hey man.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery, but
क्या हाल है
not like this. What are you
तोता
trying to get
How
the
are you?
Faramis and then like an XP lane substitution
Maybe
for
they-
that show?
Maybe they should have took the Cho in the beginning and then did the swap and literally just
देखो अब
copy
ये
and
तोता
paste.
इसने वो पैलेट के
Now
हिसाब से
the
रखा है
question
या
is, do
फिर
we pick up
दूसरा
our mid laner here, right? I mean, last pick on the
हिसाब
board
से
for the
रखा है
first
I
half.
don't know
You could go in for the Farza again. There is a Mathilda though, could be a little bit of a challenge. They're gonna go in for the Vexana instead.
अब ये
All right, this is
Tao hai
another
ki
hero
tao hai,
that
ab
I
मेरे को नहीं
think
पता।
Super Prince is comfortable with, but we haven't seen him shine as much as
Tao
compared
मतलब-
to, you know, his MVP winning Farsa, his Lu Yi.
रूमर जी आप समझ गए ना
I'd like to see how
मैं
he
क्या
works
बोल
with the
रहा हूँ
Vex.
And it just goes in so cleanly to the way that FNOP draft. They're always looking for the counter play. They're never scared to put, okay, this time we're going to
सिर्फ
slot Mage
रूमर
in
जी
our third pick.
समझे
This
और
time we're going to
तोता
slot
को
this
तो
in our
ऑलरेडी
third pick.
पता है मैं
They
क्या
know,
बोल रहा
okay,
हूँ
you got Fredrin. We're going to bring out the Vexana. It does great at countering it in the Lord Pit. It does great at dropping the Eternal Guardian. Fairme's banned. Second phase bann's going quick.
What
And this time
extra
Falcon's like,
thinking
listen,
so
we're gonna take
similar
out the
partner
Lulu
बनके
Layla.
चला
Look at
छी
them, the
एनिमी
Beatrix.
बॉक्स बैन कर
These
दूंगा मैं
coaches not
टीम से
wasting any
कुत्ता
time. Coach, why not? The Kim Mutombo, no.
एनिमी बॉक्स ये लग रहा है बहुत
You cannot
गंदा
do
वाला
what we did to you game 1, and of course, Coach Nyo Chow respecting the hard counter. Counter said it
भाई।
himself. Yes, it is a
ये
hard
देखो
counter. If
टाइमिंग
I
सही
pick
है
up the
बोल
lane
के
like
चला
it's a
गया
Bruno,
तोता क्या ही बोलेगा
them balls ain't touching me.
Now, do you match mobility with mobility, right? With the Khalid and the Joy, do you go in for something like the Hilda?
It's
in this
open.
situation? It is
Oddly
open.
enough.
Hilda against the Joy works well. I think
मेरे को भी
FCON
ऐसे एक
could
बार
pick it up
खेलना है लाइक
honestly.
So
दोस्तों के
that's two
साथ में
hard
बैठ के
counters. The Fred and the Hilda. There's another hero I think that is open, but you can't pick anyone to
पैरेट
counter
क्यों
the Joy. It's the
बोलता
Benedict.
पता
You
है
just get in
हमको
there, you stand, stop
मैं
this.
यही
Yeah.
अच्छा
Stop
पैरेट
dancing.
क्यों बोलता है पता है
Stop.
हमको
Wait a minute.
क्यों
Wait. All right.
क्यों बोलते हैं
We are
पैरेट
looking for an XP laner. There you go, Royal Milk's fave. And what's going in mid? What's going in mid? What else is left?
Aurora.
वो कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीने का मन कर रहा है घर पे बोलूंगा गाली
Not enough
देंगे
burst though. If you pick any of these heroes, that's not enough
Yeah, just
burst.
go for a nice back line, honestly. I think Eve would work. Could go for the Farza again.
It's not the right kind of
तभी मैं बहुत
damage.
बात करती हूँ
It's going to be
हमसे
challenging
तो
because of
किया
the
नहीं
mobility aspect. I was going
There
to
it
say
is.
Farza would work better than the Eve, just due to the wings by wings to be able to get a little bit further out
और
the safety,
क्या
maybe pair it
मतलब
up
मुस्कान
with
जी
the flicker as well.
How are
And the
you,
damage
Sujan?
profile, very important in this current meta
Potato.
game. If you pick
Tomato.
anything else like a utility, mage and mid,
मुस्कान
FCON would
देख लो
not be going fast enough. Not
अभी
even
आपको
close.
पार्टनर मानता
To
था आप
catch up to
देखो
the tempo
एकदम
that
से
FCON
बदल
will be
गया
going in with.
It's make it or break it. facing
ये
match
बैंगन
point
है
for
साला
Falcons. And you're going to
आलू
see that last
टमाटर नहीं
pick
है
on the way.
बैंगन है ये बैंगन
Always ready to counter.
Hello, YZ, welcome to the
Always.
stream.
FNOP doesn't care if it's meta or not. We're counter playing.
अरे YZ के आती YZ आ गया भाई YZ
flavor, but now
आज
Fnatic
सबका
on it,
टाइमिंग इतना
evolving
अच्छा
the
कैसे हो
metagame
सकता है
once
भाई
more before our very eyes. Yu Zhong showing up here. Game 3. Let's go over to our casters. Ingan and
YZ
Naisu.
के आते ही भाई YZ पिक हो गया माँ कसम भाई
Yu Zhong had to come out because he's seeing all the other prime skins coming out to play
मैं
in
Stanford
M6,
हूँ
and
ना
he's like, you
exactly
can't
bro
forget about me.
आज साला हर कोई एकदम टाइमिंग पे आ रहा है
What do you think about it? Do you think this is
हर
a
किसी का
closer?
टाइमिंग
It's
एकदम
match point
परफेक्ट
right
हो
now.
रखा है
I
हाँ
think
बोलो
it could be a closer, a good counter pick coming in from the composition of Falcon Esports and in the hands of someone like Kirk,
YZ
easily
का था
activated.
ए
You know he's
भाई
going to
कोई
disrupt the
YZ को नहीं
formation of
बोलेगा उल्टा
Falcon
उल्टा
Esports,
ठीक है ना
specifically when the Feathered
ये
Airstrike
कौन है
has been casted, so it's going to be hard fought
देख तो
battle
YZ का
for
चौको
Falcon and
दिखा
going up against Fnatic on it for the
देख
Bees.
वो YZ भाई
Right
क्या
now,
भाई मैं तुम्हें
FNOP
एकदम
is
सेट
saying,
किया था
"What's a
तुमको चॉकलेट आ
Falcon
गया
to a Dragon?" We'll see if it plays its part this time around. Game 3, it's match point right now for
तुम्हारा आवाज नहीं जा
FNOP.
रहा स्क्रीन पे
Could Falcon Esports soar higher and stay in the series by taking a game
रुको
against
ऐसे नहीं आएगा
Fnatic
रुको
on
एक मिनट
Philippines? And this time
रुको एक
around, a
मिनट
little
माइक
bit
की तरह
different in the
इसका
jungle, of course. Dax this time gets the Fredrin. It's such
अब
an
बोलो
interesting change of pace that we've seen throughout the M6, even from Swiss stage to now, and just the meta in general. And again,
हाँ
make sure you
YZ
guys
ऐसा
grab
है
your
लिजी
M6
नहीं है क्या नहीं
pass,
नहीं
it's
तोता
now available.
लिजी नहीं आता हमारे स्ट्रीम पे
Whoa,
लाइक वो कभी कभी आता है रेयरली
Brusco will be fine though.
Okay, this is the aggression actually that we expected.
तेरे
from
डायमंड
Fnatic
तेरे आईडी
to
पर
have
गया
a
चेक कर
signature
ले
Brusco.
हाँ या ना
Got
बोल
it activated early on in
ऑन
the
स्ट्रीम
early
बेचती
game. Main objective
खाली
is
यूज
to
हो
really try and go for the mid control and eventually go for the delay in the jungle rotation. And so far, Brusco has been doing a good job going for those pokes, going for those engages. And we'll see if Brusco can keep it up against Falcon Esports.
Part of this too, obviously, is, you know, I like that Falcon Esports has utility on their side now. You know, you still give Royal Milk the
वो
hero
देखा
that he's
फैनेटिक
performed
ओपी
probably
ना
the
बारह
best on.
ब्रूनो दे रहा है उनको
Even
भाई
getting
कि तू
to
ले
that-
तू
to
ब्रूनो
that,
ले
matter, but still, you can play around this Matilda pick, helping Dax have a little more mobility. On
हेलो बी बॉय व्हाट्स अप वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम थैंक यू फॉर द 2 months membership bro thank you
Super Prince though will have to burn the flicker already, so pretty proactive early game from Falcon Esports.
Yeah, that was well worth it. Again, just the guiding wind. You already burned out Super Prince's flicker. And you know that in terms of mobility, Vexana,
दे लाइक ब्रूनो से भी नहीं जीत पाओगे वही तो वो बोल रहा है ब्रूनो मेटा है तुम लो तुमको दे रहे ब्रूनो लो
for the side of Falcon Esports, but again, here is the
बी
problem.
बॉय
Kirk with a usual
पागल
already level 4.
क्या हुआ
If
मैंने क्या किया
PX7 decides to go for the feathered airstrike, but on the other hand, no Dax going right after Brusco.
Brusco going to be in trouble. Flickers out, heals up.
हाँ आया है
Hard. Will go down though, but the fight's still going to break out as Dax
इसका मेरे जैसा टाइम पे आना सीखो वही तो
taking some more with the shots and gets the double. It's a reminder the Yu Zhong still works in the meta, and that's going to be a turtle as well for FNOP.
If you're speaking about
व्यूअर क्या हुआ भाई कुछ मैसेज डाल ही नहीं रहा
that clash jumped in.
बस मेंबरशिप का वो नोटिफिकेशन देके चला गया ओ खत्म
Forcing Kidx to flicker out, but catches him off guard with electrifying beats and brings him down once more, extending the lead of Fnatic to 1.3k.
And Brusco just given the vision available
Super
to King
Friends.
Kong to see if they actually want to make a play from this. Dax has to be careful because
Friends,
of
friends,
just
friends.
the difference in speed from the jungling that can happen here. Mid lane, they do get that flicker out now from PX7. Feather Strike to help clear things out.
काम में है वो अरे आपको कैसे पता
Under the
तोता जी
But you can see this again. Dax is falling behind.
वो एकदम वो अहम
Yeah, and apart from the discrepancy,
AHMM
we saw what could happen when it
आपको
comes to
कैसे
the
पता
mid lane matchup. PX7 cast the feathered airstrike. Super Friend's not gonna go out of the vicinity of the feathered airstrike. Just gonna go in and cast the
जैसे दूसरे का फाइबर नहीं होता भाई तभी मैं वाईजी तभी मैंने मना कर दिया था एक तो बंगाल सर्वर ऊपर से ऐसे लोग जिनका मैं जानता नहीं फालतू में मूड खराब करने का मेरा मन नहीं था दोस्त है अच्छा दोस्त है
Kirk's biggest threat too is obviously like we've seen in past M series where Yuzong was just picked up so much in the XP lane. Whoa, Super Prince.
पूरा तो भाई क्या ही बोलेगा, वो तो बहुत भाई आगे बढ़ चुका है। ओ भाई किंग भाई, जॉय तो भाई खत्म है भाई, मतलब जॉय को
This joy is so slippery to catch energy eruption or not. A whole lot of ultimates just kind of
दोखे हम भी लास्ट में चौकोर को वही देख। अरे मैं तो वैसे ही ये M6 का मैच खत्म हुआ, मैं देखा इन गेम गया, सोचा देखता हूँ तू लाइव था तो मैं तेरा देख लिया, बताओ चॉकलेट मिला। This is a bang joy.
I'm surprised. You know, he's been doing so much damage already.
I don't know.
And now with the Starlium Scythe in hand, and leading into this corrosive scythe still for Kelra, he's been just farming up, doing his thing.
कोई नहीं भाई जी, मैं जानता हूँ ना तू प्रो है, I know bro.
Made his way to that gold lane as they get ready to just let Kelra push bottom side. So Falcon Esports, how do they
वो देख YG आया, let's go YG. Let's go YG.
Has the feathered airstrike, Spirit of Destruction will also connect them to take down Brusco in the hands of Benny. Here comes the terrifying
YG गया, हट.
Gonna bring down one more. Kirk is gonna fall down, and this is the response of Falcon Esports.
Great response, and they also get the
B-boy कौन है?
exactly what Falcon Esports needed.
B-boy आपका दोस्त है?
Picks up, they are going to trade that tier 1.
आपने ही तो बोला अभी.
Good shift that Falcon Esports needed. They had to get some momentum and take care of the gold deficit getting too out of hand. King Kong still going to go ahead and put pressure in the jungle though. So Falcon Esports, how do they adjust from everything that just happened here? They showed that they can still fight, utilizing the utility that they have, and even
नाम से रखा है ना, जंगल में घूमता रहता है किंग कॉन्ग। दिया कौन है? दिया B-boy का दोस्त है। बस मजा आ रहा है कोई बोल के। ओ खत्म।
And Royal Milk wants to go for more. Infernal Pursuit trying to catch up onto King Kong. Volley shot Worldy is going to connect, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines will disengage.
You're seeing it happen, you know, in these team fights, in these skirmishes. Falcon Esports' lineup allows them to just go ahead.
Guys, please like कर देना, ठीक है? Stream like कर दो यार, please. अगर 50 likes हो जाता है आज, then I'll do giveaway, okay? If I can reach 50 likes before I end the stream, I'm gonna do it. मैं तो तोता हूँ, मेरे को नहीं पता था. हाँ वही तो, मैं तभी बोल रहा हूँ, आप तोता हो ना? दिया एक लड़की है, ठीक है तोता?
The gold standard is just really making quick work of the turrets. He did get the turret down bottom during that turtle fight wherein Falcon Esports won that trade. And right now he got one on top and King Kong goes in onto Dax.
They're going for Dax. Dax, quarter the health. Oh, the spear destruction. Picking up the kill right on the mark. And now PX7 whittle away. 1 HP will survive. And Kid X now caught under the turret. They go in.
Here comes the internal guard, but Kelra. He's not going to be able to catch him, and Kirk blocks his path. Brusco and Super Prince, will they re-engage? Kirk has to jump away. And again, the gold standard. When you thought he was
another Shivla Araki का मैच के बाद ना, yes. आज पूरा मैं वो करूँगा. पूरा M6 देखूँगा. मेरा खेलने का मन नहीं कर रहा.
Plays that part, you know, push down one of the lanes and then just join the fight, but right on the mark that time. The fight though for the turtle. Falcon Esports looking to take the last turtle of the game. Brusco jumping in.
Okay, they're going to commit the Raging Sandstorm, but all the way to the backline. Kid X trying to work on King Kong. Spirit of Destruction will miss. Defender and airstrike is there, but they're going to get a kill onto Benny as Dax gets the turtle. They want to go for more. Falcon Esports on the attack. Killer just dishing out the damage. Super Frizz, but Infernal Pursuit to bring down Super Frizz. And that's the trade.
Nice.
Plus the turtle.
Even if they lost to Benny, it's fine. Falcon Esports will fight and fight and fight. They know they're facing that match point against F-Knock, and this is what they have to do. Kelra could be in trouble this time. Guiding a win, circling heel combo, and Kelra is gone.
Finally, a shutdown onto Kelra, a much-needed pickoff for Falcon Esports. Really trying to enable PX7 and Benny, and Falcon Esports unfazed by the lead that Fnatic Onyx Philippines had in the early phases of the game. Just looking at the lead, it's down to 7.
Royal Milk is too good. Royal Milk is too good.
This is the best
like
that we've seen Falcon Esports, and
जो
this is what they
Falcon Esports ने जो उसको हराया, किसको? BTK को. Royal Milk बहुत सही खेला था. Like
committing a lot onto Royal.
आज DEXTER खा के आया full day stream. मैं
Brusco.
स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए सिला छोड़ो, मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, बहुत गलत साउंड करेगा.
No trade for Falcon Esports.
No trade right now. They're going to get in position. They still have plenty of time before that Lord does come up, about 30 seconds or so. That's why there's so much focus here in the mid lane. They might still look for more. King Kong popping the electrifying beats. We'll have the backup before the next fight. But these tier 1 turrets in the mid lane are very important.
ये एनिमे बॉक्स कैसी बातें कर रहा है यार इशिता.
Right now, it's just kind of maintaining things. Good item pickup here for Benny, finally getting that Malefic Gun. So now he's got the 3. He's got the Haas Claws, he's got Berserker's Fury, Malefic Gun. He is where he needs to be on the Bruno. Has farmed up quite a bit, sitting at the top of the gold stand. Gold
चला गया क्या?
For Benny, so he is online. As long as he is safe,
वाइजी मेरा 100 कब होगा? 50 कब होगा तेरा एनिमे बॉक्स? जी जी.
His positioning should be on point. Super Prince.
अच्छा हो देख रहे हो, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. तोता जी हमारे टीम पे बोर हो जाता है थोड़ा.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong looking for the proper angle. He's gonna hide in that brush.
Gonna get in position. Kelra might make his way down too. They know Falcon Esports wants to take this with the
नहीं, डेक्स्टर सही दूध बोर.
Here comes the Black Dragon.
अच्छा शाही दूध. ओ भाई लौट गया.
But Fnatic Onyx Philippines wants to go for the kills. Royal Milk will get 2, and now Falcon Esports, the response that you want from them. They're bringing everything they have to bring down Fnatic, and only King Kong is left.
आज से नहीं होंगी. आज से नहीं होंगी मतलब.
And they'll just go down, taking the tier 2 in the mid lane. They might look for more. Working on
अच्छा है भाई, अच्छा है जीतो.
Shields down, and FNOP a couple seconds away, but they lose
आज से
a
नहीं होंगी
base
वो.
turret. And now they
क्या
have to
आज से
defend
ऐसा?
against this Lord push.
That was a huge play. Falcon Esports, not just the micro, all the way from clearing the top lane so they don't have to worry about the Kelra split push.
मुझे तो नींद आ रही है यहाँ पे सिंपल.
And down to Kid
वाह मुस्कान सीधा सीधी बोल दो ना, बोरिंग हूँ मैं.
His priority was to go for the
बोरिंग
Lord,
बता
and
रहे
he
हो
got
मेरे
it.
को, बताओ.
But they went for more. They
समझ
went for 4
सकता हूँ,
bodies. A
समझ
huge
सकता हूँ,
play
कोई.
coming in from Royal Milk, also to zone out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Lord sieging in the bottom lane.
Sieging on in, they're gonna wait for that to go down. They'll walk in with it. FNOP. They'll have to be on the defense. Feather airstrike gonna be used. Brusco looking for an angle.
एग्जाम खत्म. नाइस.
Eruption brought down by Dash. They still have the Lord, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines gonna make quick work of that. They have minions up top. Now they set their eyes on this inhibitor turret. Will they be able to take down
अरे तोता जी आपने मेरे को बोला था.
Royal Milk goes for the zone. Here comes the
भाई रॉयल मिल्क को देख पागल हो गया वो.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines has to walk away, but Falcon Esports says,
खत्म.
we will make the gods bleed.
And we get another game. It's not gonna be
2-1.
a
Nice.
sweep. Falcon Esports are finding a second win here in the series. Exactly what they needed.
डेक्स्टर छोड़ के बोरिंग इंसान रखो नाम. जी जी.
A great test.
भाई यार ठीक है यार, बेइज्जती कर लो बेइज्जती, कोई नहीं.
1-2 right now for Falcon Esports. FNOP
तोता बोला.
has to make some adjustments. I mean, that was a quick game, man. That was 11.
बात ज़्यादा करती हूँ. That's why my name is तोता.
They made adjustments throughout the draft.
डेक्स्टर देख तेरी बहना मुझे इग्नोर कर रही है. कौन?
And they just came out and played.
मेरी एंजेला कहाँ है? जी.
Great job by them.
This is a series, and Falcon Esports gets one.
Let's throw it over to the panel to break down this amazing Game 3.
Finally, the Falcons get some altitude and are on the board. Game 3 going over to the Burmese. And it took 2, but finally they found their form.
Hey, where there's a will, there's a way, and they found it, right? Able to turn that game back around. Trex, we mentioned it every time we're on the desk together. You see things go the distance, and if they just take things one game at a time, that can inch their way back up to evening out this series. Now, all they got to do is win one more, and it will be tied up.
I mean, I hate to say it, but no. The draft was key for the side of Falcon there. They were willing to play the count. Listen to T. Listen to Big T, all right?
All right, so folks, if you all need a quick recap and you just tuned in, after repeated renditions of the
next
same
कौन?
draft,
अरे
Falcon
यही है
Esports
मैच.
now
Next का
finally
क्या है?
finds a counter and
जब तक
picks the
कोई
Fredrin
टीम
into
3
the
मैच
Joy
नहीं जीतता,
and forces a new pick
जब तक
out
इस
of Fnatic
until
Onyx
and unless
book, and
अब
they
टीम
pull
wins
out
3
the
games,
Yuzhong. They get even the Moskov out of Kelra to face off against Benny's Bruno.
आज
and they get the
तोता
dub.
तोता
Is
नहीं
that all
रहा.
to the story?
क्यों आज क्या हो गया
What's
तोता?
behind this big win by Fnatic Onyx? We'll be able to talk about it more as we look at the post-game stats
शाही,
here.
अरे सही
There was a
शाही,
sudden snap in the
SHAHI,
this is a
एनिमी
short
बॉक्स
game, but I think the beats
SHAHI,
we'll be able to
शाही.
understand more when we see the gold graph and the
तो
highlights.
सही सही
Yeah,
लिख रहा
overall,
है.
just decisive, right? Falcon, even with their backs against the
तोता
wall,
talk
they
with
found
Dexter
a way
then,
to
नहीं,
disrupt
नहीं.
the reign
Like,
of Fnatic
मैं,
Onyx. Even with
like,
the Forza
तोता
pickup,
बोर हो
with
जाएगा.
that, feathered airstrike just being such a demonic force.
कुछ नहीं, नेम
You
चेंज
can see
करने का
the
टाइम आ
build-up,
गया.
bring them back to safety.
जी,
I
जी.
think with the sustainability,
Nice, nice,
with the
nice.
massive damage output, and then again with that Fredrin, to counter this Joy, who's been pretty much unstoppable this
Dexter
entire
है ना,
MC.
नहीं, एक बार इसे
Speaking
तो
of
हावी
that
बोलो
Matilda,
तो.
right, you get the Oasis flash, you get cooldown,
जी
you're
भाई.
building on the more damaging utility side, and you're able to do that because you have this Fred.
FNOP
Normally,
better
FNOP
win.
would completely take advantage of a squishy front line, but since they have the Fredrin in that place, you have the advantage.
It definitely helped. And Fnatic Onyx, interesting response. Ultimate dive. They have the Joy on King Kong. Just
Dexter
trying
शाही
to
दूध पिया
weave
कर
in
तू
and
तो.
out, try to
पिया,
burst
फिर
down
दूध पिया कर
Benny
तू.
if he somehow found
ठीक है,
it.
ठीक है.
PX7 as well, a little softy there. And
I feel feverish.
I'd say the
Is it
more
over yet,
acquired taste,
Ishita?
the X factor, the special ingredient, that Yuzhong alongside Brusco's signature
इशिता
Kali,
भाभी मत
which
बोलो
has not
प्रोटीन
worked
मेरा है.
on
Oh
the
my
stage
god.
before. Suddenly you
Let's
see
go
Kirk
guys, let's go.
bringing in the
Left
Black
triangle, let's
Dragon.
go.
At some point, it worked. It was good when we saw them synchronize it with the Rampaging Sandstorm, but I guess the guiding winds was just enough, and of course the hard stoppers up front.
Dexter दारू पीता है,
I think
पिलाएगा.
and the big problem where it started to fall apart is you have this Khalid, which already isn't a real tank, right? Like, yes, it's a decent tank in the hands of Brusco, but then you also throw in the spice of this Yuzhong, where now you essentially have two heroes that just aren't real frontliners. Like, they are, but they're not your hard-boiled tanks,
Guys,
right? And once Benny gets online,
Guys,
he's just eating those things up. And that's why in the beginning it works for FNOP. They have the dive, they have the counterplay, but once it gets to the end, when Benny's really punching in, those, you know, more half tanks aren't cutting it.
And this is just overall a way better solidified draft.
नमस्ते
Falcon.
पी bro,
What we've seen in the last
नमस्ते,
matches, right?
कैसे
We
हो
have
आप?
Matilda, which helps with the Phobius. One of his biggest problems is having to dive into a team and having no way to get back to safety. But when you throw that Matilda,
वाजी
it
का
makes,
अपने
he has a
दिखाना.
clear path back out when he uses that Infernal Pursuit. As you look at the gold graph
उसका
on the
affinity
board, I mean,
hidden
look
है
how it
शायद.
scales in Fnatic Onyx favor all the way up to about that 7 minutes with that turtle
किधर
play.
है?
And then out of nowhere,
सलाम वालेकुम,
Falcons
वालेकुम
rise high in
अस्सलाम.
the skies and take over.
Almost
ठीक
3,000
हो गया.
gold between
Turbo,
them.
मिज़ोरम.
And then it was even Fnatic who scored the turtle at that point. And suddenly, come the 9-minute mark, it's Falcons who scored the Lord.
Dexter
And then
Pibro के
Fnatic
पास
locked
Dragon Ball
inside their
नहीं
own
है.
base.
Well, there is a big trend to notice with a lot of Fredrin games. It is normally always first Lord pop-off.
दिया को
Like, that's normally the
affinity
time when
partner
these
बना
Fredrin
दिया होगा,
compositions
इसलिए hidden है.
start to
हो
shine.
सकता है,
Because
हो
Fredrin's a
सकता है. I'm
slow
taken
jungler,
potato.
and what FCon,
Protein
FCon
भाई
did
तो
so
डिमांड
well
में है,
here
बहुत
is they
ज़्यादा
never let
डिमांड
that
में है.
gold get past that 3K,
Immortal
right? They
player,
always kept
bro,
it
my
under
god.
range. It peaked at 2.4 deficit
हम
for
तो
FCon,
64
and then it
स्टार पे है
starts
ना,
to come
तभी
back.
डिमांड
It
नहीं है
starts
हमारा.
to flow back. If FNOP
हम
was
भी
able
जब
to
immortal हो जाएगा,
force
हमारा भी
that
डिमांड हो
gold lead,
जाएगा.
you know, get a couple more kills on the board, then their composition probably would have won out. They would have been able to take control. But because FCon's able to kind of stalemate it until that 8-9 minute mark,
इसी का
And they
affinity
really
दिखा दो.
spread out the
ये एक
responsibilities.
दूसरे का
You see here,
affinity का तो.
PX7 got a solid amount of kills, 3.
सब अपना
Benny
अपना
as
भाई,
well,
मेरा
3.
देख लो भाई,
And then
मेरा
sometimes
देख
the
लो, खुश रहो.
frontliners would just find these stragglers, these random heroes
मेरा
from
देख लो.
Fnatic Onyx that have crossed the threshold, the point of no return, and that's what led up to that.
हम और
huge
Dexter ही
lead.
डिमांड नहीं है.
Because
भाई
again,
तुम्हारा
in
तो
the
मेरा
first
ही आईडी
7
है ना.
minutes, yeah, it's true, Fnatic Onyx were in control, but Falcon never
वो
let
आईडी मेरे
them
में एडेड नहीं है.
go
प्रोटीन तेरा
farther
दूसरा अकाउंट.
off. That's why it stayed
अरे अरे अरे
within
रुको, दूसरा अकाउंट कहाँ गया?
territory and allowed for
ये रहा.
the Burmese to get the win.
लड़की
Let's go
बन के
ahead and
घूम,
figure
ये भी
out
हिडन
who
है.
our MVP is. Which one would
ये
you
देखो,
name
लड़की बन के
to be
घूमता
the
रहेगा.
biggest
एंजेला
impact
खेलता है इसमें.
player
नहीं,
for
ये
Falcon
देखो.
Esports? Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Kid X holding their
हाँ,
ground,
वही.
keeping everyone safe. His Matilda definitely
क्या हाल है
allowed
पी
for
ब्रो?
so
कहाँ
much
पे हो?
more than just
घर पे हो?
protection.
ऑफिस में
Yeah, I
हो?
think this was the perfect Matilda game, right? Especially stacked up with that Phovis, and I would say even with the Fredrin. Both of them not the most mobile heroes. When you throw the Matilda in the mix, not only are you providing those shields, but you're also getting them back to safety. We saw a lot of amazing highlights over there from KidX to get that job done. Only really needing that last Oasis to be able to pull that off. Now, with the Matilda in the mix, and the Phobius, is that something, is that a gamble Fnatic Onyx wants to take again for the next game?
To leave both open?
To leave both open.
I guess it depends on what side Fnatic Onyx ends up being. If Fnatic Onyx picks blue side,
ये देख के अच्छा लगा मेरे को.
the draft will be completely different. It's going to be a completely different game, you know? But still, we'll see exactly how it ends up. I like the way that KidX plays this Matilda in the early
भाई
game.
फिर कुछ लड़का लोग डिफीट पे ऐसे ही लड़की लोगों की फोटो देख के गाली देता है, हरा दिया मेरे को. सही बात है. पीब्रो को हैंगओवर हुआ है कल का. कल क्या हुआ ऐसा? कल ड्रिंकिंग चला क्या?
Watching these clips play, and again, once the fight begins, Falcon Esports just has had that unfair advantage of we can disengage and re-engage at will compared to Fnatic, who is just all in dive. Maybe that's something Fnatic Onyx did not see coming, like the way KidX plays it. It's very different from Brusco's Matilda, that's for sure.
He's not sitting behind the team. He's sitting in front of the team, looking for angles non-stop.
And maybe that's the problem that Fnatic Onyx ran into, right? I mean,
चलो sorry guys, मैं अभिनव के साथ बात भी नहीं करती, just kidding.
With the Black Dragon, they both dive in and they're
तूने देखा नहीं डेक्स्टर कल पीब्रो में फुल ऑन BLP आई के बाद एक ऑन क्या?
You just wasted your utility, and that's when you counter engage, and that is when you make that opportunity.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? मैं सो गया था.
And now in hindsight, even the battle spells, watching the action once more, it's evident to me that the lack of Purify makes it all the more worse, right? I think the way Fnatic approach this game and the way the KidX and Falcon punish them is, yeah, we're gonna outbox them, we're gonna press these buttons better, and that's how we're gonna win. Falcon did not let that happen.
What is such a great point because Kelra is kind of खतरनाक.
अरे पीब्रो यार, पीब्रो मैं आऊँगा दिसंबर एंड में. हम भी चलेंगे. ठीक है?
About 9 out of 10 times he's right to do that.
About not exactly, but this time.
ठीक है पीब्रो. आप और मैं चलेंगे.
FCON catches them out, right? Falcon Esports takes advantage of that, and that small oversight ends up being one of the downfalls here, right? So very well played by Falcon, and now, for the first time in 3 series, and we're coming on to what, Series 4 now, Fnatic Onyx has
हम जैसे लोग, I think I can't carry you DEXTER if you get drunk. वाह ठीक है पीब्रो.
Another way to disrupt that path that we've been seeing Onyx dominate in, and I agree with you, Trex, when you mentioned the draft, when you mentioned the Fredrin.
We don't. अरे चुप करो तोता. ये ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता.
They have to do, right? Half the battle is in the draft, and that is where you can disrupt.
It's not like you don't deserve. ठीक है? It's yeah, like it's what you think. It's not what you. कैसे बोलते हैं? ये बस सोच का फर्क है कि आपको ऐसा लगता है. होता है नहीं होता. नहीं होता है ऐसा.
So with that said, folks, y'all go ahead and grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll come back.
अरे पीब्रो, एनिमो जिस दिन मिला ना उसको पिलाएंगे फिर मारेंगे उसको. बेल्ट से मारेंगे उसको, लिटा के बेल्ट मारेंगे पीठ पे. फिर वो सुबह उठ के बोलेगा कि अरे मेरे को इतना दर्द क्यों हो रहा है. हाँ I'll do that. Yes, इसी तरह तुम भी है ना. ए दे बेल्टों पे बेल्टे मारेंगे इसको. डेक्स्टर भाभी नहीं आ रही आजकल, क्या बात है? अरे भाभी कौन भाभी? कोई भाभी नहीं है. ये देखो किसका मैच है, अपडेट दे. फनाटिक ओपी ये 2-1 हो रखा है. अभी कैसे हुआ? अभी कैसे हुआ? आता ही भी नहीं है. किसका हारा है? किसका हारा है? कैसे आ रहा है? अरे पता नहीं, वाइजी लिया था और हार गया। लेट्स गो पार्क स्ट्रीट टुमारो। माँ कसम, कोई मेरे को भी ऐसे बुलाने वाला होता ना कि डेक्स्टर चल यहाँ चलते हैं, साला कोई नहीं बुलाता। वाइजी मेरा वाइजी का नंबर देखना, मेरा वाइजी का नंबर देखना। सात हजार और रुक जा, ग्लोबल का क्या है? क्या हुआ? एक मिनट, वाइजी 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 7235। और तेरा कितना है? हंड्रेड बोल रहा यार, झूठ मत बोल रहा है। कुछ झूठ नहीं बोल रहा मुस्कान, कुछ झूठ नहीं बोल रहा। 100 मोफा को बैटरी खत्म हो गई। उसको पार्क स्ट्रीट पीटने के लिए बुला रही है। उसका वो आदमी की बात कर रहे हैं ना। आई नो, कोई कोई कुछ भी मतलब ना, बस पता नहीं कहाँ पे वो लोग आता ही नहीं आजकल। मैं क्या ही बोलूँ। मैं बुक हूँ। टिकट है क्या? डेडली ने 100 कर भी लिया भाई, नाइस।
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
कल रात को भाभी से बात किया मैं और सुजल ने एनीमे। भाई क्या भाभी, कुछ भी। इशिता ने मेरे को बोला है शी विल लुक फॉर ए गर्ल फॉर मी, तो मैं भी उसी के भरोसे बैठा हूँ। इशिता ने मेरे को प्रॉमिस किया है मेरे को। तभी तो मैंने बहन को ही बोल दिया कि तुम सिलेक्ट कर लो। हाँ इसका तो स्किन ही नहीं है। When I am around, YZ is unable to look at another girl. Anyway, I face reveal to him. डेक्स्टर पुशिंग कस्टमर आया? एक भी नहीं आया। खुद की बात तो नहीं कर रहे डेक्स। अरे नहीं कुछ भी। यार लोग यहाँ पे ये कैरेक्टर चेंज कैसे करते हैं? ये हो सकता है क्या चेंज? नहीं होता ना ये सुयू जो है ये चेंज कर सकते हैं क्या? नहीं ना। तेरा आईडी कौन देख रहा है? कौन सा?
Welcome back to the M6 World Championship.
Arya.
You're joining us smack dab in the middle of a best-of-5 upper bracket bout. Active service, my name is Leo, here with Steph, Wheezy, and Trex. It's Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Falcon Esports, and Falcon just got on the board. Currently the score is 2-1, and it seems like Falcon is making a draft that they started with in the series somehow work with just a few
स्वाभी का लाइन लगी हुई है ऑप्शन पर कुछ भी मतलब ना
the counter engager being Falcons, and that's what we've seen in game number 3 is some counter engagement. That Fredrin to lock up that Joy, that Mathilda to get the Phobias back to safety. These are the things you have to do, and it starts inside of the draft that makes the major difference, and also a chance for them to possibly even out the series.
So with that, Coach Trex, what does Fnatic Onyx PH do? Because again, we mentioned for the first time in the series, suddenly it's them who has to go back to the drawing board.
Well, I think what I do want to, I don't want to take away
वही
from
तो I
them
follow
taking
DEXTER
because
that's why इसलिए he knows.
that's just the way that FNOP goes. Like I said, they're never scared to pick something.
DEXTER नॉर्मल का डबल 11 लिया ना, yes लिया है मैंने.
Counters, and I think FNOP just has to continue doing that, continue playing their game. The real question is, do they go back to blue side, which creates this really interesting dynamic between teams, because some teams really like drafting from red side, and I'm kind of still wondering, where does FNOP fit on that blue to red side right now? It seems like they enjoy blue, but we're really
DEXTER Idol, hello Dodo bhai.
Yeah, more on the Yuzhong. Something
क्या बोल रहे हो? गेम में फेस नॉट विजिबल, वही तो I follow DEXTER on social media, इसलिए he knows, but I don't think he checked, he is very successful.
Speaking of which,
किसके बारे में बात कर रहे हो?
The story behind the team's success. Their biggest factor of success was their training. They play every day without rest, preparing.
मेरे बारे में बोल रहे हो? किसके बारे में बोल रहे हो इशिता?
Takes a lot out of them, and it's mainly out of
हम डेक्स, अरे क्या हुआ मुस्कान जी?
Both of their coaches, Coach RC, Coach Nyochao, are like family because those are the sources of motivation.
कुछ अहम नहीं है मुस्कान, कुछ अहम नहीं है.
It's their support that allows them to improve.
You have slept? Yes, Junita. Welcome to the stream. I slept in the after streaming ना. Stream खत्म करते ही मैं सो गया था और फिर मैं like 9 या 10 बजे करीब उठा. आपके बारे में बोल रहे हो तो हाँ वही मैं. Hello Junita. Welcome to the stream.
I gotta see what it is now. I mean, after the last performance, there's some glimmering hope for the Falcons.
Okay.
चलो भाई क्या हाल चाल?
Talking about Fnatic Onyx efforts to try and reel
welcome
series back into control and eventually a win. Something tells me they're going to play closer to the chest. Something tells me game 4 they will play closer to a style that doesn't outright try to reinvent the wheel, because that's what we mentioned as the usual pick came through, right? Like, oh no, they're redefining the meta again.
सुनीता,
I can completely agree.
आपका ऑटो करेक्ट ना, आपका ऑटो करेक्ट ना, मेरे को किसी ने ना.
You jog them back to the world, and can they embrace themselves for that? Because that's definitely it's tough when you go that off and then to snap back, you know.
अरे भाई,
can they do that?
Well, we also asked the question,
सुनीता जी, आप अपना ऑटो करेक्ट ठीक करो. किसी दिन ना बहुत weird हो जाएगा.
Against that, or are they just going to let them select
yes,
again
keep talking nonsense again
on game number 4? A lot of questions we have to ask, but we'll have some answers here.
Electric app ना, इसको ban देता हूँ रुको.
I think it's really down to, like I said, because if FNOP's on blue side, then they might have the option.
One day my autocorrect will kill me, no doubt, Junita ji, no doubt.
That's where the Matilda's been going. So a lot of it's going to come down to where each one is at. And if we think the Matilda is that bio, at least in this series,
एक बार जुनीता जी ने मेरे को बोला था कुछ जो कि मैं नहीं बोलूँगा वापस.
First, second pick, right? Instead of saving it for third.
क्योंकि मेरे साथ बहुत होता है, ऐसा नहीं कि पहली बार है, बहुत होता है, तो मेरे को उतना like weird नहीं लगा, but अपना ऑटो करेक्ट का थोड़ा देखना जुनीता. Because you know, like, अब हम तो like we तो know you ना, तो it's all good. But like this, people might get offended ना, समझ रहे हो? Like they won't consider it as mistake or something.
Let's talk about that dynamic because it's very apt. Are we going to see that trade here again?
if the Joy goes through, I think we definitely see the trade. There's no reason for you not to see the trade between those two.
Is it
here.
that
किसके हाथ
solid?
को क्या हुआ?
Coach T, is it
किसके
that
हाथ को?
solid?
I think as long as the team is solid,
But
it's
कोई
that
नहीं
solid.
जीता जी,
I
होता
think
है.
it is the rock paper scissors right
We
now. I think
know
it's
you
Joy
now.
over
We
Suyo,
all know you, so
Suyo
it's all
over
good. Don't worry.
Fred, and Fred over
How are
Joy.
you?
And then
कैसे
Alpha's
हो आप?
just we can throw that in too if we want.
And
Sunita
that's
जी.
why Coach Ryan is just like banning
King
it over
Kong
and over
using
again.
ice pack.
Yeah, I mean,
Heating
even
pack है वो,
when it
ice
came to
pack
King
छोड़ना है,
Kong, when it
कुछ
came to
भी.
that Joy, you saw everybody stacked up, all the other junglers.
उसके हाथ को
He
क्या
had
हुआ?
80%
अरे,
win rate on that, and that was definitely
it's
affected
for heating,
by
you
the last
know.
game that we just watched with that Fredrin.
इशिता,
times
like
prior,
ये heat pack होता है, heat
Lost
pack.
just now. So that's the current stat here for the Joy.
अरे मैं बता रहा हूँ, heating pack होता है, like हाथ को ना हाथ में blood flow वो सब बढ़ाने के लिए.
I think that's another
तभी
valid
तो
point
like
of
fast
attack.
होगा ना.
Maybe that's what Fnatic on it can do to force out another pick.
टैक्सी याद है आपके लिए शायरी लिखी थी मैं ऑटो करेक्ट के चक्कर में पूरा खराब हो गया था. यस 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 याद है मुझे. फिर सब उसका लाइक मजाक भी कर रहे थे जो कि मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगा था. हाँ मेरे हाँ वही एग्जैक्टली उसी चीज के लिए दे यूज दैट सो दैट उनका लाइक ब्लड फ्लो पूरा बना रहे हाथ पे तो गेम में कुछ दिक्कत ना हो.
Pick against the Fredrin. So if FCON gives the Fredrin over and then pick up the CC, maybe second phase or something. Maybe even kind of pick up something that's flexible so they don't see it coming. It could definitely be a very nice counterplay we could see. Here comes the Eve ban, so already something different.
But also speaking of different, Fnatic Onyx is now first pick.
अच्छा M6 कहाँ हो रहा है?
That means they have over a hero like the Bruno, which we've been seeing dominate, and usually in their hands, they're able to push on forward with it. And does Falcon Esports have something in their arsenal to be able to shut it down?
But I think we can agree that Bruno's not the problem, right? Especially if you're Fnatic on it. There's a way to deal with it.
Thank you so much.
But just the same, they were in this very spot to start the day. They picked the Bruno first. So that could be a way to, you know, get back to your center, find a way to be proactive in the draft, and then end up with these, you know, problematic trades. The CC into the Fred, the Joy into the Fred, and oh! Already! Get out of here!
So you ban Joy here? But then you give over the Blue Yo. So no, you don't ban Joy here. But my thing is now that we have this dynamic between jungle, if they leave it all open, FNOP, do you think they would first pick Joy with Fredrin gone?
I think it would be a good read. Honestly, without that Fredrin, it's going to put a hole in the draft for Falcon Esports and maybe a little bit of that challenge as we are seeing the bans completed and the Joy is still walking.
So the thick plottins, do we Joy or do we
Bruno?
Bruno?
You don't Blue Yo.
Do you Hilda?
You maybe Hilda.
Because you can
let
run
the other team
Yeah. Because you'll end up with one or the other, but you run the risk of Joy Bruno for Falcon.
Looks like they're wondering the same thing right now.
Ooh, Fnatic on it, taking their time.
Hey, something else is still walking on the table. It may not come first, but it's been very impactful. The Farza is still on the board, and it is won on every single side it's been on in this series.
So they go for the Cho. They leave it in FCON's. If I'm FCON right now, I think I go for the Joy.
Joy Bruno?
I think Joy Bruno would be solid. It's very strong up front. Joy Bruno could be solid, honestly. There it is.
So Farsa here, would you right now put in this? I wouldn't agree Farsa first one or two.
Can you hear me now,
But I would first phase.
I would first phase it. I think it would be, because if not, then Falcons is going to pick it up, right? You're kind of forced into a situation.
Isn't that damage overload though? Isn't that a little too much soft?
I think at this point, FCON needs some
what about the Vexana you were talking about yesterday?
Kind of artillery, right?
Do they pick up the Hilda here on FCON?
मैं 1 घंटा सो लेता हूँ.
Hilda jungle.
हाँ ये देखो. Fight 1v1 कर लो, skipper और Shilo 1v1 कर लो.
Oh, Granger.
Oh भाई Granger खत्म है गेम. खत्म है.
It's the clear answer to the Bruno.
खत्म है गेम. Guys, it's over.
Catching up. By the way, the stats are so close. The stats are neck and neck.
Who is Kelra? Online नहीं देखी. Kelra अरे दिखाया था मैंने वो सबसे left side जो बैठा था.
It just adds a bit more damage where he needs it. The Granger's a little harder to catch, I think, than the Bruno. There goes your Hilda pick, though. So I think.
ठीक है, next season end में किसका rank high होगा?
We finally see both coaches, I think.
Solio and Granger. एक Granger की side lane ना, gold lane. Granger gold lane.
Right now, right? I mean, mean, you have
खत्म है game.
on the side of Falcon. Could be the Roam, could be the XP.
खत्म हो गया game.
Same with the Cho as well. So right now, I think it's going tit for tat. They're trying to figure out who has the edge against the other. I mean, right now, Roams are still available to be got from both sides.
Current stats on the Bruno Granger matchup: 7-6 with one lead for Bruno. Thanks, Manny.
I love that.
And,
I mean, because in the beginning it was
you know,
all Bruno, but now that we're getting
Kelra on
laner shine, and we're actually seeing that it's a legitimate counterplay. Right?
We'll put it into the hands of the likes of the.
300 model देखेगा next season. वाह कसम भाई.
It's definitely possible.
All right.
100 का bet लगा रहे हो. हट.
Nope, wait, did he just get banned? Okay, he's banned. I was about to say, I was walking for a second. I thought
recall.
There would have been a chance, but a good read from Fnatic Onyx. I mean, especially with that show, with not as much Group CC. The TIG would have been excellent here, and I think that's a good read to be able to take that off the board. Now, yet to see the major.
DEXTER wanna bet? क्या मेरे साथ bet लगाओगे?
Mars is still out there. Eve is still out there. Vixen. Oh, Eve is not there anymore.
भाई मेरा office में होगा ना तो मैं लगा देता bet.
Is the
Roxana, yes. My eyes are on this Matilda still.
She's out.
Hello, Totaji.
Man, it's been a long.
Is there room for an Aurora? Because I was expecting the Louis to get taken out here too.
DEXTER M5 champion M6 पर नहीं है. हाँ वही तो. अरे बहुत team नहीं है. बहुत team नहीं है.
I think it works better on FCON.
DEXTER में इधर से डाल देगा. काल, sorry, कुछ नहीं.
You know who I'd like to see? I don't. It might not happen, but the Ruby for Fnatic Onyx.
Ruby Roam.
Yeah,
it works good with FCON too. Honestly, you deal with the Cho and you deal with the Suyo.
Yeah, it was brought out yesterday by RRQ Hoshi into the hands of Enoch.
Against the Cho, against those types of picks.
Hard stoppers, yeah. Even the Joy had to think twice about dashing through.
Yeah.
She get yeeted in. Yeet.
You ever been yeeted in, Weezy?
Guys, like कर दे हो ना stream. Please like कर दे हो ना.
No good, no bueno. All right. There's the Khalid band out, respecting Kid X's potential. And there's the Kid X pick, the Gatot. He was running out of choices, folks. Yeah, but luckily, all of Falcon's players played at least 5 heroes throughout the run in
क्या
They got deep pockets.
By the way, guys, इस game के बाद ना there's gonna be like I don't know कितना आधे घंटे का break होता है ना शायद. तो मैं नहा के आ जाऊँगा. अच्छा ये YVD है, YEVD है.
You have little escape from this Hilda and from this Joy.
Yeah.
But at least with the Farza, you have your wings by wings. You can
purify.
You can purify.
You can flicker.
You have a lot of maneuverability at least.
I'm with you. Also, we do not know exactly what Brusco's playing. So finally, we're gonna get a reveal here. Which one of?
मैं भी आता हूँ ना. भाई सब गे है भाई आज टीम पे.
We've seen a good chunk of XP Akai in the past quarter of MLBB sports.
It could definitely be either one right now. And the same goes for the Gatot and the Hilda.
Oh, it's more likely Hilda XP.
More like. So do you like the Kai over? I think the Cho's
next नहीं मुस्कान वो M3 पे था M3.
This makes it difficult to put in the Farza though because there's a way to get back to the Farza with the Cho, with the Akai, and steal it with the Valentina, with the IMU. That's a really good read from Fnatic to lock in that Valentina.
देखो Valentina ने सिर्फ गातोत का कॉपी करना है बल्टी. मुझे पता है.
If they pull off this game, they will tie up this series. A battle to earn top 4. And have a seat in Oxiana.
And that means we go all the way. This rivalry will not go down so quickly. The closer for Falcon. There it is, Coach T, the Aurora.
I like it. I mean, I think it's solid. I think it helps answer something. The real spice here, though, is that Akai. How is it going to work
out? इस बार Fnatic ने तो मुंह पे थूक दिया उनके.
Out a spicy pick. Let's throw those our casters to call this match.
Game number 4 ahead of us here at Falcon Esports after getting the last one. Can they do it again to bring it down to one game? What is up, guys? Again, I'm Nice and this is Ingon. Ingon, some interesting picks here. We saw the Yuzong earlier last game, but now also the Akai comes to play.
Yeah, Akai onto the hands of Kirk, so it's going to be interesting how he's going to fare up against Royal Milk's Hilda. But in terms of clear speed, I mean, paired up with a concussive blast, then you get the Molten Essence. It's going to be okay, and then you're going to have a huge advantage when it comes to those AoE control.
AoE control or not, again, up for Falcon Esports to gain the flight in the series, jumping into the land of Dawn. Will it be Falcon Esports taking it to a Game 5, taking it all the way against the Super Fam FNOP? Or will this be the end of the series? FNOP looking to close it out, still at match point. Dax and King Kong again in the jungle, and yeah, it's Brusco on the Akai in that roam. Kirk went in, took the Cho, parked it in the XP lane. So now we get to see this kind of difference work here this time around. But I think, you know, Falcon Esports, man, they have a lot of great picks to deal with this. Even looking at the emblems locked in here, quite a bit already. Royal Milk taking some damage, a little bit too much.
Even popping the Revitalize, but King Kong might actually be able to take him down. Here comes Super Prince, but Shadow Strike also. One more hit, and King Kong gets it. First blood kill onto Fnatic.
First blood going to the hands of King Kong, helping build in that momentum.
Get a job.
You know that even with the Revitalize,
Yes, Tota, yes.
just wasn't able to kind of withstand that. And that's what I was going to say. You know, the heroes that they have, mind you, they have
Get
double,
a job, get a girl, life.
sustainability composition here to help them out. Kelra too, I mean, we saw his phenomenal performance on this Granger alone just yesterday. So still, it's going to be that gold lane matchup, and I have to agree with what Trex mentioned earlier. You know, at this point in the knockouts, you're really seeing these gold laners come into play in these, you know, longer series now, where they are that crucial part where, yeah, sometimes they're left to their own devices in the lane, but then they end up going 1v1 themselves. But later on, these picks specifically, obviously can turn the tides of these early on fights.
Yeah.
So now, Turtle's up. Positioning going to be crucial. You can already see it too. You have Super Prince taking some shots.
Dexter हम तो एकदम busy अभी से कहाँ अभी तो तुमने बोला एग्जाम खत्म हो रहा है कहाँ busy हो
But they answer right back with a takedown onto Kid X as Falcon Esports will try and get the objective away from Fnatic.
They might try to stall this, but I think it's going to be too late with the Joy. The electrifying beat's going to be too much as Dax will secure the objective.
And he will support us financially.
From Falcon Esports. Able to pick up King Kong, you know, it's
लेकिन
surprisingly
एक तो पढ़ाई में बिजी है तोता जॉब के लिए वर्कआउट अच्छा तुम्हारा एनसीसी का क्या हुआ तुम बोल रहे थे ना एक बार कुछ वो प्रैक्टिस के लिए वो
Kelra going to be fine, just trying to delay what he can. He is a little bit behind Benny, though, for now.
Yeah. So right now, the play for Falcon Esports is to really just be aggressive in the mid lane, especially for Royal Milk onto the bottom lane and try to keep Fnatic Onyx Philippines preoccupied. Don't mind Benny once again. Give him the power spike later on. So far, Royal Milk has been doing that. A solo kill onto
Fnatic
Onyx Philippines. They're not as aggressive.
All the best, Tota. All the best. Hopefully, आप दिल्ली आओ.
Trying to control the pace against their opponents.
Maybe they don't have to be too aggressive. I mean, part of this is because of Super Prince, you know, what ultimates is he going to take for this? Takes the Frigid Glacier. Oh, there's a lockdown, but again, the passive still there. Takes a shot too with the Queller. So King Kong just kind of shooting off far range.
Cold drink पीने का मन कर आपको मन कर रहा है?
I'm wondering how the Sakai roam is going to work here for Brusco, especially when he's trying to utilize the.
मन नहीं कर रहा आपका cold drink पीने का? मेरा बहुत मन कर रहा है cold drink पीने का. ये है क्या?
Taking a couple shots, Kirk though goes with the kick.
थोड़ा सा.
Might just disengage. Does get the ultimate out. Kirk going to be in trouble as Royal Milk will get the kill.
Ultimate sacrifice for Kirk. To save King Kong from harm's way. Again, that was still a good initiation from Falcon Esports, but could be back.
Next year जाएगा. सही है.
King Kong
क्या?
picked off once again.
मैं लाके दिखाऊं. क्या हुआ? मैं लाया. मैंने क्या हुआ तब?
Onto Royal Milk, forcing his revitalize.
अच्छा तो है क्या खराब है उसमें?
Gets the revitalize out. They still have one more. Now the
ठंड में कौन कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीता है? मैं.
Will go ahead and get in position.
मैं पीता है ठंड में. मेरे अभी भी आइसक्रीम पड़ा हुआ है फ्रिज पे. खाना है किसी को आ जाओ. ठंड में कोल्ड ड्रिंक आइसक्रीम पीने का मस्त मजा लगता है. क्या लगता है who will win? Obviously, Fnatic is gonna win. But Falcon तो फेल रहा है.
Evan is on line with the triple on this Aurora. Great usage of the Frigid Glacier, and look at that, they're going to get a tier 1 as well. Talk about momentum for Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports 3.3.
मेरे को ठंड में ठंडा चीज खाने का ज्यादा मन करता है, पता नहीं क्यों।
Good for those counter engages.
Biggest upset
Looking at the
upcoming.
instant replay,
चुप
they're
कर,
the
skipper.
aggressors. Even though Brusco had a good pin down onto the back line, they set their eyes on the proper targets, which are the damage dealers. Dax focusing on the turtle, he got it. At the same time,
टेम्परेचर कितना है अभी यहाँ पे?
overextend because Kid X saved his AOG for the perfect moment where Fnatic Onyx was trying to escape.
See, that's what I was saying about the lineup that Falcon Esports has. They have so many options to zone out with a front line, but even the back line protection is actually going to be pretty good. Just because you
वही तो आज तभी तो कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीने का मन कर रहा है, ठंड नहीं है उतना।
focusing a couple shots on Royal Milk, but he's tanky enough to just
24 है।
This is a huge lead already early on. 4,000
Kills दिखाओ।
gold for Falcon Esports. So now
Kills है 2 और 6।
find themselves in often. They don't usually have this kind of gap to work against. So the adjustments on how they approach the next
DEXTER actually good by Q.
crucial for them. I mean, even for Kelra,
अरे
it's a little bit harder for him to actually move around, even when the flicker is gone, because of how much threat there is from Falcon Esports, whether that's the Hilda, whether that's the jump.
कोल्ड ड्रिंक भी तो इसलिए गुड बाय कर रहे हो आप, ये क्या बात हुई? नहीं पीऊंगा फिर, चलो कोई बात नहीं।
Big kills, you know, these are big item power spikes already for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, Killer just only has the Hunter Strike compared to
कुछ रीजन
has Claws Berserker's Fury. You can work
मतलब
to get
सिर्फ मेरे टीम पे गुड बाय कर रहे हो, वो बोल रहे हो?
activate his early his late game power spike later on. 4.4k gold lead for Falcon Esports, and they're getting good ground coverage, not even letting Fnatic Onyx Philippines get a sniff off that turtle.
3 for 3 now for Falcon Esports.
अरे ऐसा क्यों है, कोई रीजन फालतू में क्यों जाना है?
Once again, momentum in their favor. They're going to play a part. They're all over
Like
the jungle.
कोई भी रीजन हो वो अलग बात है, बट स्टिल मतलब सब चीज छोड़ने का क्या रीजन है?
Also to use their Revitalize. Kelra, that's Sonata connecting. Damage not going to be enough. PX7 used the Frigid Glacier to try and walk away. Now Fnatic Onyx Philippines slowly finding the favorable trades.
They'll find one pickoff, but they still have so
आज
much
से
ground
पूरा
to cover
डिसिप्लिन,
here.
कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा क्यों करना है? आराम से आओ, स्ट्रीम पे आओ, मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आओ, वीवर के स्ट्रीम पे आओ, चिल करो, फन करो, इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? डिसिप्लिन होने से कुछ सोल्यूशन नहीं निकलता, जस्ट सेइंग, एक्सपीरियंस से बता रहा हूँ। जो भी है इशू पता नहीं मेरे को, बट जो भी है जैसा भी है डिसिप्लिन होने से कुछ नहीं होता।
It puts them in this situation where they're kind of clumped together and they can't overextend. And Benny picking up the Malefic gun. There's the lockdown on Royal Milk. He's gonna just take so many.
वही तो नहीं करना किसी से बात, तो भाई पता है मैं सही बता रहा हूँ, आपको भी लगता है ना सब चीजें सही है, मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, लाइक बहुत डिसिप्लिन हो रखा हूँ मैं अभी, बहुत बहुत ज्यादा। बट जितना ज्यादा तुम डिसिप्लिन रहोगे ना, उतना ज्यादा तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब होगा।
It's easy. Take down a mid lane turret, expose his jungle, and take away the buffs of Suyo.
That seems to be the answer right now. As Falcon Esports takes the
कम कर दो आना, वो बात नहीं बोल रहा कि तुम हमेशा रहो, कम कर दो, बट like I'm just saying like you don't need to disappear. That's it.
Down 6,000 gold. Actually want to contest this, knowing them they might get in position for it. They're gonna go ahead and grab what they can, but you answered it here, Ingon. You stop King Kong by just taking parts of the jungle, and it looks like right now they're gonna go for even more here. King Kong's still on the top side. Kirk can't find an angle. Super Prince gonna dodge the Avatar of the Guardian.
Okay, they're gonna overcommit and try to force Fnatic.
चलो फोकस ऑन गेम, मैं कौन सा गेम खेल रहा हूँ जो फोकस करो? मैं तो सिर्फ देख रहा हूँ। और जो कि ये गेम 2-2 हो गया, साला स्क्रिप्टेड है गेम, माँ कसम स्क्रिप्टेड गेम खेल रहे हैं लोग साला।
Looks like Falcon Esports wants to do in Game 4 what happened to them in Game 1. Massive lead right now.
देखो yes, अरे देख रहा हूँ। मैं प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रीमर, मल्टीटास्किंग कर लेता हूँ मैं। मल्टीटास्किंग हमारे खून में है। हाँ प्रोफेशनल, हाँ वही मतलब गेमर हूँ मैं, स्ट्रीमर अभी बनना बाकी है।
Shield's gonna pop. Dax now, is he gonna jump into the base?
स्ट्रीमर भी बना
They
नहीं
deal
मैं
with the Lord, it's gone. But you can see it, Benny online. Just a couple shots will bring them down to half health even.
ओ भाई डैम डैम what the भाई the fuck
There was a close
स्कीपर है कौन रेस्ट्री गैप है
Smurf almost got bursted down to try and get the AOG away from KidX. And now Killer has been activated. A crucial shutdown onto Benny.
A good pickoff, but still, FNOP has so much work to do.
एक ही गेम खेलता है खुद को गेमर बोलता है वैसे ही मुंह पे मुक्का मारा ना इतना जोर से ड्रैगन फिर कभी नहीं खेल पाएगा
There's been no answer for Dax. Dax has just been freely.
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी खेलता हूँ बीजीएमआई खेलता हूँ अब पीसी है नहीं तो पीसी गेम नहीं खेलता आजा मार आएगा आएगा बहुत जल्दी आएगा आसाम रुक जा
King Kong gonna work on the purple buff and Kid X and the rest. Oh, the shots from King Kong!
ये लोग ग्रेंजर को कॉम्प्लीमेंट देता है लगता है मेरे को बोल रहा है आऊंगा वैसे आसाम आऊंगा रुक जा
And Falcon Esports heads up play. They're gonna try and take away the orange buff of King Kong. Let's see what's gonna happen here.
बीहू में आऊंगा शायद बीहू में बीहू
clinging and holding on to a 6.2k gold lead.
Royal Milk's gonna be that guy. You know, he's
बीहू में आएगा मैं बीहू में
obviously through this. Because he's that front line, he gives so much information to Falcon Esports in some of these skirmishes and some of these fights. Little by little, will try to crawl back into this game, but they still have to do. Even looking at the items, you can see the gaps between the lanes here. And yes, at some point, Kelro might get the itemization he needs, but he doesn't have it just yet. Still working on the BOD. Down a little bit against Benny.
हाँ मैं सोच तो रहा हूँ कि बीहू में आऊंगा मैं लाइक मेरे घर वाले बोल रहे हैं एक बार जाके आ जाए तो फिर इट्स लाइक 2 साल हो गया मैं गया नहीं ना और लाइक मैं किसी का फोन भी नहीं उठाता लाइक वहाँ पे फोन आता है ना तो मैं फोन भी नहीं उठाता तो वो लोग ना लाइक मेरी मम्मी को बोलते हैं कि क्या हुआ इसे ये बात भी नहीं करता फोन भी नहीं उठाता तो इसलिए फिर मेरे को घर वाले बोल रहे हैं कि एक बार चले जाना
and get ready to march towards the base
again of
Fnatic on Philippines.
Flawless execution for Falcon Esports. Now they have the advantage to siege in and get down inhibitor turrets for their side as they once again take away the buffs of Fnatic on Philippines. Looking at the itemization, no defensive items for Killer. He does, however, have the Festival of Blood and Impure Rage for added sustain. But the problem is, if he gets picked up or get knocked out, it's an easy kill for Falcon Esports.
Like I have my reasons. Like
over here on the side of Falcon
I have reasons for that.
In a base defense against an Aurora too, and then Dax just going to the back line. It's going to be so difficult for the position
अरे आप मिलो आपको क्या खाना है क्या पीना है सब मिलेगा. Don't worry.
Give him the space he needs to move around this. All waves pushing in perfectly for Falcon Esports as they get ready to take down the base turrets of FNOP. Mid already down, bottom next. Electrifying beats popped, and they're trying to hold it together. Kid X taking up some damage. Lord's going to be worked on. Now they make their way towards the last turret of the base, but right now FNOP still in it.
Oh, Falcon Esports, they still have enhanced minions into the middle lane, and on the top, will they go for the engage? They have a 9k gold lead here. They still have a lot of utilities again, AOG and Glacier. They popped the Revitalize for added HP coming in for this potential clash. Look at it, that's not, it's gonna hurt though. KidX goes in for the AOG.
AOG, KidX, gotta get back. Already utilizing both Revitalizes. A couple shots coming in. They're going to go in with a disengage, and Dax will run on out. Even with a conceal used, they won't follow any more. Again, Falcon Esports, job accomplished. All base turrets of FNOP down.
All base turrets and no casualties.
Take
away all the buffs the Fnatic Onyx Philippines can have. However, King Kong is going to be able to take this purple buff, and looking at the items, the decision of Gelra to not go for any defensive once again. It's pretty evident that they have trouble trying to go for Kelly. Two times. It's quite painful for Falcon Esports, but again, they have double Revitalize, they have frontliners, BP1s, they can out-sustain the damage coming in from the gold standard.
This is really where they're so exposed here, Kurt. even getting out of that jungle. And
ये
Kelra, he only has that.
ओजेन मेंशन कहाँ पे है? तुमसे कितना दूर है इशिता?
He's got that. But you can see this, you know, positioning so crucial for him because one mistake, and if he gets cut off with an avatar of the Guardian from Falcon Esports, it's going to be really difficult to get away, and he's going to have to rely on the peel.
ये ओजोन मेंशन कितना दूर है तुम्हारे पास से? ओजेन OZEN लाइक वो है होटल होटल ओजेन मेंशन OZEN मेंशन कितना दूर है तुम्हारे पास से?
I don't know if FNOP doesn't fight this, but they have the option to go into position. It looks like they'll do.
कोलकाता में है, चेक करो ना, अपना गूगल सर्च करो OZEN मेंशन। इशिता कहाँ से है? इशिता कोलकाता रहता है बट यूपी से है, यूपी उत्तर प्रदेश। अबे न्यूटाउन में है, तो न्यूटाउन तुम्हारे वहाँ से कितना दूर है? न्यूबॉक्स बहुत दूर है, never mind.
Looks like they want to fight. Kidex and T Karas picked up. They don't want to commit just yet.
Annie's girlfriend. Hello, Ato bro. What's up? Welcome to the stream.
They might give the go. Kelra's positioning still has the flicker. They take their time.
Annie's girlfriend, bro. Everyone, bro. Everyone.
Okay, that's
Ato bro.
Royal Milk's revitalize, causing him to go out of position. Soft reset onto this Lord.
That's one down.
दूर है, ठीक है कोई नहीं.
Another revitalize coming in from DEXTER, zoning out.
मैंने बोला था ना, इशिता like one of my friend is in the YTC, कोलकाता ICC, तो उसका just अभी like जॉब चेंज किया उसने and वो अभी उस पे ओजोन में है, तो इसलिए मैंने पूछा. बस 3 वाह भाई बहुत दूर है भाई, 3 घंटा यहाँ से दिल्ली लगेगा मेरे को.
They were forcing the situation, and even Kelra to burn the flicker.
दोस्त वर्क करता है. यो अभी तो मतलब
Positioning going to be crucial. They're going to have to manage the waves pushing.
Welcome to the stream.
Kirk will be up. But right now, Falcon Esports looking to close out this game 4 on this push.
I have money but no gun. Same, Ato bro, same, us bro, us.
Super Friends holding on to the avatar of the Guardian will have to make this work.
Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. King Kong has to walk away. Brusquedo goes in, but electrifying feet from Dax is there. Benny gets a free hit. AOG, and they're working on the crystal. A shutdown onto Kelra, and Falcon Esports evens out the series. We got a game of 5 in our first best of 5.
Bro.
Again, both
मेरा स्टूडेंट कह रहा
तभी and Falcon Esports found a flight. The first team to really give FNOP a run in a series, and now it all comes down to one.
I guess special haram khor.
No easy wins, no easy series, and Falcon Esports showing that they are not back.
Why is Ato being cringe here? I don't know.
Again, they were facing the 2-0, the match point, and now 2 games in a row.
वही तो मुझे भी लगता है, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता भाई, ये 2-2 चला जाए. पैसा है तो और क्या चाहिए? जब आपके पैसा हो जाएगा ना, तब आपको पता लगेगा. पैसा से कुछ नहीं होता, मतलब पैसा तो होता है बहुत कुछ, बट सिर्फ पैसा ही होने से कुछ नहीं होता. हाँ बस गर्लफ्रेंड दिमाग खराब करता है. नहीं ऐसा नहीं है. हाँ हो सकता है. अगर छोड़ो, मैं क्या ही गाइड दे रहा हूँ. I can't give any suggestion among this. I am noob.
They didn't.
I am noob.
And they introduced another new element to the draft.
मेरे को कोडिंग मंगाना था. माँ कसम मेरे को मन कर रहा है.
It seemed like they had a plan here.
कोडिंग पीके रहेगा.
What kind of a plan was it? I don't know. I wasn't in the room where it happened. Was not in their comms.
अरे मैंने स्टेटस नहीं डाला क्या स्ट्रीम का? What the fuck?
Safe to say, at the end of the day, there were way
2 घंटे हो गए स्ट्रीम को, मैंने स्टेटस नहीं डाला.
to win, and they just did not have the right damage profile to go through a double revitalized lineup.
Hey, you asked me the question, right? Could Falcons rise to the occasion? I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I knew it was possible. It was only a matter of time, right? And I just got to point it out. Every time the Florida brothers are on the desk together, doesn't matter if it's NACT, doesn't matter if it's M6, it always goes the distance. And we're jumping into a game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely going the distance right now. We're at game 5. I don't even. I
जैसे के पास बहुत गर्लफ्रेंड है.
need the benefit of the doubt.
Nah,
हाँ बहुत ज़्यादा है भाई बहुत.
Going. I mean, call game 1 into a warm-up because it seems like they finally found their form. This was close to an 18-minute game, and to be honest,
आज डेक्स्टर के पास बहुत गर्लफ्रेंड है. मैं जा रहा हूँ खेलने. भगवान करे मेरा गैस कॉइन बचा लेना. If you pick wrongly, दिमाग खराब हो गया. Exactly. लव से क्या पर गर्लफ्रेंड करता है जब बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड का दिमाग खराब करता है. वाह रूबल जी. आलू गलत बात है ये. मैंने किसी का दिमाग खराब नहीं करता. सीखने का नहीं. Anyone with logic understands that he has been
huge so far in this series. We have yet to really see an answer outside of that Fredrin be very impactful.
Starting about attention
more, what we would say unorthodox, right? You have that Akai in. We asked the question with the Yuzong as well.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलेगा guys. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलेगा.
Are they worth it? Now losing 2 games.
मैं कुछ मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि ना मैं फंस जाएगा कुछ बोलेगा तो.
Top 4 today if they're not careful.
Looking at the items, you'll see that the farm was on point for Kelra. It's just there was too much.
यार सब धोखा है. लाइफ में फोकस करो. अभी मौका है. ये सब लिख के रात भर किसी के साथ तो डुओ चल रहा होता है.
He was dealing with the balls from Benny, and I think this does put the stats back up in favor of Bruno. Bruno is still favored now at 8-6, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Bruno definitely still holds the lead as long as you have the right draft around him, and that's what Falcon is doing. They seem to be the ones to pull the cards close to the chest in that game.
ये अनंत साला यहाँ ज्ञान दे रहा है. रात भर किसी के साथ तो डुओ में लगा रहता है.
It seems like the coach of FNOP is having some trouble in there. If they ban out the Fredrin on blue side, leave themselves
Como
open. He didn't think the boy was going to get stuck up front.
Not like that. I don't think he thought it because something went
सब
wrong.
साफ है. साफ मुस्कान जी को छोड़ के.
Into the favor of FCAP.
मैंने बॉक्स ठीक है. हम नंबर कुछ नहीं मांगा. अगर थोड़ा सीरियस क्या कुछ सोचना है. नंबर तो मैं भी नहीं मांगता किसी से. नंबर मांग के क्या होगा जब मैसेज नहीं करना किसी को.
Look at Kelra, look at Fritz, look at King Kong. This is as expected. But who?
ये टॉपिक बंद करो. Sorry.
It's a double revitalize.
Unless anime game something problem, मैं भी नहीं मांगता. हम सुबह उठता है 3 बजे को. उसके बाद ऑनलाइन होता है. तो खेलता है. ठीक है. हाय एनीबॉक्स. I'm Anaconda. मजा आया एनीबॉक्स.
But this time around, that Aurora pickup I think was huge as well, especially with that Valentina having her up against it. It worked off really good for Falcon Esports.
Dare I say
it
was a solid stopper.
Let's do some calculations, right? Because they did almost so much more damage, almost double the damage probably total than Avcon. Look at who soaked up all that damage. Kid X,
good morning, good afternoon, good night.
51,000 damage onto Royal Milk, and
I mean,
he just played a great game overall, and the double revitalize, it just shows. Is it time to finally nerf this? Is it time to finally get rid of the double revitalize, the revitalize ability, because it is ridiculous. That seems to be on top of the list. When you ask the MLBB player base, they would say marksman, malefic gun, revitalize.
I was cooking.
And what else? That's all. That's
पीब्रो आएंगे मेरे को बचाने. पीब्रो आएंगे तुम्हें लिटा के बेल्टे मारेंगे तुम्हारे पीठ पे.
Right now.
मैं भी मारूंगा.
About 72 heroes picked overall out of 126. So we are very, very happy with the way the metagame is going, save for those 2 things. Looking at the gold graph right now, you'll see that it was a downhill slide for Fnatic Onyx going into that first turtle. And then eventually they
good afternoon, just got better.
all-time high of almost 10,000 between them and Falcon at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, total control, right? I mean, in the beginning of this series, Falcon was having a hard time getting into this game, and I think right now we can agree they're a slow starting engine for this series, and now they're fully revved up, and you're starting to see some of the cracks show from Fnatic Onyx, right? A lot of pressure on their side. They're the last
take
team
rest.
from
Yeah,
the
जो भी
Philippines
जैसा भी
sitting
होता
in
है.
M6, holding that banner.
Take
And now,
rest.
with these two teams being tied up, who will take the first spot in Oxiata?
You know, and I think
Although
something
Animals
else
turn
on
very
these
bad.
tracks could be this, right? And I want to take a look at this goal graph because in the very beginning, FNOP almost always wins out in the
दिल
leading phase. It does look like a
दिल
lot.
दुखा है
Just
लेकिन
starting that
टूटा
first
तो
4
नहीं
minutes
है.
off, 4
उम्मीद
minutes
का
off
दामन
with
छूटा तो
the
नहीं.
lead.
ये
It
भाई वो
shows
बंदे ने जो
we talked
फील्डिंग
about
के
their
साथ
great
बोला है
micro
ना.
mechanics, their great aggressiveness. But now the lack of macro from them, maybe that's starting to be the downfall a little bit. Maybe it's too much relying. They're having trouble with the snapback in that
आराम करो
late phase
इशिता,
of the game,
आराम
right? They're
करो.
having trouble with that snapback. They're leaving things down to too much of a coin flip maybe. And teams like Falcon, those outer sea aggressive regions, love that. They thrive in that.
And that is the current dilemma for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Can they somehow snap back to a more macro-focused form?
हाँ, garbage bag stop up कर रहे.
just got started, and now finally they are soaring.
अपना
The
वो
momentum is on their side.
वाह 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 वाह.
Front line mage, their MVP mage. We're gonna give it
एक्स्ट्रा
to
एनिमे लाइंस बोल रहा है इंस्टाग्राम
Let's
के.
throw it over. It's PX
हाँ वही
on that Aurora.
जो एक मीम है ना, वो बंदा बोलता है
Coach T, he picked up the Aurora.
आपकी तरह मैं भी परेशान हूँ,
Very
but
quick pick, and it worked well. At first I was a little like, okay,
उल्टी
this
पे
can
उल्टी
work. It's a little
उल्टी.
dangerous.
तो
But
गार्बेज
again,
बैग में
you
क्यों कर
have
रहे
the
हो?
front line to block for it, so the Aurora can just
एक
take
सुट्टा
even
फूक
that
के वापस आ
final
जाओ.
push
भाई
going
कहाँ
down,
जा रहा है एनिमे
drops
बॉक्स?
the Fridge Glacier and saves
टीब्रो मुस्कान ने इसको
to make sure
350
Benny
डायमंड
can
दिया
get more
आज.
damage out.
सोच सकते हो
Waited
एनिमे
to
बॉक्स.
pick this up, right? This wasn't an early pickup. This was pretty much
Last
the
pick.
last pick for the draft right after that Valentina
It
slot
was
up.
red 5 for game 5, yeah.
And to get that MVP, it just showcases PX7's mastery. And right now, with the momentum rolling inside of Falcon, they're one game away
from dropping Fnatic Onyx into the lower bracket.
अरे अगर तुम इतना उल्टी करोगे ना तो फिर वो भी रख लो ना.
Let that sink in.
Let that sink in.
ओआरएस रख
Can
लो
they do
ना.
it?
Be right back.
Can they do
ठीक है
Momentum is on their side.
आराम करो.
Unless Fnatic Onyx somehow, some way, pull something
अब ध्यान
out.
रखना कि तुम्हें क्या लड़की बारे
There's
में
a
बोल.
phrase
क्या
we
ही
haven't
बोलेगा
used,
ना
I think,
अगर
at all this M6
Put my
that
mom
I think goes
says
very hand in
to
hand
do
with
that
Falcon
to
in
my
Days of
sister.
Past.
Is it broadcast safe?
Downloading.
Oh.
Falcon Esports first 2 games where they just downloaded was Coach Neo Chao.
I don't have a
just
six. I didn't
downloaded
have a
the
six
draft
star
for
तो
a
मेरे
bit.
को इन सब चीजों के बारे में
What's the
इतना
bar filled?
knowledge
Are they
नहीं है.
good to go?
Are they at 100%?
मैंने तो बस
I
वही
think they
जितना भी
are
ऑनलाइन
right now
होता है
because
वैसे ही पता है मेरे
this
को.
time,
तो
because
I
the
don't
first 2 games, Fnatic Onyx
It's-
Philippines was in the
गर्म पानी
driver's
पियो.
seat, man. They
कितना
had
गर्म
the
पानी
wheel of
पियो
the
please.
draft. And now Falcon
I'm
Esports
just
seems
saying
to
that.
have the wheel of the draft. They got Fnatic
माँ
Onyx
कसम एनिमे
Philippines.
बॉक्स तो अगर यहाँ से गया ना तो अगर
Watching
निकला
the
स्ट्रीम
game
से
now,
फिर देखना.
watching PX7's highlights on that Aurora and Falcon Esports' performance so far in games 3 and 4, I agree with you. It seems like it's now a check
Also
for
want to brother
Fnatic Onyx Philippines if they have
And
more
then
files, if they got more blueprints.
Anime box.
What's in Coach? Why not in Coach Hayes?
एनिमे बॉक्स can be your brother.
The
तोता.
original blueprint. You just got to get back, like you said, pull your cards in, get back to the original blueprint.
I mean, they're stacking up teams left and right in M6 so far. I mean, they took down Aurora MLBB
Thoughtful.
during the Swiss stage,
That's
and then they
yeah,
also
brother.
took down SRG.
नहीं
And
मैं
now,
सिर्फ इशिता का भाई
to
हूँ.
bring back this series, which was really just
Chup
one
sala,
match away
shit, Wiley.
from a full sweep for Fnatic Onyx, now tied up. How do they do it?
And if anything, it's Falcon who refuses to budge.
ज़्यादा
It's
हाँ
Falcon who
बहन
says,
लोग हो
"No, we're
गया
gonna pick the same
राशियन.
heroes. We're
भाई
gonna put
टीका में हाथ
Aurora on PX7.
माथा बोल रहा था.
We're
भाई
gonna
मेरे
put
को ना
Agathon
सिर्फ
on
एक रक्षाबंधन
Kid X.
वाला
You've seen
सीन है.
this before.
तब
We're
like
gonna
I
keep
feel
the
like
Bruno and Benny.
कुछ तो मिसिंग है.
I'll tell you now, that's pretty terrifying. If
Something
you're Fnatic
yeah.
Onyx right now, is we keep giving them the same heroes. We could have sworn fundamentally we could beat
अरे
them.
वो गीता क्लास गीता
I think that
क्लास
is
है.
one thing that they haven't done quite yet. Is just go back
गीता का भी क्लास होता है.
to the basics, to the fundamentals, what worked in game 1 and 2. Stop it with these Yujongs. Stop it with these guys. But
I was actually going to ask you that. I was going to say, do they stop these X
नहीं
Factor
like
picks,
seriously
'cause I
like
always say it's
अभी
high
मैं
risk,
ऐसे
high
normal days
reward,
में
and
तो
right
मेरे को
now,
उतना
the reward is
फर्क
not
नहीं
on
पड़ता
Fnatic on excited.
but उस दिन
Listen,
ना हर कोई
if you
like
see the
stories
crowd
डालता
behind us,
है
we have the
वो सब
Philippines
करता है
behind
ना
my
फिर उस
shoulder.
दिन
We
लगता
have
है थोड़ा
Myanmar behind my left. Myanmar was quiet for half this series, just silence in the crowd, but they have not sat down since game 3.
The Burmese are here in droves and they are alive and kicking. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with game 5, let's throw it over to our courtside reporter to get us into the thick of things. What you got?
Welcome back to Courtside Reporter. Now here with me, Poji,
I'm
and
Delhi-
also we
Delhi
have
लोगों को आ ही
Chantel,
जाऊंगा मैं।
an MPLPH insider, and as well, Falcon Esports
Yeah, we saw it in
super,
Dubai,
super,
पता नहीं।
super, super, super fan. And also maybe you can introduce yourself.
Sorry?
You can introduce yourself a bit to all of the fellow fans all around the world.
Hello, Falcon!
ऊपर का दिखा तो
AI! Fly high!
It's a very heavy crowd right now.
But look at AI! Fly high!
Nice one, nice one. Manggalapa, my friend. Ako. Manggalapa as well. Now, kumusta?
Oh, you know Filipino words.
सब hidden
Wanna
करके
hear
रखते
some
हैं
of
भाई
the
हैं
shot from the Filipino crowd? Are you guys ready?
कौन की तरह डाल सकते हैं मेरे को नहीं पता था
In 3,
oh my god
2, 1, let's go Fnatic! Onyx! 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 Onyx!
All right. But now, may I know who is your favorite player for Falcon Esports?
Okay. I love Falcon Esports. All of them is my favorite. You are all my favorite, bro!
Betul bersemangat. Very enthusiastic. I like your spirit. But now, for Chantel, I want to hear something. What's happened inside Fnatic on it right now? Because at first we thought they're gonna win this game 3-0, but now it's 2-2. It's the last game. What happened?
Probably because of the masterful draft from Falcon Esports. We didn't really
इन लोग
expect
खेल नहीं
it
रहे क्या
to
रैंक
be
कभी
a very long game, especially for that. And
अब
all I
स्ट्रीम
can
भी
say
नहीं
is
करते
that Dax is playing
हेलो
really well.
DEXTER भाई
Aside from
हेलो
Benny's
साहिल व्हाट्सअप
nice
अब
matchup
स्ट्रीम भी नहीं
against
कर रहे फिरो
I forgot the name.
स्ट्रीम
I
क्यों नहीं
remember
कर
the
रहे
names of this
अच्छा
game, but
पैनिंग
yeah,
खेला था
against Kelra. So it's all about the laning, and again, the basics of Falcon Esports was just really on point from that previous game. Yeah, draft and execution.
Based on what happening now.
नेक्स्ट मैच अभी 10 मिनट में होगा 10-5 मिनट में
Who
2-2
should
है
be
हाँ
aware
ये
of for
2-2
Falcon
है
Esports? Because Falcon Esports is currently rising at the top. Who aware of?
Probably Coach Draft, and at the same time, Benny and Dax. Benny and Dax. Specifically, Benny's Bruno.
Right. But now,
Oh
we're
my
gonna
god, I
have
can
a
watch.
cheer
Yes,
battle.
you can watch.
We want to look who shout the strongest. Can Onyx start first?
यही
Maybe
मिलेगा
you can
वर्ड
lead the charge.
Okay. Should we go here?
It's going
Can
to
we go
die
here?
mod.
Okay.
It's going to die mod.
Guys,
What?
are you here with me? Let's go. Okay. In 3, 2, go,
Guys,
go, Fnatic.
This is my profile. You can send me gifts. Okay. जो गिफ्ट सेंड कर सकते हो
Fnatic, go, Fnatic, go, Fnatic, Fnatic. What?
Here is my ID. You can gift me, guys. Send me.
What?
Send me. Send me.
There you go.
Nice one, but now for Falcon Esports. All right, lead the charm, man.
Falcon! 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 One more time. AI! AI! We are! Yeah!
It's crazy over here right now. And now, without further ado, let's head back to the panel and let's hear what they thought about their cheer right now. Let's go back.
All these kisses today.
Of all the places for a home crowd
Burmese
to
team,
feel
yes,
like a
yes,
home
they're
crowd,
from
it's in
Myanmar.
Malaysia that the Burmese out-cheer
ये सुनने
the
में गाली
Filipinos.
लगा मेरे को भी तो
That's what
गाली
momentum
लगा
does.
क्या
That's what going into Game 5 feels like after game trying something new. Looking at the history of Fnatic Onyx Philippines when they're up against the ropes, last time we saw them in this very position was in their grand finals against Aurora.
रुक जाओ गाइस मैं आ रहा हूँ एक मिनट
Looking back at the history, this was on October 20th, 2024.
मैं जो
They
गाली
went back to
खाऊंगा
basics. It was a draft that looked very in meta at the time. Now, gentlemen, do you agree that if somehow, some way, Coach Wynand, Coach Hayes can find this back to basics meta draft, is this the key?
I think so. I mean, sometimes simplicity works the best, and that seems to be when Fnatic shines the most, at least against a team like Falcons, where I don't feel like they're going too out of pocket with their picks, right? They're going for more of a standardized meta. So jumping into game number 5
In just a few.
These are things that have to be checked off, right? Going back to home court with more of a standardized draft and not high risk, high reward picks.
All right, how about we go down to the numbers? What if we compare our mid laners? Because if all else fails, if you don't get to shut down the gold laner, you don't get to shut down the jungler, your core most likely is your mid. Let's check out the stats between Super Prince and PX7.
Okay, so Super Friends KDA looking ahead, which really, I think, complements his style of just always kind of playing the range so well, getting those big kills, but barely ever dying. But one thing to point out with PX7, he's up on the gold per minute, which just shows, I think, his style of he's willing to hunker down in that early phase. He's willing to make sure he gets gold. He's looking for those rotations early game and throughout the game and find those items as fast as possible so he can get to the point where he can capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough one, right? When you see
let's continue. कहाँ जा रहे हो तोता जी? कहाँ जा रहे हो? क्यों जा रहे हो?
I mean, even with the flicker, you'd think it would be for a means of escape, but it's a means for engagement. He's all about those highlight plays and dealing that damage, and that's what we're gonna see him pop off against PX7.
Yeah.
So going into game 5, I think it's a matter of who steps on the clutch faster and recognizes the fact that it's time to be utility mage, it's time to be carry mage, it's time to be artillery, it's time to be starter. Before the draft begins, gentlemen, I gotta ask you real quick, just off of your gut, who do you think is taking game 5?
You first.
Fnatic Onyx.
किसको बोल रहा हूँ?
I'm gonna go with Fnatic Onyx as well. I think 2 games is enough. I feel like if they go back to
चलो
their
तोता
roots,
what
they'll
like
be able
if
to
you're
pull this one
busy
off.
then okay you can go but जो ये तुम्हारा जो बोल रहा ना कि गायब होने वाला
Sanction down on somebody, and right
वो-
now
वो
I'm going
मत करना.
with the underdogs, with Myanmar, the Burmese, Falcon Esports. I think they can pull it off. They're in the driver's seat right
अरे मैं
now.
पूछ रहा था
All they
किसी ने
gotta
वो
do is
खाया
take it
है
across the
Little
finish
Heart.
line.
All right, let's see what the draft dictates. It's 2-1. The desk says Fnatic Onyx will take it, but Trex believes in Falcon. What's the opening pick?
Oh, I mean, Bruno is gone. Which
Bruno's
means
gone.
Cho should be first on the board for Fnatic Onyx. I mean, right now it could be flex, right? You don't know if it's going to go into the roam.
कैमरा मेरे तरफ से निकलो मेरे पे से क्या है? ठीक है ना ठीक है ना
You don't know if it's going to go into the egg.
FCON's in the position where they have to find the counter to the Joy. What is it? Joy's been winning games back to back to back in this series. They pick up the Hylos, they get the Granger, so they have some front line. They have some answers a little bit. The Hylos hasn't slipped through yet.
Ooh, this is getting spicy right now. The audience going wild, cheering.
How often do you hear cheering in the draft alone? As if the chess match between our coaches were as intense. I'll tell you now, I think it's very much called for, because this draft sets up the game for him.
Setting the tone right now. Falcon Esports 1 win away, which was once looking like the impossible has worked in their favor, but now Fnatic Onyx ready to claw back with the Eve in the Hilda.
All right, already they have great tempo control. And, oh, explain this to me. The Hayabusa pick into the Hilda.
It's dangerous. It's scary.
You know, as
worrisome.
Coach T on his off time is an XP laner, so you know you're gonna send yourself straight into that jungle.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's tough, right? You're already looking to have a little bit of trouble here. The only goal for FCON at this point is, I don't care if you got to give up minions, I don't care what you got to do. You need to stay next to that Hilda at all times and protect the president, which right now it is not Benny, it is Hayabusa.
That makes me feel like the Hylos will be, no, it could still be flexed to the roam to the XP lane. But yeah, you are going to have to watch out for this Hilda invading the jungle of the Hayabusa. But with the Haya, it's a free way to get to that Eve.
That is something that Super Friends has to watch out for. So he has to pick a very specific battle spell, likely a flicker. He is handy with a flicker. Second ban here for Falcon. Do they take away one more choice of gold laner for Kelra to address that missing pick? You think of the 1-1?
I think the 1-1's very viable. I think it could definitely work out here.
1-1 or Moskov?
Yeah, maybe the Moskov and force him into the 1-1, but the 1-1 does really good against the Hylos.
That it does.
So at this point, I think you just take out the 1-1. They go for the Cho ban instead, also a decent ban. But yeah, if the 1-1 gets picked up, FNOP's looking good, I feel like. It's at least when it comes to like Lord fights and some of those more late game fights, Hylos is gonna have a little bit of trouble.
Wait a second. Maybe, just maybe, the Mathilda is still available. Couldn't FCON take that up? I mean, it'd be another way.
Both of them can.
They both can.
Yes.
But FCON has priority right now.
Yeah, and you're already pretty squishy with the Hayabusa. It's a risky, it's a pick you could capitalize
It's
on.
सब कहाँ गए भाई चैट से एकदम से कोई कुछ नहीं बोल
Go
रहा.
very sideways.
What Falcon is actually looking for is the kind
Red
of
Glitter
damage
again, Ted.
that is the right damage profile burst. Thankfully, they pick up the Vixana. If there was any other pick, they would be having a hard time finishing people off with the Granger and the Haya. Good pickup here. Still, we don't know who's going into actually Roamer XP. Fnatic Onyx, what goes into the hands of the Filipino Savage here? The 1-1's still open. At large, the Moskov too.
Oh, assassin.
Yeah, both of them can definitely get the job done, but you have to watch out for this Hayabusa. So maybe going in for a little bit more of that survivability could work out better in their favor, because I'm just worried about the die potential, right? When you see this Hayabusa picked up from FCON, they're going to try and get some early kills, some early initiations. There goes the Irithel slotted in.
Okay, so we've seen Kelra play the Irithel before. It was against the 1-1. You know, it was against some of those picks, but still, I'm not completely against this.
I've played this matchup before. I'm pretty confident with the Irithel. You just have better coverage. Granger has to draw straight lines. As the Irithel, you can actually, you know, have some combat mobility.
And you have decent kite against the Hylos. You have decent kite against a lot of what FCON wants to bring.
And if it comes down to it, you can dodge the big thicket ults, the EG, if you're somehow in the thick of it, in the middle of things, and the Hayabusa's ult, the shadow kill, heavy crossbow into like a party of 3.
Yeah.
And you spread the damage there.
Now, do we see the Mathilda picked up here? Is this a Hylos in the roam or a Hylos in the XP lane? Seconds away from the final draft for game number 5. And Tig has been slotted in for FCON.
That is a Kid X special. How do you feel about the draft, Coach?
I do like FNOP right now. I feel like FNOP looks very clean. They brought it back in for sure.
One final game in this best of 5. Let's throw it over to our casters to call the action. Jose and Jose.
Again, we gotta check IOI Convention. It's game 5. Are you guys ready? All right, they're ready. It's me, Nice tuning on to bring you game 5. One last look at the draft. 2 solid lineups. It's been back and forth, Ingan. What do you feel, real quick?
I have to agree with the panel. The dive composition that Falcon Esports can bring onto the lineup of Fnatic Onyx Philippines might just be too much, but at the same time, Kelra with the Irithel, in terms of mobility, has a slight advantage over the Granger, and let's see what happens.
We're gonna find out what happens. We load into the land of Dawn, a ticket to the top 4, and Oxiana Arena on the line. And it's all come down to one game. King Kong and Dax have been back and forth throughout the series. And honestly, when we look at the draft here, everybody gets some solid choices. But we haven't seen the Hayabusa too much.
Okay, an early engage for the Falcons here. Going on to Kurt, even with the Revitalize, they're going to bring him down. A first blood drawn by Falcon Esports.
Oh man, the fact that you get a first blood already, even though it went to Royal Milk, man, I mean, that's a great start for them. Now for Fnatic Onyx, gonna go ahead and try to adjust from this pace. Again, King Kong on the Joy, we know this has been very elusive, but now you have a Hayabusa across from you. Oh!
There was the Void Crystal. But the damage coming in from Brusco, forcing out PX7 to use a flicker. So there was still an engage for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And let's see if they can continue the aggression, because so far, if Dax just continues on his rampage over King Kong right now, but King Kong managed to steal away that jungle minion.
There's a whole lot here. I mean, this is the tension throughout the series, of course. A lot of battle spells being expended early on. Even Kelra taking a couple shots here. Oh!
Pops the Purify. One more, Benny. Is he going to be able to do it with the Rhapsody, though? He's going to connect, but it's not going to be enough. Kelra survives.
He sidesteps, he bobs, he weaves. Kelra survives. In that exchange, again, that would have been massive here for Benny if he's able to capitalize on the kill.
Chat silent हो
They
गया.
find themselves pushing and pulling, really on all sides of the map. Now looking at this too, you know, Benny running that Festival of Blood. This time around, he didn't go with the Master Assassin just yet either. So here, we find ourselves first objective for the taking. It's going to be started up by King Kong, and Falcon Esports will get in position. Are they going to be able to contest this?
Okay, King Kong carding things off. Here comes the catch, and Dax gets the turtle. King Kong has to walk away. He gets the counter engage coming from Fnatic. Onyx Philippines forcing Royal Milk to use the Revitalize. No response for Fnatic, and Falcon Esports a well-coordinated attack against Fnatic.
Silent हो गया का मतलब ये नहीं कि तुम spam करो.
Falcon Esports still holding on to a very minor lead. The fact that they got this objective, PX7, using the Eternal Guard, doesn't have the flicker though, so able to stay alive for now. Some information. Bottom side though, this is what we see so much in the gold lane right now. And this time around, with the fact that this is an Irithel for Kelra, it's going to work in their favor with mobility, but they're going to go for Benny.
There's no Raging Sandstorm for Brusco. Because he wasn't level 4, Benny picks up the counter kill.
A big pickup for Benny, even the 1v2. Looks like Fnatic wanted, you know, to just try to make that play for Kelra, but instead they get punished. So again, an adjustment's got to be made here for Fnatic.
That's how important the first major objective is, which was the turtle. Because Fnatic Onyx Philippines didn't have the chance to get it, Brusco wasn't level 4. They went for the engage. The Raging Sandstorm wasn't available. And Benny was, Wiggy Shadow Kill, forcing Super Prince to walk away. Here comes King Kong onto the back line with the Electrifying Beast. Raging Sandstorm finally connects onto Dax, but answers with the implosion. Here comes the counter attack, but still King Kong manages to find Dax and walk away safely.
Kirk is there, joining the fight. Kid X able to get away. Again, the momentum shifts just slightly, diminishing that minor gold lead that Falcon Esports built up. And now King Kong holding on to the 2 kills. This is what he wants to do. He wants to go ahead and scale up as quickly as possible, especially when you have Dax on the Hayabusa across from you. Turtle coming up here at 10 seconds away as it's on the bottom portion of the map. They'll have to rotate down. King Kong still up on the top side. Dax will make his way though. They might just try to blitz this forward. They have 3 members here, Kelra and Brusco, waiting for the rest of the team. Positioning important. King Kong might, hold on, Brusco.
Defending Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sand Guard to make sure he's not going to get picked up by Falcon Esports. Here comes King Kong though. Brusco has to walk away.
Oh, Kelra!
Oh! Brusco went down with PX7 as well. Kelra, enemies of everything go. Kirk working on a Kid X. Kid X has an implosion plus the Revitalize. Here comes the Sacred Hammer, and it's going to get a kill on to Kid X. King Kong zoning out Benny, but Falcon Esports remains unbothered. Gonna try and go for the purple buff. Kirk though, zoning out Royal Milk.
You're gonna have to go ahead and just get this buff. Dax goes and secures it. King Kong's gonna start the turtle. They expended quite a bit on both sides for this. Dax will check things out before members of Fnatic Onyx will force Royal Milk back. So they might have just gotten a hard-fought turtle. Now Benny gonna be in trouble, gets out with the flicker, and Brusco be able to escape, and now Kirk, King Kong looking for the back play as well. They go in a little bit longer.
King Kong brings down PX7 with the electrifying bleats, and Kelra works on the bottom lane turret. They also secure the turtle. A lot of isolated clashes there for both of these teams, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they won all three.
Man, it just feels like, you know, at one moment, FNOP flips a switch, they turn things in their favor, and they just cause some chaos that makes teams kind of second guess a little bit on the positioning. I mean, they collapse down even under the turrets. So they now build up 2,000 gold lead at this point. They got the last objective. Falcon Esports still in fighting form though. They're still in a good position to go ahead and contest the next turtle when it comes up, but they might look for another play if they can. Again, the surprise factor here really is for Kid X. He's got the implosion, he's got the flicker combination, where Royal Milk, he's more so of utility. I have some sustainability with Revitalize, but I can also use the glorious pathway to cut off the exit routes, but Royal Milk.
Okay. They're going to force out the glorious pathway to be used defensively. On the other hand, Kirk has to walk away here, coming in damage of Falcon Esports. They also used up their Revitalize. Major resource expended for the side of Falcon Esports. And they're going to make quick work of the mid lane turret. They might set their eyes on Benny. King Kong goes in, Rhythm of Joy, and an Omega kill for the beast himself, King Kong.
You can't stop him. You can only contain King Kong, but now in the mid lane.
There's an attempt coming in from Falcon Esports. Here's come one to Kid X again with the implosion. But the sustain is there for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kelra dishing out the damage, forcing Falcon Esports to walk away. Again, no trade. And I do agree, you cannot stop King Kong in his element. 4-0-1, and now they're going to take away the buffs of Falcon Esports.
They've got to stop him, though. They have to stop him from taking the resources. Dax is going to need this. He's only level 9, nearly level 10, but he's falling behind here. Turtle up for the taking, going to go ahead and get in position. Falcon Esports needs this. If not the turtle, then a defining team fight in their favor. They don't have a flicker for Kid X. He's got to wait for the implosion to be available, so they'll take their time with it. But even so, Benny and the PX7 both have to watch out positioning-wise. They're going to set things up. Benny picking up the Malefic Roar. Turtle's going to be started up by King Kong. And now Kirk providing the vision. Both gold laners making their way towards the fight here.
Okay, they're going to try and work on Kirk. Here comes the implosion. They're going to commit it. Dax on the other hand trying to focus on the turtle. Brusco is the first man down, but the answer right back with a kill onto Kid X. King Kong gets the turtle. Another kill onto Kirk. Falcon Esports doing their best to try and bring down King Kong with a shadow kill. But it's not going to be enough to bring down King Kong. Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a 2.6k gold lead.
2-for-2 trade, but the objective for FNOP further in the lead a little bit further, and that's a Holy Crystal now with a Starlium Scythe for King Kong. Look at the gap for the jungle. In terms of the gold, a massive lead right now, 2.2k ahead of Dax. And when you pick a Hayabusa like this is where it gets difficult, holding on to the buff. So they go in and break out in a fight, they'll take the purple.
This is the main difference compared to game number 3 and game number 4. Kirk has been activated along with Brusco. They finally are able to get the vision, to get the zone from Falcon Esports compared to what happened during game number 4 wherein with the Akai pick. It was easy to burst down and poke down Brusco. That's why during the big engagements, he has no HP, he gets bursted down right away, not able to maximize the ultimate, but right now it's different. It's a different story for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We see Kirk, even if he overextends, even if Kid X commits Implosion and Sacred Hammer, it's not enough to burst him down, but all the value that they get with what Kirk did was all used up by Fnatic Onyx.
Man, even for Super Prince, you know, the fact that he's just able to go ahead and be a nuisance by setting things up with the RWM, but he also just has a glowing wand and a wishing lantern. I mean, the Void Crystals alone are enough to go ahead and stop some of the guessing of Falcon Esports on wanting to fight. And Dax is almost going to be in a situation where then, all right, he's behind, he's got to kind of catch up. He's not going to be really to go face-to-face against King Kong. So best case scenario for Dax is he's just able to go ahead and somehow steal the Lord if that ends up happening. It might have to happen here. We've seen this time and time again with previous Hayabusa players, but again, the zoning potential from FNOP is so good that Dax's entry point is really hard to get to. I mean, he has such a difficult time actually getting there, even with the quad shadows.
Yeah.
So now the Lord is up. It's going to be started up by King Kong. Oh. Still going to be used too. They want to make a play on Royal Milk.
Okay, they want to go for the -1. King Kong here with electrifying beat, forcing the first pathway once again. Looks to revitalize. That's 2 major resources expended by Falcon Esports. Again, you mentioned Dax. It's going to take a lot miracles to try and go for the Lord Steal, but here comes the Sacred Hammer play onto Kirk.
Oh, Dax, look at that. Already so low, even with the quad shadow. A quarter of the health. They know they're low. They're going to start up the Lord again. He's going to try to get the orange buff and get some health back here. They might be able to delay this even further still. As Falcon Esports, do they contest this? Orange buff locked in, get some of the health back. He's going to reset. They know that some of the resources were down as well from FNOP. So both teams still going for a reset. Even with this kind of lead, Fnatic Onyx cannot overextend into the team fight, and they'll send Benny back down to possibly just push this out a little bit, that tier 1.
He's going to try to go for a trade instead, because again, looking at the... Oh! Brusco along with Super Friends going to bring down Royal Milk. Real world manipulation paired up with a Raging Sandstorm is enough to take him down. Now they're going to work on Kid X. Here goes the power of Villainous, forcing Kid X to walk away. 1 member down for Falcon Esports. Fnatic Onyx Philippines looks to get the Lord away from Falcon.
Should be able to get this. Dax is around the corner. I said he might have to go for a steal. Looks like he might try to do it. Pop in the shadow kill, but they delay the Lord a little bit further.
Oh, Super Friends manages to find Dax. And now he has to walk away. Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord.
Great pull off there. When they saw Dax enter, they didn't keep pressuring it, so they're able to go ahead and safely secure the Lord. Falcon Esports in a position once again to get ready to defend. Some crucial items were just picked up. They are catching up a little bit here, but you can see it. A lot of this is relying on Benny. Again, he's got the items that he needs, still working on the next one, the 3rd item. We'll see if it's enough to defend into the base. That Lord is pushing its way down the bottom. They are going to lose that tier 2 up top. They'll try to hold on to what they can. The shields might even be threatened here. They'll clear out what they can, but this is the moment. Maybe Kid X is able to pull something off with the implosion. But can he withstand the damage? Again, Kid X not fully locked in. Only a Dominance Ice completed on this Tigreal pick. They'll try to spot them out of the jungle as they deal with the Lord right now, but so far so good for Falcon Esports. Glorious Pathway drop down to try to maintain the tier 2 in that mid lane. There's a conceal though. They might put some pressure here now on the base of Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports made quick work of that Lord down bottom and manages to save also the mid lane turret. Just look at the damage coming in from Keller, forcing PX7 to walk away. King Kong electrifying. This might be the catch. Falcon Esports gets 1 kill. Now they want to go for more though. Kid X with a conceal. Oh, missed the implosion. Super Friends with a super instinct. And now the counter attack coming in from Keller. They're going to take down 1 more. Kid X is going to fall down in exchange for King Kong.
I can't.
Super forcing PX7 to walk away. King Kong electrifying beat. This might be the catch. Falcon Esports gets 1 kill. Now they want to go for more though. Kid X with a conceal. Oh, missed the implosion. Super Friends with a super instinct.
Not sure what they're going to do with this if they just want to secure the purple buff. They have the rest of the team to help them out with this, but look at the front line. Brusco taking a couple shots, and Kirk will also be spotted out. Again, making it work here for Dax to get the buff. Goes in, takes a couple shots, and has to go back, so he's going to lose the purple buff.
You can just see the damage of the Death Sonata and Rhapsody not sufficient. Kirk just stood up against the Rhapsody, took all bullets, and just look at the health, full health already, utilizing the passive, just going into the bushes alongside Brusco. So how do you go and attack the front line, even if you have a Benny with the Granger already has a huge items? Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a 4.2k gold bid. The thing is, the only thing that Fnatic Onyx Philippines really needs to worry about is the implosion that can come from Kid X at any given moment, paired up with the internal guard. But the thing is, they were able to avoid it with Super Friends Flicker. Here comes the Sacred Hammer. Okay, but Kirk still going for it.
They're going to jump on in. Actually, already crafting down on Kid X. They're in trouble.
They collapsed on Kid X to bring him down. No more implosion from Falcon Esports. They might go for 1 more. They're going to try to work on the mid lane turret. They take down the internal guard, and now 3 seconds. Major objective for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. The Lord has spawned.
I think Dax still tries the same thing. Even down with Kid X. Kid X will be up in 14. They can delay it enough for him to be up. Plus, he'll have the flicker. So if they try to make something happen, but they're going to send Kirk Go ahead and spot them out. Might force something. Oh!
Ooh, the power of wilderness might be too much. Dax has to retreat. Glorious Pathway again used defensively. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong secures the Lord.
Objectives secured. And now for Falcon Esports, once again on the defense. But this time, this Lord will help them push into the base. They do hold on to this one tier 2 turret in the mid lane. But if you're looking at the items for this, as they come up, Benny is where that damage profile comes from. Even PX7 still trying to catch up a little bit. We're seeing how much Super Prince is a threat alone. Like we mentioned, still working on his next items. Already got 3. And even the Wishing Lantern, I mean, the Wishing Lantern, the procs there do help out. King Kong picking up a Divine Glaive. So this is just a whole lot of magic damage. Overloading Falcon Esports as they get ready to defend against this. Again, Benny's positioning. He's only got a flicker. He's got that one dash, but they'll hold it together. Royal Milk still holding on to the Revitalize and Glorious Pathway. They might need it here unless they force a situation. Brusco, keep an eye on him. Might try to force things in. They lose that top turret. Now the mid lane has to be defended. They're going to clear out the Lord. Dax, oh, Kidex!
Kidex goes in with an implosion, but a counter by Brusco with the raging sandstorm from the back line. Going to take down Kidex once more. King Kong with an electrifying beat. Going to force out PX7 to use the flicker. They do, however, clear out the Lord and clear out the minions. They might go for the counter attack. Here comes Dax, though. Does he have the Wiki Shadow Kill? No, he doesn't. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines will go for the retreat.
Falcon Esports will defend, though, only losing that top turret. They're still in the game. And whether or not, you know, Kidex gets that set up to turn the tide, they at least buy time. And that's exactly what they need here. Again, at some point in the game, the gold lead will not matter so much. Dax has done a good job at catching back up. Remember, he was down quite a bit against King Kong. Benny is online, he's where he needs to be. But Kidex, once Kidex gets a little bit more tanky, catches up himself in the itemization and doesn't have to solely rely on Royal Milk either, then that's when they're ready to go toe-to-toe and fight this out. Because even Kirk on the hill, man, Kirk alone is so tanky enough.
Okay.
They'll go ahead and get ready for this. Again, trying to take that buff.
Keller already swapped his boots for the Wind of Nature. So he's jam-packed. Keller wants to go all in. And for Falcon Esports, it's either you try and go to contest for the Lord and steal it away, or at least if Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord, you need to take down bodies for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
At this point, FNOP will just go ahead and take things slowly, take the buffs what they can, and go ahead and just gauge to see if Falcon Esports wants to force a fight. I don't think they should. And if they do, it's literally only going to be when Kidex has that flicker available, but it might be better off. They've tried it a couple times, that they just get the fair fight they're looking for. You know, we saw what we expected was that back in game 2 where Kidex on the same hero, the Tigreal, wasn't able to work out from him. He's out there scouting, but they're gonna have to work for this. Again, we'll see if he actually gets back, but the Lord is up. It's gonna be started up too. So he does still recall, it looks like, unless he gets the information that he's not gonna be safe, but Super Prince will spot Kidex out.
And now they're going to go all in onto Kidex. Royal Milk forced to use the Glorious Pathway. Kidex Immortality will be popped. All the while, Kirk onto the backline. And they will bring down Kidex. Connected to every single member. King Kong with the cleanup crew. Immortality will be popped. Benny has to walk away. He's the only one left.
The raging sandstorm from Brusco was on point. 4 members down, it's only Benny to defend this base push. Aura and Super Prince, they'll take down the big turret, they'll clear out the lanes, but they might not be able to end it. Super Prince!
Oh, Kelra goes in with heavy crossbow, forcing Benny to walk away. He's gonna bring down King Kong, but Fnatic doesn't care. They secure top 4.
And the storm rages on as the lightning fast porcupines pierce through the pride of Myanmar, the Falcons Esports. A decisive 5-game series. What better way to book that slot, the top 4 in the Oxiana Arena, than to have it go all the way? What people thought, myself included, was going to be a sweep was not, and talk about the rising to the occasion from Falcon Esports. They do go down to the lower bracket, though. They still have a chance to fight on. We'll see if they make it happen. Again, I'm nice to that thing on. Let's throw it back to the panel.
That makes 3 and 5. Still in favor of the Burmese, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes one for the current reigning and defending region in the M Series. We went the distance, gentlemen.
We went the distance, and Fnatic Onyx earning a spot into top 4 of M6 and a seat in Oxiata.
Yeah, I mean, it completely goes all the way. Back, forth, back, forth. Falcon try to clutch that final win in there. But what does Fnatic Onyx do? They do exactly what you said, Leo. They bring it back to simplicity. They bring it back to the basics in the last game, and they take the dub.
And more importantly, in-game, they were very surgical, very specific in what they were trying to do. Midway through the game, I checked in on Dax's net worth. Homie was legit in poverty. He was difficult of items. He wasn't dealing any damage. And all the way until the very end, even when it was quote-unquote comebackable, he was sent back with a shadow as soon as any member of Fnatic Onyx saw him.
I mean, we asked the question, right? Picking up the Hayabusa into the Hilda, was that the right decision? I mean, there was not really a point in time where we got to see the Hayabusa thrive in that environment.
You know, but that's when it leads to the question of what else was there, right? It was definitely tough. You could fall back to something like the Suyo. You could fall back to something like the Alpha. The Alpha might have been well there against the Hilda and everything, but the pressure's on, right? It's game 5. You got one shot, and Fnatic Onyx clutches up in those moments.
And I think for the first time in the whole series, this is the real pop-off for the electrifying beast, King Kong. We were talking, and I think it's safe to say, Joy is the #1 jungler in the meta right now, in M6.
You know, Trex brought up a good point. Possibly new meta on the way. He said, ban Fredrin, go Joy on blue side.
If you're blue side, yeah, you ban. I mean, and we just saw that happen. That could be the answer. Of course, we're going to see how things unfold with other teams. It feels like when we get matchups like this, there's always one hero, 1 or 2 heroes. And for this match specifically, it was the Joy. I'm sure when we watch TLID RQ, it could be a very different hero. But it seems like there's always at least one hero that ends up being the major trading piece.
More on the metagame and the specifics of this bout later. But for now, we do have word that we have an interview set up ready on stage with the winners. Rose is with Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
The team that has just qualified for Oxiata Arena upper bracket finals and have just secured top 4 this M6 World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So right now, I am with Brusco and Super Prince. First of all, guys, congratulations. An amazing run so far. How are you feeling?
Sa match namin, parang mas madami kaming natutunan ngayong match, mga lesson na i-review mamaya. And excited rin kasi top 4 na kami.
Okay, Brusco said they actually have a lot of homework to do later on. They have to go back to whatever mistakes they did just now so that they can continue improving, and they're also very happy because they're now in the top 4. Super Prince, how are you feeling?
Okay lang din kasi first time din namin sa M Series, tas parang palong-palo kayo maglaro.
He said he feels good too. Despite being his first time in the M Series, he also feels happy that they're actually playing really well. Now, Brusco, can you take me back just now? What happened in that game against Falcon? Why was an almost reverse sweep happen? What happened?
Siguro binigay namin yung Bruno. Gusto nanalo kami. Akala namin goods lang Pero nung pinikulit nila, di pala kaya. Kaya din namin respeto yung Bruno talaga.
I see. So Brusco thinks it's all down to the Bruno. They gave it in the first time because they think that they could actually beat it. But I think, Benny's Bruno is really not something to be messed with, no? It's very scary. He's very good at it. So will you do it again? Will you give him Bruno again if you guys meet?
Ban Bruno.
Ban Bruno. Okay, now as we all know, Super Prince has been in Onyx for a long time, right? Fnatic Onyx. And you've been through multiple roster changes. How does it feel that your hard work is finally paying off?
Unang-una po, masaya kasi na pag international stage tapos
I don't know,
yung
this time I might feel
hindi
like
po
I was
sumuko yung
doing
Onyx sa
like
akin.
something else.
He said firstly he's very happy because he managed to go to the international stage, and he's also very happy that Onyx did not give up on him. Okay, now for Super Friends as well, you got a new moniker. There's a title. People are calling you now the Monster Mage. Do you like this moniker? Gusto mo ba yung title na Monster Mage? Or di mo masyado bet? Honest opinion.
Kahit ano.
Anything? Anything's fine with you? But maybe you can tell me more. Do you like it or do you not like it?
Okay rin.
Okay, maganda. It's nice. Okay, now, in your opinion, who could give you a hard time in the mid lane? This M6.
Rins.
Rins? Why do you think Rins is gonna give you a hard time? Bakit?
Kasi pag nakaka-script namin sila, sumasabay siya sa akin.
Oh, so during screams, Rins can actually catch up to Super Friends. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now, Brusco, we all know that this is also your first time in the M Series, right? Are you nervous playing, actually?
Hindi po Parang excited pa po kami kasi kami yung magde-defend ng title ng Pilipinas.
Oh, he said he's actually not nervous, but more towards excited. As they're the only Philippine representative left, they're very excited to defend.
I hope you can hear me now. Wait, let me get my earphones. Hello. Am I audible now? Bolo. Am I audible now? Yes, you are. I was saying, how are you, Doja? How are you? I'll be playing ranked at night. Okay, so you can join. Oh, I'm good. What about you? I'm also good. I'm good. I'll be playing this account. Where is the account? This. See, since you are not playing now, I pushed it till 29 star from Mythic. How was your day? It was nice. I slept early. Like early means like 4. I guess in the 4 in the morning. So I got some sleep at night. I woke up, had my breakfast, and started streaming the watch party.
Even as a wanderer, the days we have for leisure are far and few between.
So there's one more match remaining for the day. Like वो क्या बोलते हैं? RRQ versus जो भी है एक कौन था रुको देखता हूँ मैं RRQ versus Team Liquid ID. इनका मैच खत्म होने के बाद I'm at 30 stars. See, if you would have played now, if you would have joined, you would have been in glory by now. Because when I started playing with you, that account was at like 10 stars, I guess, and you are at 25. And since you stopped playing with me, I pushed like 20 stars. And where is your account? Wait, let me check. Wait. Where are you? This is you, 30 stars. You play Lunox, na? Your favorite hero is Lunox, I guess. I need 20 stars to reach. It's easy. You'll get 20 stars, don't worry. Let me check the profile. Ignore my win rate. Acha. Check my win rate. You think I'm someone who can, you think I can, like, judge someone on the win rate? See my win rates 50, 60, 50, 60. So it's fine. I don't judge someone on win rate, don't worry. I have a bad win rate too, so it's fine. Is this I was playing yesterday? I lost this game, but one victory. Your win rate is better than mine. Eh, is this? Where is this? Current season, I have played Alpha so much I kept losing. My Khalid, Phobius, Sicilian is good, 85. Beatrix 75, Xavier 75, 1671. These are few matches, na. The most matches I played with Alpha, and I 59%. Batao. Hut. See, this one MVP loss. This this Mada is mad. You see this name, Mada is mad. I keep getting. हमको नहीं लगता है हम ग्लोरी उठ सकेगा. अरे उठ सकोगे, आराम से उठ सकोगे. डोजा इतना मत सोचो. पहुंच जाओगे आराम से. Mada is mad. Heroes, where is Lela? Marksman, Lela. I keep getting matched against that guy. Mada is mad. ये this वाला देख रहे हो? This one. Mada is mad. I keep getting matched against him. I don't know why. See this game. देखा? Wow, cute skin. इसका इसके पास? इसके पास? के कौन सा लैला वाला? क्या था उसका? थैंक क्या? तो ये वाला? ये कौन सा स्किन है? एरिथ कलेक्टर? मेगा कलेक्टर #2 स्किन तो बहुत है भाई. So I get matched against him every night, every night. नहीं वेल अच्छा. Which is your favorite skin? What's your favorite skin, रोजा? In the game, आपका सबसे favorite skin कौन सा है? Lunox Legend. I, पे है ना मैजिक व्हील
Mandala blossoms from the withered Kikyo. Opposing forces. The daughter of eternal. Come and join.
सही है पता है मेरे पास ऑप्शन था लेने का कि कौन सा लूं तो मैंने फ्रैंको ले लिया आई डोंट नो व्हाई फ्रैंको उठा लिया क्योंकि मेरे को ना लुनॉक्स उतना नहीं आता अच्छे से मेरा विंडेज दिखाता हूँ आपको सो प्रीटी यस शी इज आपको लुनॉक्स मैं प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ लुनॉक्स का रैंक क्लासिक में बट कहाँ है लुनॉक्स फिर देखो 46 4K Aurora crystals yes हाँ I'm waiting for the next collector skin कलेक्टर स्किन एक फ्री में मिल जाएगा मेरे को आराम से हाउ बिकॉज सी एक अरोरा क्रिस्टल इज वर्थ 1 डायमंड इन द स्पिन वो जो आता है ना कलेक्टर वाला एंड वन कलेक्टर कॉस्ट अराउंड 3000 समथिंग डायमंड्स अगर आप वो डेली स्पिन वाला करोगे तो आपको कुछ 3000 डायमंड लगता है तो आई हैव 4000 ना तो मुझे डायमंड लगेगा ही नहीं ये ऑरा क्रिस्टल से ही मिल जाएगा मेरे को आर्लॉट नहीं आ रहा अभी वो तो उस दिन गलती से शो हो गया था अभी शायद वो आ रहा है देखो मार्च में आ रहा है फ्लोरिन का फेब में आ रहा है तरिजला का और जनवरी में पता नहीं किसका अरोरा का आ रहा है शायद रुको मैं चेक करके बताता हूँ हाँ मैंने भेजा था किसी को 1 मिनट ये रहा हाँ अरोरा का आ रहा है कलेक्टर वो आर्नोट का पता नहीं कब आएगा वो लोडिंग ठीक ठीक चल रहा है मेरा नेट स्ट्रीम सही चल रहा है आपका शायद थोड़ा नेटवर्क का दिक्कत हो गया तो मैं पता है मुझे मुझे ये चाहिए कलेक्टर कहा गया नहीं दैट स्टिकर अच्छा यो आर्यन व्हाट्सअप वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो
Have a seat, sip some tea, and enjoy the show, my friend.
What's your favorite skin? This is my favorite skin. Since since my favorite hero is Xavier, now see I'll show you. See my Xavier games 768. So it's my mission, okay? It's my mission. I'll keep all the Xavier skin. See, I have Xavier, I have Starlight, I have this skin also, okay? Cloud skin. I have all the Xavier skins. I love Gojo too. Yes, it's nice. The skins effects are so cool, nah. It's so cool.
If there's anything I can't resist, it's a refreshing cup of
I have all the Kagura, okay? Even if I don't know, I don't play Kagura, but I have all the skins of Kagura except for one skin. Where is Kagura? See, I have this also. I have this, this, this. I don't have this skin. I don't have this Wala. I have this. I have summer skin. I have special skin. I have basic skin. ये तो है. I don't have this Wala. This Starlight. You have my Kagura skin too. Which one? Yes, Exorcist. Exorcist is your favorite. Let me check. Wait, रुको ये कब शुरू होगा? I don't know when it will start. Yes, I got it for free. You know, in the draw. Like I was just spinning. I got it from the spin. I didn't have to redeem it. When I was going for the Granger Exorcist, na, I got that skin from the spin only. Like, let me wait. Let me check when's the match. When's the match gonna be? 18 na, so 16, 15, 30. अरे बड़ा. You try or look on Starlight bundle. I don't get, Starlight, this one, na. This one.
Our tribulations allow us to appreciate the sanctity.
You mean M6. कौन सा? What's this Starlight bundle? मतलब What's Starlight Bundle?
Hero. I am but a curious wanderer, passing through.
Who is she? She's my in-game. Like she is common friend of my friend from a friend I know in-game.
Have a seat, sip some tea, and enjoy the show.
Starlight Bundle कहाँ पे है? यहाँ पे है क्या? What is Starlight Bundle? Starlight Bundle. क्या चल रहा है? हेलो अभी तो some Starlight Shop. Is this Starlight Shop? यहाँ पे. अच्छा this one. I don't have money. I just bought this skin today. Carry. So I don't have the Starlight fragments. हेलो अभी तो व्हाट्सअप M6 देख रहा हूँ M6 चल रहा है तो अभी मैच पहना तो ऐसे ही टाइम पास कर रहा हूँ
Wearing a friendly smile or that ferocious mask?
फ्रंट पे शान बना हुआ है अगले महीने जा रहा है ना वापस वेट कर करके बोर हो गया ना कुछ मत और है भाई ऐसे ही करते करते ना पूरा वो निकाल देगा मेरे को पता है 2 साल निकाल देगा I'll add you okay wait रुको Doja, I'll add you, okay, so that you can we can play na at night. Wait, where is your name? Where is your name? Where is your name? Where is your name? This is your name. Copy name. Where's Itadori? I didn't get the Itadori. Miss कर रहा क्या नहीं कर रहा है? I didn't get the Itadori Doja. I will get it the next time if it comes na. I'll get it.
My master has long left to see the world.
I don't have Yin का skin. क्या शर्म कर रहा भाई बोल दे चुप कर भाई कुछ साला नहीं करता मैं स्किन कैलोरी वेरी जुजुत्सु काइजन वेरी जेजेके नहीं जेजेके ये रहा I don't have yin I have these 3 but I don't have yin Exorcist, I have Kagura and Granger. I don't have these 2. Ispe, I don't have Estes. This Aspirant, I have nothing. New Beast, nothing. This, nothing. Cloud, I don't have Edith. Plot Chain. Nah. I had no money back then, I didn't used to spend money when all this event came. See this is not Lord Shen. When all this event came na, Toja, I had no money, so I didn't spend nothing. Like this Gojo and all, I got this recently when the event came na this year. If those events come again, then for sure I'll get the skins, but Let's see. पैसा लड़की के ऊपर स्पेंड करा तो ऐसा ही होगा, बिना पैसे का भाई कुछ भी किसी के ऊपर स्पेंड नहीं किया। तब मैं आसाम में था ना, तो कुछ नहीं था मेरे पास। अब चंडीगढ़ आ गया हो ना, अब सिर्फ भाई। ये कौन है? समाधा है। आई डोंट स्पेंड ऑन गर्ल्स साला, अभी तो।
Crowd control and damage in the early game, making space
3
for
minutes
teams
more,
to
3
follow up
minutes
similar
more.
objectives. Then we have the EXP laners.
Doja, don't be like Dexter, okay? Hey, chup. Don't be like Dexter.
Have a seat. Sip some tea.
यार भाई इनको
Enjoy
like
the
what
show.
fun do guys have keeping girls profile picture? I don't know. ये अभी तो भी वैसा ही है। इसका प्रोफाइल पिक्चर क्या है? लड़की का फोटो लाके बैठा है ना? नहीं, अपना खुद लड़की का ठीक है। वो तुम्हारा तरह नहीं, मैं भी लड़की का फोटो नहीं लगाता, ठीक है ना? अभी अभी लड़की का फोटो तो है तुम्हारे पे, साला हराम खोर भाई। ठीक है भाई, हटा देता हूँ भाई, हटा देता हूँ। ठीक है, हो गया खुश? ठीक है, हटा दिया, ठीक है ना? हैप्पी नाउ?
Even as a wanderer, the days we have for leisure are far and few between.
यार कब मैच शुरू होगा भाई? बोर हो गया मैं। एक ब्राwl खेल लेता हूँ। Doja, you wanna play brawl? You wanna join brawl? Few games. अभी हम होता तो अभी एक साथ स्ट्रीम पार्टी करता। वो भी है। कोई नहीं, जब तुम आएगा तब दिखेगा। डोजा चला गया क्या स्ट्रीम से? हाय डेक्स्टर, हेलो लियांग ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। नो, आई जस्ट wanna watch your game. Don't judge, okay? Don't judge my gameplay. बकचोदी करते करते मजा करते हैं। हाँ वो तो। मेरा एमएस इतना हाई क्यों हो गया? एमएस इतना हाई क्यों है? अब ठीक है। व्हाट्स अप लियांग ब्रो, हाउ आर यू? गुड इवनिंग। नो आई एम नॉट, ठीक है। नहीं, इट्स फाइन। बैठ के खेलना होगा. रुको एक मिनट. Had your lunch, guys? Done with your lunch? मैं सुता भाई तो अरे हाई है भाई. Like, see, Delhi's. Are you gonna spend money on Hunter Center skin? I don't know. Like, if I don't think the skin effects are not that good. Doja, the thing is ना भैया आगे वैसे नहीं नहीं मैं जाऊंगा पहले बैंगलोर उसके बाद आएगा वो. उसका प्लान था दिसंबर मिड पे आने का बट ड्यू टू सम रीजंस ना वो भी नहीं आ पाया. क्या डिगी डिगी नहीं खेलना भाई. लूई दे दो. और कुछ है क्या हीरो? कुछ है क्या? अल्फा लूई खेल लेता हूँ. दीप भैया को बोलना है क्रिसमस पे तुमको एक क्लैप दे दे. अरे वो बोल रहा था लाइक मेरे को पीसी देगा. आएगा ना यहाँ पे देन ही लाइक पीसी बना के देगा मेरे को प्रॉपर गेमिंग पीसी. तो लाइक जनवरी फरवरी तक मेरे पास पीसी हो जाएगा. वो बोला था लाइक सिंस आई एम बी ओनली डूइंग गेमिंग ना तो बोला था कि लैपटॉप से अच्छा तेरे को पीसी बना के दूंगा प्रॉपर हाई ग्राफिक्स एंड ऑल के साथ. तो लाइक यू कैन डू एवरीथिंग ना. हाँ मस्त होगा. तो वही तो. अरे लियांग ब्रो 35 में हाई इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि लाइक इफ आई एम प्लेइंग इन माय ओन सर्वर ना तो मेरे को वैसे नॉर्मली ना 15-18 आता है. देखो 20 आ रहा है.
Like a string puzzle, you are totally in my control.
सर लोकेशन चेंज होने सर्वर भी चेंज होता है क्या? नहीं 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 होता. भाई कंफ्यूज कर दिया मेरे को भी भाई. कंफ्यूज करके मार दिया. वेलकम बैक सुजल. सेकंड स्किल आजा.
Everyone has the right to embrace their true self.
Guys, please like the stream like कर देना. I'm gonna after this game मैं M6 का मैच स्ट्रीम करने वाला हूँ. तो को आइटम चाहिए भाई, पैसा नहीं है.
You are failing, Oriental Warrior.
मार दे नाइस. थैंक यू.
Our victories will let my will bend the earth. Your life is worthless, but I will take it anyway. The future of Cadia Riverlands is in our hands.
सब चले गए क्या? मेरा चैट ग्लिच हो जाता है क्या बार बार? क्या कुछ है कि सब चले गए सही में? तो सब चले गए. अच्छा देख रहे हो? आई एम स्टिल हियर. अरे नहीं, सब बात करना बंद कर दिया ना. मैं बोला सब चले गए. माँ कसम भाई. यहाँ पे एटलेस होता ना, मस्त एकदम कॉम्बो मस्त लगता.
Everyone has the right to embrace their true self. Your life is worthless, but I will take it anyway. Loneliness never Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
मच्छर काट रहा है गाइस, मच्छर काट रहा है.
Let my will bend the earth. Your team destroyed the You are failing, the Oriental Warrior. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
टाइम सो अरे कुछ भी नहीं नहीं It's a brawl. Everyone is pro in brawl. I'm a professional brawler.
Your life is worthless, but I will take it anyway. You are failing the Oriental Warrior. Hi-ya!
Hello. Hey, can I couldn't read what. Arey, don't delete na, Doja. Why do you delete messages? You want to ask me something or something like that you wrote? I don't know. If it's like you want to ask me something, then sure you can. हम भी एक YouTube चैनल खोलेगा सही है सही है वाह भाई मेरे को पकड़ा भाई वो आके यार हट नहीं यार हम भी एक YouTube चैनल खोलेगा खोलो खोलो क्या आप सब्सक्राइब करेगा आप अभी बोलो अभी कर देते हैं सब्सक्राइब उसमें क्या है आपका डोजा कैट वाला आईडी को सब्सक्राइब कर देते हैं बताओ अरे हार गए गाइस हार गए जी जी See, in the end I only lose बे यार मैं शर्म लगता है क्यों वाई शर्म डोंट बी शर्म स्टार्टिंग में तो लगेगा बट जैसे जैसे टाइम होगा ना यू स्टार्ट गेनिंग कॉन्फिडेंस एंड फिर इवेंचुअली हो जाएगा नॉर्मल आप मेरा सबसे पहले का स्ट्रीम उठा के देख लो मेरा आवाज नहीं निकलता था स्ट्रीम पे बट अब देखो मैं बात कर लेता हूँ थोड़ा बहुत रुको इनका मैच शुरू हुआ कि नहीं हुआ
I'm just gonna say this. You guys had a very smooth journey. The first team to qualify for the knockout stage, right? So going up against Team Liquid Indonesia, how do you feel? Are you nervous?
No, we're pretty excited for this match because this is the match we've been looking for and our preparation also good. So we are confident enough for this match.
आपका सबको 1 पॉइंट है व्हाट इफ आई गॉट ओनली 3 सब्सक्राइबर्स अरे तो मैं मेरा स्टार्टिंग में जो ना इतना था मेरे को बहुत टाइम लगा बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लगा ठीक है आपको मैं क्या बताऊं मैं स्टार्टिंग में जो स्ट्रीम करता था ना तो लाइक कोई नहीं देखता था लिटरली कोई नहीं देखता था इवन दो मेरे पास सब्सक्राइबर थे 200 100 तब भी जब लाइव जाता था कोई भी नहीं देखने वाला था। इवन तो अभी देख लो, अभी देखो मेरे 1000 सब्सक्राइबर है राइट, आपके अलावा कोई नहीं है यहाँ पे, और लियांगो है ठीक है, 2 लोग हैं, उसके अलावा कोई नहीं देख रहा। अब मैं जब रात को स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मेरे को भी कोई नहीं देख रहा होता उतने ज्यादा,
Udah prepare. Skylar.
इवन तो मेरे पास 1000 सब्सक्राइबर है।
What is the score? Your prediction?
Last time.
फिर लगे रहना पड़ता है ना, अब क्या कर सकते हो। अब चैनल खोला है, स्ट्रीम तो करना ही होगा।
But you will win?
Yes.
Okay, now Sutsujin, you said that you guys have prepared for this matchup, but Fabian said, watch out in the Lord and the Turtle. What do you want to say to
ऐसे नहीं
Fabian?
लगा लगता है।
I will be careful.
देखो डोजा, मैं बता रहा हूँ ना आपको, मेरे पास अभी भी मेरा कभी ना मेरा वो हो जाता है कि मैं क्यों स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, कोई देखता तो है नहीं, समझ रहे हो।
You hope so?
अभी भी मेरे को ऐसा फीलिंग आता है, तो आपको ये फीलिंग आना कि नहीं होगा मैं समझ सकता हूँ।
96% confident that he will win today. How many percent confident are you?
100.
100% confident.
Of course, yes.
Anything you want to say to Team Liquid before we start?
Apa ya bang?
Apa mau bilang dekat Team Liquid?
Yang bagus-bagus lah. Ya, good luck, have fun lah. Ya, just rematch grand final in Indonesia.
Yang bagus-bagus aja. All right, only the good things. Thank you very much, guys. Good luck. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to start game 1 of this.
कोशिश अगर आपको सही में बनना करना है तो कोशिश करके देख सकते हो, कोशिश करने में ना कुछ पैसा लगता है।
And of course, Aran and Fabian from Team Liquid, Sutsujin and Skylar from RRQ. Gentlemen, I'll tell you now, I'm pretty split down the middle. On an individual level, I love RRQ. King Skylar, the mercenary Sutsujin. Like, I've grown so fond of them. But as a team, Liquid ID is undeniable.
Yeah, Fabian, Aaron Shiki, they get the job done. Even
बस
Witty.
इसके ज्ञान मन को क्या खोलेगा? Nice. क्या नाम रखोगे?
An excellent matchup between
What will be the name of the channel?
The humbleness between both sides, not wanting to throw out any disrespect. You can tell they favor each other a lot.
Well, I think it's, you're in this position where, you're on the world stage now, where it's not just about a team anymore. It's about support, representing Indonesia as a whole, right? And unluckily, they get drawn against each other, so they have to face each other. And one of them goes down today, so no, it's not a time to, talk smack, have fun. I think both of them know what's at stake here, and both of them know what this means.
Talking about the matchup incoming.
Yes.
We have a quote here from King Skylar. He is sharing to us about a promise he made to his teammates back in M4. When his old teammates, again, OGs from ID, Vin, Clay, Albert, R7, when they all left RRQ, he felt sad because they all fought together hard to give their best in M4 and they only finished 3rd. So this time, he promises that if he wins this time in M6, it will also be for them.
He's climbing up that ladder. I mean, this match literally is going to determine top 4 placement. That's one step closer to 3rd place already, and his head is in the right space in this World Tournament. He definitely has what it takes to pull
yeah.
One step closer to fulfilling a promise he made.
Arunachal people are nice.
Albert and R7.
Yeah, and these are guys that he played with for a long time. Like you said, I couldn't say... These are OGs, right? And this is the possibility for Skylar. There's something in my gut that says they can definitely pull it off or at least secure grand finals. There's just this feeling, it's like, is this finally RRQ's time? And so many people have been wanting it. So many people want to at least see them on that grand final stage.
Really? Yes.
But they got to get through TLID first.
Historically, RRQ has a knack for finding themselves in the middle of historic events. Real quick, to validate our query about the longest game in M6 so far, it was indeed a 35-minute bout in the wild card. This was between Incilio and RRQ Akira, 35 minutes. That's what you were watching. That's what you were referring to.
Yeah, and that's a pretty long game, 35 minutes. And again, like we said, with Indonesia, both teams fighting it out the 1st and 2nd seed. The Brawl server. in effect. Hopefully we get some spicy engagements in another series that goes all the way to Game 5.
And the game I was referring to, where I wrongfully said 37 minutes, it was actually 27. I meant.
Are you watching something new or are you watching something new or something? मतलब ये like this one. अरे this is M6. You don't know M6.
The potential for comeback-centric teams.
आपको नहीं पता M6 का क्या चल रहा है?
On the world stage, but talking about history, RRQ. I don't know if maybe Skylar was part of this. The longest game in M series so far was in M3. RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International, 35 minutes, 35
Is
seconds.
that Cloud figures? Yes, yes, yes. The prime skin.
Especially Blacklist, when they were a team that was known to push the limits and look for that big snapback rubber band moment. We're talking how many lords at 35 minutes? What, 6, 7?
He stopped scaling at 25. I don't know if that patch was in, but assuming close to 6 or 7,
Yes.
yeah.
Looks nice, huh?
Some nail biters, and I mean we've been full of engagement today, right? I mean even back in our first series today, be able to see Burmese, be able to see Myanmar sitting out there cheering, being able to see the Filipino crowd as well, just ready to rise to the occasion, and overall we're able to top off that series. Now it's Indonesia in the house, the first and second seed. RQ Hoshi, Skylar, trying to keep that promise to the OGs.
Stefan, you mentioned something very important. I think it's time for us to acknowledge the fans in the crowd real quick. Let me hear the kingdom!
It took them a second. It took them. They had to, you know, they were a little spaced out.
Let me try it one more time. Where is the kingdom?
There we go.
Very rare is the kingdom not present. I'm pretty sure the cavalry has something to say. Where's the cavalry?
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're here.
They're here.
They're here.
They're there.
I don't know if your team's gonna win with that kind of energy.
Yeah.
They're humble.
They're humble.
They're humble, just
They're
like
humble.
the team.
Yo, in one thing, welcome to the stream.
Spread out.
It's gotta be.
It's contagious.
Why are the teams scared now? Is it because of what happened with Falcon and Fnatic? Like, if that is a 50-50, what more ID versus ID?
I think the situation's different because they're both Indonesian teams. So I think the crowd as a collective, they have insurance, right? They know whoever wins this, Indonesia as a whole gains a placement into top 4 as a region.
Did everyone get just tired out by watching and enjoying the first series of the day?
Everyone spent their energy on the first series. No, I think once this game gets going, the energy will start to ramp back up. I think the humbleness will start to get pushed down into the bottom of their stomach, and the fan in them will come out, because once the game gets going, once that draft starts, once we jump into the land of Dawn, that's when they really begin.
Here's the hoping, especially when the players walk out. I'm gonna put y'all on the spot, gentlemen.
कितना बोलेगा यार, start करो.
This series.
Hold on.
No throwing it back.
I got them under my pandas over here.
I got mine.
So what do you think?
Have you bought the pass?
You said you have yours. What do you mean?
There you go.
Doja, did you buy the M6 pass?
Funny. I concur. I think that RQ Hoshi will be the one. I mean, like you said, they've had a smoother journey so far inside of M6. They've had
My cousin gifted me M6 pass as a gift, birthday gift, but I really don't know.
opponents, right? Team spirit.
When was your birthday?
With that, Trex?
Do I have a score? Oh, I think. Oh, it's best of 5. I don't have any threes.
There are no threes here.
No threes.
What would you say?
Just keep doing the missions, Doja. Just keep doing the daily missions, and you'll number 20. अच्छा, already. ठीक है. Belated happy birthday.
I went to social media. I already put it up. I'm currently 100% prediction rates with winners in the knockout stage.
Okay.
So it's out there. It's out there. It's on X.
But how do you think it's going to go? How many matches?
I think 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah. I think 3-1. Again, the collective when it comes to TLID, despite how creative they can get, as they were in the Swiss, I think that should be a better ramp up. So real quick, it's a 3-2, 3-2, 3-1, but RRQ for you gentlemen. And I did say Cavalry, I did say Liquid.
Well, in the upper bracket finals for season 14, of MPL ID.
अरे daily missions will make you.
Upper bracket, upper bracket.
Don't worry, Doja. Just
It always
complete daily missions.
these two.
Yeah. So
RRQ had the advantage.
So they always go the distance, at least from the upper bracket finals in the grand finals from MPL ID. So
You'll reach
plus
75. Don't worry.
you put us together.
Don't worry.
It goes all the way to the final game.
I just think that TLID has enough in them to definitely take at least 2 games here. It's definitely down the line. It's definitely a coin flip. TLID could come out on top, but I think RRQ's steadiness is going to take them to a victory here. I think TLID still has some. They have very good highs, but
You will reach.
you know, they're still
Don't worry.
roller coaster to where
I'm also at 50 something now. So me too. I'm also at some 50 something.
But you know what's better? Getting the match started. Let's welcome our teams on stage. It's RRQ Hoshi and Team Liquid ID.
Many attempted to invade the kingdom, yet they still stand strong.
You are at
for us.
57.
They're
Now what
here
you want
for vengeance, redemption, and the throne. Viva RRQ Hoshi!
And their opponents, the champions of MPL ID.
The Calvary already had the King of Kings bowing to them before. Now they look to repeat history on the World Championship stage. Let's go!
Team do something. क्या करूँ बोलो आप? क्या करूँ मैं? आप बताओ.
And their coaches leading them into the action. RQ's own Coach Kez Cute NNM. For Team Liquid ID, it's Coach St. Lucas and Facehugger. Gentlemen, I'm getting the goosies.
The goosies. I'm gonna stop myself.
3-1 might have been an understatement. I do think now, after seeing them march on, it might be a 3-2.
Now you're feeling it?
Yeah.
You think it's possible?
Any less than a 5-game series
This news is boring though.
would be less than.
I don't know. They talk so much now. Like I'm also getting sleepy listening to them. The match is gonna start in few minutes. Don't worry.
Going wild, ready for these teams to fight it out.
साला इतना बात कौन करता है भाई? बात करे जा रहा है, करे जा रहा है, करे जा रहा है.
A little bit more comfortable. They were the reigning champs in season 14 of MPO Indonesia. Can RQ Hoshi get their revenge?
Talking about Indonesia's finest, you have here on the center of your screens the ghost of Jakarta, Yehezkiel, currently #1 in average KD ranking all throughout M6 with 15.5.
Damn, I vote them though, that horse team.
And Super Fritz. You know why they call him the ghost?
Because you can't.
Which horse team? This one?
Because he only dies once.
Can't take him down.
TLID.
He went wrong like 3 times. He could have got it right. No, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a fact. He has only died once.
Game ऐसा अच्छा.
Game since
TLID. Team Liquid.
Aaron Shiki though, the status still
Indonesia.
6 games unkillable, but he's still just second to Yehezkiel.
Now watch them if they're gonna win or not.
The Immortal? That's
I mean,
he hasn't died in 6 games.
For sure I can say he's untouchable.
Untouchable.
No one can find him.
A little bit more fair.
No one can find him. Let's see if Skylar and the gang can do just that. We had a chat with Team Liquid ID.
भाई बस करो ना यार, कितना बात करोगे? गेम लगाओ.
Any messages to RRQ? You want to do a good Fabian
Let's see
voice?
who has the better retry. Sujin. And be careful in lane because I will solo kill you.
That sounds like a Fabian thing. What did Aaron say?
Dyron, if you lose, it's okay. Just don't get eliminated or go to the airport.
Aaron though.
इमोजिंग दो, कितना बात करते हैं भाई ये लोग. थक गया, मैं सुन के थक गया. ये बोल के नहीं थक रहे.
Why is suddenly Aaron the humble one?
The nice guy.
Yeah. Was he not the one who said, I want to face Skylar? I want to face Kelra?
Because he wants Kelra.
Oh, he just wants Kelra.
He just wants
so
Kelra.
everyone but
You have Nana collector skin? Nah, I don't have. I have 3 collector skin. I have Kufra collector. I have YSS collector, and I have that free collector skin of Natalia. I only have 3 collector skin.
excited to see how far the meta can evolve once more because that first series today definitely showed
होता है भाई, मेरे को ना कसम से मेरे को नींद आ गया इनका बातें सुन सुन के. मेरे को लग रहा है मैं स्ट्रीम करते करते सो जाऊंगा.
The brawl server was donned in Indonesia as we are now jumping into the draft for game number
Finally.
1 of our second series 4.
Finally.
The first versus the second seed, Team Liquid ID up against RRQ Hoshi.
So TLID already kind of doing their homework. They know that RQ loves to slot up this 1-1 early in the first phase.
Do you like Nana? Doja Cat?
Already a start to a very different draft of what we saw previously. Now something else they took off the field is the Bruno. Now, Leo, do you think the prio of this match is going to be way different than the prio of last match? How the Joy...
I have 2 characters, Badang and Natalia, free one.
Do we think it's going to be a completely different playing field here?
Oh yeah, for sure. Already we're seeing a lot of...
I don't have. I have Kufra, YSS, and Natalia. I don't even want to consider Natalia collector. I only have 2. Sala Natalia is not faltu collector.
Giving it over to the head skill. RRQ, what they can trade for is what? A Hilda? That's a breakout pick from that season of
I like Nana. I love Nana though. Wow.
And about
Wow, Doja, wow.
Joy as well.
And the Cho.
I can't deal with Nana, you know. I like literally from bottom of my heart. I don't like Nana.
Control, able to have a massive AoE range to give a lot of teams trouble. There's a reason why this hero's banned out majority of the time. And a quick response back from RQ Hoshi.
Because I have never got a good Nana player in my team.
Because what we learned from the last series is it's rock paper scissors out there.
And it's annoying. Annoying.
Fans are looking. There's still plenty of counter options.
2 heroes I can't stand are Nana and Angela.
They pick up the Hilda. They pick up the Suyo. If I'm RQ at this point, do we lock in the Joy?
Win rate on Joy is still very good, especially against its rock, paper, scissors contemporary. And there it is, putting it in the hands.
I guess I don't have a good player now.
I think Dyron is the kind to pick it up just cause.
Maybe, I don't know.
This is going into the hands of Sutsujin. Going into the ban, second phase. Coach Kez taking out the Belleric, which is again a solid counter to the Joy and the Cho. You just stand in the middle, rather than Dryad. Stop this nonsense.
This is going to be challenging. I mean, already having the Cho on your side, that was something that could have gave the Joy a little bit of trouble, but now it's going to work in RQ Hoshi's favor. You know who else is available? The Tig. And I wonder if TLID is going to try and take that away, because if they lock in that Tig, they flex this Cho.
I can play Nana for you though. Chalo.
Great defense.
Play Nana, okay, tonight.
Want to invade in that jungle, but Joy, we've seen the mobility, we've seen the.
Nana killna.
It's hard to match up with.
I will say this: one of Edoc's signature picks is the Cho. Big chance. I think they keep it on him. I do think. I mean, there is the flexibility possibility, but Edoc it's known. It is.
Yes.
Considered, you know, like the pick for Edoc here.
Luna, your Kagura was also good. Your Lunok was also good. I've seen. I wanna see your Nana. Show me your Nana today. Okay.
They probably lock in EXP.
Tonight, I mean, not today. Tonight. Show me your Nana tonight.
To go for the Gatot, which, like I said, I think that's going to be EXP, and now TLID has to respond.
What do they put on the Invincible? Aaron Shaky once more confirmed to have no deaths in the past 6 games here at M6.
Let's see if you can change my mind or not.
Beatrix. You want to put the Beatrix on Aaron?
Or the Natan. I mean, both of them still up for grabs. Right now, you are going to have to worry about a heavy dive-centric composition from RQ Hoshi. Not only do you have the AOG from the Gatot, but you also have this Cho who's going to dive in and look for those solo pickoffs and isolation plays. And then on top of that, you have the Valentina to kind of worry about as well. Right now, not really the best ultimates, I'd say, for the Valentina to profit on so far.
They go for like Hylos and Hylos Meton or Hylos BS.
By the way, I think you don't watch tournament, right?
All right.
Big change up.
Doja?
So far, we've only only really seen Chip use as a
I don't think you watch tournament.
strat-defining, rotation-defining
Like
pick.
you're not fond of watching tournaments and all, na?
A Claude. What are they trying to find here?
Yeah. So it must be too boring for you right now, I guess.
And if there's, you know, Skylar's up there in the echelon where he could pull it off.
All right, gentlemen, the draft has been settled. Game's about to begin. Let's throw it over to Ingan and to Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down. Welcome back.
It's okay. Ignore the stream. Ignore the stream.
And this is Ingan, and we're
Ask me. Talk to me. Whatever you want.
of the day. Maybe we get 5 games again. Ingan, you know, we just had an amazing series conclude with Fnatic Onic locking in the top 4. Now, one of these teams fighting to be the first one, at least from Indonesia, to move forward to the top 4. How are we liking the draft here?
You know, I like the fact that there's a chip. Chip has been utilized a lot by highly macro teams in terms of.
Don't worry. From tomorrow, like tomorrow, I won't be like doing this. Nah, I'll just play game. So you won't be bored from tomorrow.
It's the Kings versus the champions. Who will reign on the world stage? And it starts here in game number 1. Again, a best of 5 to decide the fate for the 2 teams from Indonesia.
Hey Dexter, I gotta go market.
Again, the matchup, we always get a good glimpse of the junglers, and we
You leave, huh? Told ya.
led into this match. And, you know, Edok, man, we've seen him so much on the Cho. A lot of teams, they have decided to go with this pick. Make it work. It does give a lot of crowd control, obviously, but the pick-off potential is great. Early on, too, I mean, it looks like they're already making moves.
So buy some stuff. ठीक है.
Here comes the revitalized.
आराम से मार्केट जाके आओ, कोई बात नहीं.
Might be able to work on Witty. Here comes Yesgil with a lantern flare. Gonna try and work on Dryer, and they're not even.
हम आपको यही मिलेंगे.
Sustain a lot of damage, but here comes Sutsujin though, not at level 4, but they're able to take down a Witty. An aggressive start from TLID and RRQ. A 1-for-1 trade.
Thank you so much, Doja, for joining. Take care, okay?
Taking a couple shots with the Soul Sever. He gets punished. It's a double already for Favian.
Flavor Fave, a double kill. A bit of an overextension then from RRQ Hoshi. Even Sutsujin isn't level 4 yet. So that was just a huge play coming in from Favian.
I mean, such an extended skirmish already. You know, that's what that really broke out to, and that's where you play on the part when you have a Revitalize available. Mind you, we've been seeing teams do this where they have the double Revitalize options, and that's Team Liquid this time around. And even Dyrant, you know, he had his own, but that's what those fights and those early skirmishes are going to do. Now, how does that play into the first objective? A little bit of a lead right now for Team Liquid ID, but the fight might break out. Witty does take a couple shots. Lantern still to throw everybody from RQ around, but the turtle is up, and now it's going to be started up. Both teams getting in position. Favian will hold the turtle half health for now.
Even now, Sutsujin isn't still level 4, so Favian might be able to get the turtle, a free one for TLID, and no trade once again from RQ Hoshi.
What's difficult here for RQ Hoshi, hold on, Aran, okay, Edok's out of there, is not only playing against double Revitalize, but also the Purifies that are available here. They have to be able to go ahead and follow through with the catch. Oh, not even that, but also just playing against Witty the Wise. The chip has worked for some teams, and honestly, for others, it's also been a weak point. It's kind of double-edged sword when you pick up this chip and you bring it to a certain draft, a certain gameplay style. Now, up top, still the focus trying to keep Sutsujin under control.
Hello.
On that Joy pick, but
Ishita, welcome back.
Team Liquid decides to go ahead and use the chip. It's literally bringing in the cavalry to some of the fights, but are the punishes enough? Does RQ have enough to go ahead?
पता है पहला मैच अभी शुरू हुआ है सीधा. तुम कब 4 बजे गए थे ना? 1 घंटे बाद ये मैच शुरू हो रहा है. 1-1.5 घंटे बाद. दिमाग खराब. ये किसका मैच है? ये है RRQ वर्सेस टीम लिक्विड. RRQ वर्सेस टीम लिक्विड पहला मैच है. RRQ is red team, Liquid is blue team. हाँ, team Liquid ID. 1 घंटे क्या किया ये पता नहीं क्या गया. मेरा दिमाग खा गया. पता है बीच में तो ऐसा हो गया था ना कि मैं सो ही जाऊंगा स्ट्रीम में. मतलब मन किया था कि स्ट्रीम एंड करके सो जाओ. इतना दिमाग खराब. फिर डोजा कैट आया तो फिर उससे बात किया. मैं मस्त तब जाके थोड़ा लाइक था कि हाँ ठीक है कोई तो है बात करने के लिए.
Purple buffs up now. So we'll see. He's got to be
बाबा
able
ने
to secure that.
दुखसिन
But
दे
this is
दिया.
just what's going to continue to happen.
अरे
We talked about the level gap.
मस्त मजेदार दिया दे रहा है दुखसिन.
And that's just going to go ahead and get taken. Turtles up. Meanwhile, Susagen working on the orange. It's going to get spotted out. They might break into a skirmish. They'll fight.
मैं वॉशरूम जाके आया 1 मिनट दो बस.
Aran has to use to revitalize. Here comes Yezgil to the rescue with the Crimson Beacon. Gonna catch. AOJ used defensively. No casualty for RRQ Hoshi, but you can see already how much lead TLID has to the point that Aran, even if he overcommits, he's not going to fall down. He's going to do his job properly, which is to delay and delay as much as possible the Joyce power spike later on.
Even in this matchup, making his way. They know Aaron Shiki's there. Can he actually withstand this?
Oh, blazing to it, but Aaron Shiki also has his Diamond Force. Here's Gomwidi though. He's trying to work on Edok. Edok commits the kick, but he's gonna get bursted down. Coming in from Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki got deleted also. 3 members ganging up on Whitney the Wise, and he will fall down in the hands of Sutsujin.
There's RQ Hoshi. They get 2 kills in the exchange. It looked like the shortcut came through, but the mid turret did get taken down as Team Liquid ID gets an objective. Surprising too, Skylar able to go ahead and withstand that. Yezgil delaying them a little bit longer from recalling. Now Aaron joins the fight, gonna crash down on Riz. Under the turret, gets dragged back, and Aran will get the kill.
Where did Aran come from? All of a sudden, Riz just got bursted down, and TLID, they already got the mid lane turret. Okay, Edok commits the kick onto Flava Fave. Will he be able to escape though? Here comes the Sever. It's gonna hurt quite a bit. Aran still has the power of Wild Wilderness. So TLID gonna go again for the purple buff steal.
You're gonna take this, we'll see this time around. Susagen's just here, just around the corner. Might actually just lose it. Again, there's a lot of pressure on that side of the jungle. And right now, even though RQ Hoshi finds a couple kills, TLID holding on comfortably to the lead that they have. And they'll play around with some of the macro decisions that they have whenever they have shortcut available. So with this building into the next objective, they might go 3 for 3 on the Turtles. And it's up to RQ Hoshi to decide on how they want to approach this. They might just give up all 3 turtles and just try to play catch up. We know that Skylar on the Claude needs more time to build up to get the items that he needs.
Heroes, okay, welcome back, Animalbox, welcome back.
Well, right now, Turtles
मैं वॉशरूम गया था, sorry guys.
is locked in now.
That
might help him deal
वॉशरूम गया था फिर मम्मी को बोला कुछ खाने के लिए दे दो. भाई था कॉल पे मेरे को गाली दे दिया.
Like we've seen previously, as now the 3rd turtle is locked in, secured for TLID.
Yeah, and I actually like to go back to your point, because the reason why Edok is having a hard time or having trouble with finding those angles is because of the constant pressure Yezgil has been putting onto him, and even Aran. Every single burst that he can find, he's going to go in and try to get Edok out of position. So far, TLID, not just controlling all the neutral objectives, also
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
covered for their side.
RRQ.
Surprised at just how methodical they are.
RRQ.
Slower pace, just because TLID, they know their advantage. They can go ahead and play around the macro level. They don't have to force any fights. A lot of the times, they're just kind of responding. As long as they keep Edok in check and he's not doing what he has to do on the Cho, they don't really have to force anything. They just whittle down the turrets, get the space they need, focus on taking the buffs if they can, or at least putting pressure there, and just continue to build up. I mean, nothing action-packed has happened in the last 2 minutes or so, but they continue to build up on the gold lead that they have. So it's RRQ Hoshi that has to kind of stop the bleeding here.
Okay, electrifying beats for Sutsujin. Just trying to keep TLID at bay. They might go for Edok. Lantern Flare is going to connect, forcing Edok to use the flicker. Here comes Rinso. He has his own Crimson Beacon. And now RRQ Hoshi still standing their ground. They're not going to let the 2nd-tier turret get taken down.
Now they hold on to it, but again, they're just really holding on. Now waiting for that.
मैंने दोनों का मैचेस नहीं देखा वैसे तो टूर्नामेंट का.
So finally working on the tier 2. They'll whittle this down a little bit with Aaron Shiki. It looks like RQ Hoshi doesn't want to let it go, though. They will clear out the lane.
Only this match. I was talking about like the series, like best of 5 series. I think
they can just let RQ Hoshi respond. This time, Rins is holding on to his own beacon. Edok though takes a couple shots. Aaron's gonna jump in.
Commits the power of Wilderness. Now he has to walk away. Because he has to respect the damage coming in from RRQ Hoshi, but that was more than enough for TLID to secure higher ground in this Lord pit. Again, they're just really controlling the mid lane, the bottom lane, and now even the minions are going to take down the bottom lane turret.
You can see that. Again, a previous record, it's beaten by 1 second now. fastest level 15, and that's just going to be another objective. But they go in with a shortcut. Are they going to be able to follow through? That's already the Lord taken the shortcut to come up. They don't get any kills, but they might fight here.
They commit the kick, but is it going to be enough? Though Skylar goes in with a blazing duet. Aaron Shiki onto the back line with his Salmon Force, going to be able to take down one more. AOT going to be used up defensively. Yes, kill on the other hand, going for Jiren.
Easy.
They're going to evade a potential death, but Fabian says no, we want more, and brings down 2.
Oh man, you heard it earlier. He said, be careful. Goes in, gets a kill, and now with the Lord in favor, it's looking a little dire here for RQ Hoshi, trying to defend the base.
Okay, they're ganging up on E-Dog. Lantern Flare is there. E-Dog has to walk away. The damage chunking up a lot of his health. Energy shields will be popped in the middle lane. And onto the bottom lane, RQ Hoshi. They have to think about how to clear out this Lord as fast as possible without suffering any inhibitor turret takedowns.
Here, they might be able to go ahead and clear this out. Again, only the first Lord, RQ Hoshi, makes work of it. But they do lose space, more space around the map. They already didn't have a lot to work with. But that gold lead continues to build up as Team Liquid ID just keeps punishing RQ Hoshi's positioning, and that's all utilizing the shortcut. I mean,
दे देना मेरे को पैसे.
you know, 1 minute they're taking the
मैंने बहुत रिचार्ज कर दिया, मैं निकालना है मेरे को.
through a portal, crashing down. And RQ Hoshi, they don't have an answer for it just yet. You know, even Skylar, he needs time to continue to build up. He's got the Corrosive Scythe and DHS still working on the next last item here to really come online, that Trinity for the Claude. So they're just kind of lacking some damage. Part of that was in due too, that Suzujin was just, he had a hard time in the jungle, man. He was gapped early on and until now, quite behind Fabian.
Yeah, the first 2 kills that Fabian picked up onto the early game was really crucial because that opened up a lot for TLID, not to mention that they were able to take down the mid lane turret even before the 3rd turtle respawn. So Suzujin's jungle has been exposed rapidly, and I just noticed Aaron Shiki already has a death. And now they're trying to go for Yuziko, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Skylar going in with a blazing duet. Now they're going to work on Fabian. There's the kid, but Witty goes in with a shortcut. They're going to be able to break down. Yes, kill in Fabian. Here comes the Kingdom, trying to answer back, working on Aaron Shiki. Rin's you to use the Crimson Beacon to walk away, but Jiren though is going to get caught though by TLID. For the price of Skylar, they were able to take down Yezkiel and Fabian.
There we go, RQ Hoshi able to find something. Yes, Skylar went down, but that was a fight that they decided to take. They jump on in and they follow through from Jiren. But man, do they have ground to cover. Even looking at the gold rankings here between the heroes and the lanes, they have a lot of work to do. Even for Skylar, like I mentioned, he was nearly there for the 3-item power spike that is for the Claude, which just locked in the golden staff. But you don't want to go ahead and lose all those fights. If they can get a couple kills, that's great. But can they actually go face-to-face in a team fight for the Lord? It might be better for them to go ahead and continue to try to farm up, buy some more time in this game because of how one-sided the early game was. TLID will go ahead and start this up, and this is going to be a quick one. Already half health on the Lord, and RQ Hoshi going to be too late to get in this side of the map. They will try to get the purple buff at least. You can see that too. Aaron Shiki picking up Divine Glaive enough too, just to take Jiren down, you know, to half health. So that's what's in store for
Anime box में give me salad for my birthday. मेरे को मैं मिल गया था बर्थडे पे गिफ्ट बर्थडे गर्ल गिफ्ट देती है.
But again, I do want to commend Aran because Aran has been covering a lot of ground, providing a lot of vision for the side of TLID without even being taken down even once. 104 with the Hilda. Now the Lord later on will siege in the bottom lane. Let's see if RQ Hoshi can defend it.
RQ's gonna have to do it. They get prepped and ready. Rin's holding on to the beacon himself, and Aaron Shiki jumps on in. Lord still making its way down the bottom side. They'll clear out the waves. Edok doesn't want to use the kick just yet, holding on to the way of the dragon. Lord's gonna go push in. Conceal gonna be used, but still keeping things under control, taking their time. Bottom turret now down. RQ Hoshi will clear that out. We're gonna take this. Conceal's already gonna be used.
Oh, okay. Here comes Arando onto the back. Ida commits the kick. Plus the blazing duet, will they be able to take down more? Arana is gonna fall down. Skylar with the blazing duet to try and clear out the minions. Sutsujin, Jiren is down. TLID trying to work on bringing down the crystal, but RQ Hoshi manages to defend the onslaught of TLID. Fabian goes in. Edok has to walk away. They don't have
जैसे लंच में क्या था?
but there's a winter crown. 2 winter crown plays. Skylar might be able to escape, but Edok
What a
जी क्या दिया है भाई क्या दिया है भाई
This game, he might not have been invincible, but man, did he come through in game number 1. 14 minutes, 2 seconds in. Very, very strong showing for the series already for the Cavalry. And it looks like ORQ Hoshi, the Kingdom, will have to readjust from this, come together and be able to secure Susujin in the jungle a little bit earlier on. Because
I'm not comfortable in person. I'm ugly and shy.
The early game. Can they make
that happen?
The panel? Let us know what you guys think.
Pepper spray.
This best of 5.
Let's go.
A very fast opener to this best of 5 in the MPL ID rematch happening at the M6 knockout stage. TLID draws first blood over the Kingdom. Gentlemen, we set up what could possibly happen here, and we had so many expectations, but is this what you saw coming? A 14-minute blitz, a liquid stampede, if you will.
Yeah, stampede at its finest. I did not expect that. I didn't even expect the chip to go into the hands of Witty, and just the shortcuts were huge in this game, and not to mention Azushin by his side.
It's what a friend of ours, Ray Ash, would call a witty party. Ain't no party like a witty party, like just a single press on the shortcut and everybody's in.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID was oiled up and ready to go.
They were oiled up.
Right, molester.
That's what you were asking, is like,
Maybe animal, maybe.
The blue yo, which normally we talked about how Joy does so good.
Enemy box, the molester. Wow.
Joy needs the time, it's got to be able to scale, and Team Liquid ID didn't let that happen.
Fabian on point with the Suyo. A great performance. The Ghost of Jakarta. Ezekiel again with 1 death.
Just dies once, right? Now you see, now you understand. The utility Jushin rears its beautiful head because very rarely does she ever show up in a game, but where they picked her, that blue 1. That's how you can get away with it. And that's, I'll tell you now, I think the Jushin was what stopped RRQ from ramping up into Sutsujin's Joy that would eventually snowball into Skylar's Claude. Like, that was the good stop.
And a lot of focus in the draft onto Skylar in the beginning, right? We saw the double marksman ban come out. They banned his Wan, which pretty much opened up the door for that Zushin to walk in the draft.
Yeah, and you know, we questioned the Claude pick when we saw it. It was a little, how is this going to play? I felt like Skylar could maybe pull it off, but once it starts to fall behind, it is troublesome. And he also goes for a little bit of a defensive build there, picks up the tenacity, but I want to look at Aaron Shiki because he goes for bargain, right? He gets the bargain hunter, he goes for cooldown. This man is trying to get items as fast as possible, and he knows his team will buy him the time to do that. And once they were locked in, they were willing, like, Stampede, man, they were in the base. They were willing to push the limit and take it down to the wire.
He did suffer a couple of deaths, 2 more than what he's used to in the past 6 games here. But hey,
what do you mean, enemy box? My sister is not sweet, huh? क्या कहना क्या चाहता है?
Talking about farm, and you'll see here that it's all orange. It's all Liquid ID. We did break a new threshold, folks, a new record for the fastest level 15 in M6. It's currently Fabian, Fave, the usurper, going to level 15 at 8:47.
Flavor Fave on point for TLID. You gotta love to see it. You know something else that stands out to me, Aaron Shiki, on this Harith, man. Monstrosity.
I'm still stuck on that level 15. That's
under 9 minutes.
That's almost.
कौन सा स्पीड टर्न प्रेपरेशन में आता है? अरे पर सेफ्टी के लिए सब चलता है ना, एनिमी बॉक्स सेफ्टी के लिए सब चलता है.
I mean, Fabian, and that's the thing when you look at this team, it's hard to just pick a singular player, right? Because yeah, Aaron Shiki played great, Fabian played great, Yeheskel played great, but none of them would have been able to do that if it wasn't for Aaron and Witty. I mean, the whole team is a full package and they bring it every single game.
You say Aaron or Aran?
Aran
on the Hilda. There you go. He was checking, he was clearing bushes so that Witty can bring the party. There you go. I was like, what really party? Yeah, how does Aaron set up? Like, he's the player. He's the,
you know what I mean.
He's the payoff.
Now, that level 15, does that also help with Witty having the shortcuts to traverse them across the map?
For sure, I think the shortcut plus the revitalize allows for a re-engage even after the hard dive on the shortcut. Here's the gold graph, again, a very fast game. So folks, you have to understand
मेरे से क्या सेफ्टी भाई
is actually sharper than
पहली बार मिलेगा अब भरोसा नहीं होता ना कौन कैसा निकले राइट इशिता am I right or wrong बताओ
Gotta invest in it, man. Look at the difference. You didn't see a single moment. I mean, look at the objectives. There's nothing over there for RQ Hoshi for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, they were consistently in the lead. Even that one dip is only because they were looking.
ऊपर से उल्टा बोल दिया हाँ
It was only because they were putting this.
इसका being nice का मतलब क्या होगा कौन ही जाने
Yeah, I think this is the Fabian shutdown. That must have been the Fabian shutdown, and then they clap back into a dominant position. And yeah, no, prior to that, they actually hit like 9K lead, and then the slow dip, and then the eventual finish. So this all happened within a matter of 2 minutes.
14-minute game, game number 1, in Team Liquid ID's favor. Now, how does RQ Hoshi bounce back before we jump into that? We gotta see the bread and butter of what made this happen.
That's right. We'll give the MVP nod over to, well, none other than the Usurper Flavor Fave on that Suyo, breaking records. Again, you'll see in the highlights how exactly he did just that. Look at that, he's looks maxing.
Yeah, I like it. So, I mean, we've talked so much about Aaron. We talked so much about his kill, but Fabian, I mean, he's one of the players who, when he gets his hand on this Suyo, he is a monster. It doesn't matter whether you pick the Joy. It doesn't matter whether you pick the Fredrin. I'm gonna wreck ya. And he brings the personality along with it, and he builds this aggressive build.
This is the one.
हमारा बर्थडे था कब मेरे को पेरेंट था
The other junglers about to face. He wants
to solo kill you.
He wants to solo kill King Kong. He wants to take Sutsujin's jungle.
Oh man.
And I think that takes a, you know, a very specific kind of confidence, and he has the moves to back it up.
Take some flavor.
He has the Cho pose.
But it's a Suyo main.
Exactly. Deadly, a menace as we look at his highlights through game number 1.
Welcome to the stream, goodbye.
Just excellent positioning, 4, 1, and 5. Able to get the job done at a moment's notice. A well-deserved MVP.
Sutsujin understands the power spike. Look at this level 3 diving in. Hold surge.
By the way, welcome to the stream. क्या party चल रही है? Watch party चल रही है. Rude bhai, watch party.
Look at the trust between Fabian and Aran. Like, if that's a match I would play as a Suyo.
मैं विश भी क्या था बोलता है पता नहीं. मेरे को याद नहीं ना.
I don't know, is it just me or was Sutsujin not as careful as he said he would be in the M chat?
Oh no, yeah, that was all part of the plan, right? That was all part of the plan. It's like, we can be humble, we can be careful, but I still want to solo kill you. You know, I still want to take you out, and the comms are there. And this Team Liquid ID just feels like they're getting cleaner and cleaner and cleaner as they move through M6. Their comms are on point, the teamwork's on point. Even at this last play, it's like whoever pops it first ends up winning out, and Fabian hits the winner crown, takes it all.
That's what I'm saying, gentlemen. That's exactly why I predicted for this.
कल सुपर चैट देखा मैं.
This ensemble approach to the game. I think that's what won them the championship, and that's what's leading them to victory here, alongside their pendulum on the fly. I think the fact that they had a less than ideal approach into the knockout stage makes them more of a threat.
अच्छा आप 20 रुपए के ना.
And they jumped into M6 with a banger, right? They went up against Fnatic Onyx in the beginning of Swiss stage.
They first picked that Angela.
They did. They tried to do the Angie Ling combination, tried to take down the Bruno. We all know how the rest of
इसकी तुमको पता नहीं डेक्स्टर को भी मुस्कान ने सारा किया.
Inside of the Swiss stage, right? A cleaner ride to the knockout series, just a overall better record. Starting to get tarnished a little bit. We got to see how they bounce back, right? This is their chance to get revenge from Season 14 Grand Finals.
That Game 1 win definitely gave him the charisma.
अबे भाई क्या?
A little more confident. Same way we do with the M6 Swiss Dream Watch. Brought to you all by Ferry. Luxury meets gaming with Ferry's first M6 Swiss watch. Collection for Jushin and Mia. If you've seen it, you know what we're talking about. It's a brand new champion ring set for the winners as well coming up, and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and on the
ओए भाई क्या कैंपर है यार वो बैठा है वहाँ पे.
This is what we call. Whoa!
Oh, whoa!
It's a winning party.
Okay.
This is the mythic pendant right here.
Just the pendant.
You need to be mythic to be able to get this. You go on the Fairy website and you put in your ID. They double check. And you have one too.
Yep. What? Great. You know, I just want to say one of my favorite parts about buying things is the unboxing experience and good unboxing experience.
Is that why you didn't wear it just yet?
No, I just keep opening it and then closing it and then opening it and then closing it.
They come in 5 rolls, by the way. Did they give you the right one?
No, I got a tank.
You're a tank?
I'm an EXP laner.
The XP laners are tanks these days. What are you talking about?
That's the sad truth, I guess, yeah.
So they know you better than you think they do.
Fair.
They figured you out.
They figured me out.
What role do you play?
XP, but I'm sulking. I didn't get one.
Are you mythic?
What's going on?
Are you mythic?
Okay.
In spirit.
Does that count? Talk to Fairy when you're mythic. Have a Hello Panda for now. There's no rank requirement for that.
हेरिस आ रहा है गाय हेरिस आ रहा है. M6 में brawl championship चल रहा है रुको.
Hopefully the time to time I'll be on once I hit mythic.
Go grab one of those, make you feel better. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate or strawberry.
Hi, thank you.
Chocolate, whichever flavor you get. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Feel better, Weezy?
I'll give them down there.
Okay, go grab.
I think I just need to be safe of the.
Hey, you come back tomorrow.
In our rank?
Of the वो क्या बोलते हैं टिक result.
Okay, what role are you in? XP. All right. So you want a fighter or you want a tank? Which one? You go tell Fairy you want one. But you need to be Hilda. Okay, so tank.
Flex.
Okay, so you guys can be twinning.
Yeah.
Are we putting Florida brothers back together? Or is Florida Man 3 a thing again?
I mean, you're one of the Florida men too.
Exactly. Are we?
अबे इसको देखो ना कोई है इसको यार.
We're putting it together, folks. Florida Man 3 is back together.
Dexter अभी जीता. Yes, जीत गया Onyx. Welcome back, Skipper.
Mike, when drafting begins, here's a quick quote from Coach Saint DeLucas of Team Liquid ID. Familiar faces in a different arena. It's going to be a tough match for us because I'm sure they're hungry for revenge since they lost to us in the grand finals of MPLID Season 14. Coming from the 3-0 bracket, they have had more time to prepare too, so we're...
मैं भी जीत के आया. क्या जीत के आया?
We don't make it easy for them. No. Don't forget that they're also up against an improved version of Team Liquid. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh. That's what I'm saying is the journey to the knockouts, I'll say is special.
कहाँ पे?
They had a lot of lessons to learn.
चल 250 रुपए बेच जल्दी.
They had a lot of games to hone the craft, right? And you could almost say that it definitely could have worked more in their favor. Seen as they did end up making it out, but they got to face against a lot of strong opponents. They got to continue, because if they just would have went straight out, they might still be that same Liquid ID that we saw in round 2. You know, that we saw in round 3.
The tried cheeky things, but only to learn, you know, and find out that you don't do that. So with that,
ने पार्टी दिया. हमारी पार्टी किधर है फिर?
This time around with RRQ, backs against the wall, one more game loss, and it's...
हमारी पार्टी किधर है Skipper?
What do they improve? What do they fix?
Not a single point on it. Anyway, उसको सही बात है.
Is the draft up the snuff for you?
I feel like even past the draft, a little bit of the macro, right? I mean, when we looked at the gold graph, all the objectives went over to TLID.
So draft for objectives.
Background में इतना आवाज आ रहा है इसी. हमारा भाई खेलेगा सुयो.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
None of the Cactusur, Victusur. RRQ Team Liquid ID. Team Liquid 1, RRQ 0. ओए स्किपर, इस पे कौन सा स्किल को प्रायोरिटी देना चाहिए अपग्रेड में, वो बता मेरे को। वो बता, सुयू में मेरे को वो नहीं पता। सेकंड, और सेकंड प्रायोरिटी फर्स्ट स्किल या थर्ड स्किल?
Grant me your strength.
ठीक है।
In the name of the immortal, evil will be routed. Death is not.
ये क्या था? अरे सैवेज के लिए घुस गया मैं। सैवेज चाहिए था, बस मिल गया, हो गया। वो मिल गया, यस यस मिल गया।
Behold my ascension.
अरे इस जल्दी क्या है आप तो।
What legend? The mortal plane, yet again. May he be at peace. When the people cry out in suffering, I shall answer.
ये मस्त है, स्नाइप करते रहो इससे।
Fear was your downfall. Face divine wrath.
ए चुप कर, स्नाइपर नहीं लगता साला, सब लगता है, ठीक है ना?
Move without strike without hesitation.
आ गया कैरियर क्या खेला था ओ खेला था क्लॉड और एरेंस की आई डोंट नो क्या थिंग
The mortal plane, yet again. It's the people's faith that allows me to be their guardian.
अच्छा हैरिस भाई हैरिस ने जो गंदा बूमबम दिया है ना हैरिस ने बहुत गंदा मारा है भाई बहुत गंदा हैरिस खेलता था अच्छा याद है स्किपर भाई एनीबॉक्स तुम्हें याद है तुम्हें नहीं पता ना स्किपर कैसे मिला हमें पता है अब मैं बीबॉय हम ना खेल रहे थे ठीक है तो मैं एक बंदा चाहिए था तो वो नहीं होता ग्लोबल में भेज देते रिक्वेस्ट स्किपर वहां से आया था वहां से ही नारे डूब रहे थे भाई स्किपर का तो भाई स्किपर का तो आगे जाओ ना भाई अरे यार ये रूबी की बात सुना दिमाग खराब हो रहा है कुछ तो कर नहीं रहा साला 1816 बैठा हुआ है बट दिमाग खराब कर रहा है स्टन दे दे के वीसी में है क्या नहीं नहीं मैं अभी गेम में ही गेम खेल रहा हूँ ना वीसी हुई नहीं और जाके स्किपर देख के ना मैच शुरू हुआ क्या
Death is nothing.
हो गया खत्म.
Tales of heritage when there's peace.
मतलब 22 सुयू खेलेगा आज. ओके ओके कुछ आएगा कि मैं नहीं आएगा.
We saw this just recently, and it's a great pick. Edok loves to go ahead and play around this, and that's exactly what they have to do. They have to kind of catch people out from TLID, whoever that's going to be. Most of the time it is going to be Witty because he's going to be the one trying to set things up. Now, if they do go for Aran later on, then they need enough damage to follow through that, and they just don't have that right now.
Yeah.
But eventually, even when Skylar becomes online, you know, the fact that he already got an early kill will help him scale up against Aaron Shiki. But now, Fabian,
okay, one more Queller! Didn't even have to use it as Fabian picks up the kill onto Dyren. Not a good start for this Benedetta.
Fabian only having the Hunter Strike. Does get a flicker out from his kill, so he's going to be Witty also checking things out inside of the jungle. Skylar joining him. Not sure if they're going to actually follow through. Witty half health, but the Turtle's up, and they are everywhere. It just seems like there's a cavalry in every side of the map, putting pressure all over RQ Hoshi.
जब भी वीसी आधा गेम खत्म. 4 मिनट हुआ है आधा गेम खत्म. चुप.
Top, and that's why you see him. You know, he broke a record in the previous game. We'll see if he's off to it doing the same here.
Skylar is on Bruno.
Taking a couple check shots here on Edok, but Rin's
Aaron is on Granger.
at the bay right now as Fabian keeps things going. The rest of the team is already making their way here, though. They might want to break out a fight here.
That's a good Astral Echo, just a stun. Here comes the Jit Kondu combination, but Edok gets the turtle. Here comes TLID onto attack, though.
Witty.
Aran forced to use the Revitalize. RRQ Hoshi still standing strong. They're forcing TLID to retreat, but Aran, though, keeping RRQ Hoshi at bay.
Keeping them at bay, tanky enough, but hey, 1-1 for the Turtles right now. And RRQ Hoshi trying to keep things in tow, you know, not get too out of hand. Again, Skylar able to go ahead and just kind of farm up, do what he needs to do. We've seen this matchup so many times now, the Bruno versus the Granger. Aran might get caught here, though.
Okay, now they're trying to work on Aran. 4 members up against him. He's not going to be able to out-sustain that. And that's going to make Aran overthink, can I really out-sustain or can I really dive deep?
You know, eventually, yes, he will be able to continue to do that. He just doesn't have much right now, you know? He's essentially still working on the first item. He's got the leg.
गेम खत्म होने के बाद दिखा दूंगा
defense, but ultimately he needs more time. Even when the Revitalize is down, you know, and that's why the catch is so good from RQ Hoshi.
Yeah.
They just need to be able to follow through with the damage, and now the focus on this tier 1 in the bottom lane. The conceal!
Edok goes in with I'm offended play. Rinto on the other hand, Widow for the backline, working on Sutsujin. They're going to bring down Edok, and the Star Shunner brings down Rins as well. A bit of an overextension for RRQ, and a great response from TLID.
Wow, they were feeling pretty good about that initiation, and then they got checked really quickly. I mean, even just a face full of Rhapsody from Aaron Shiki, not where you want to be if you're Edok. So with that, they'll go ahead, kind of reset at this point. Oh. Wow, the steal from Yezgil, able to get it with the shot from down under.
And now they're going to gank up onto Dyren as they take down the bottom lane turret. Here comes Fabian with the stun. Even with the Revitalizer, you cannot out-sustain 3 members of TLID.
You know, at this point, he is really going to feel like the ghost. You know, just kind of roaming around from a distance and then taking things from you out of your hands. Yezkill, once again, loves these long-range heroes. You know, we saw the preview of the Xavier earlier on, and now with the Novaria, This turtle, though, definitely going to the hands of TLID. Everybody not wanting to approach this area. They don't want to get whittled down. They don't want to get caught. Witty as well, holding down that front side with Aaron. So this is, once again, a lead for TLID that they can just capitalize on. Just like in the previous game,
Family gameplay मतलब?
scrap up what they can, and every time their flickers are down, they could get caught out. You know, they could easily get taken down by a setup from TLID.
And just like that, Araj is going to hide in the bush, use the passive, heal up, and then continue his dominance, his over-aggression, providing a lot of vision for TLID. They do, however, have a 3.8k gold lead. Now they go on a conceal. They might go for Dyren down bottom.
They went down there, but Dyren able to get back, disengages. Skylar is going to be the saving grace right now, at least in terms of this Bruno, already sitting at 2-0. Working on his next item. He's got the Haas Claws and Berserker's Fury already locked in, so working on his next Malefic Gun. Once he gets that, once that's locked in, he will be able to actually go ahead and fight with space and some of that extra range to keep TLID in check. But right now, they just need so much time, because look at the pressure. Fabian's doing alone by himself. They might try to go for Fabian.
They're trying to go for Fabian, though. But again, it's not going to continue. Edok commits already the I'm offended play onto Aran, but Aran remains unbothered. As TLID, just look at the macro, just look at how they're controlling the map. They have tanky frontliners in Widdy and Aran. So right now, Araki Hoshi's having a hard time trying to respond to the aggression of TLID, as Aaron Shiki will get the turret up top.
Turret falls, and TLID looking for more. A couple shots always from a
What is
distance.
this?
And Yehez
क्या हुआ Mark?
is a glowing wand. He's got the enchanted talisman at this point. So he's going to continue to build up. And Fabian, you know, you can already see the previews of the damage. That's why Leo was talking about the damage profile. You know, that was what's important, especially for TLID. It's hard to play against that when you have this kind of range. You know, how do you approach these fights when you have to get in range to set things up if you're RQ Hoshi? You know, you're not going to be starting anything from this. Dyren.
Okay, Power of Wilderness will connect. And now they're trying to gank up onto Dyren. Fabiando still has the Queller. He's not going to commit it. Dyren escapes with Electo final blow. Again with Star Shatter connecting onto Skylar, the proper target, and TLID. Oh, Winnie with the kick! Catching Enoch right away as they try to work on the Lord. And all of a sudden, TLID, they're stepping on the gas. Aran has to revitalize though. Winnie again with a conceal. He has the Jit Kundu. Will he committed though? TLID.
Wow, they're going to get actually forced off. So with that, it is going to reset, so doesn't matter. There's they go in for it.
What's up, Mark?
But Aran is going to get caught here. Taunt, Energy Eruption, and Dyren finally has a kill. That's going to be...
Hey, Mark, do you know the meaning of Namengama?
Aran's out of this, and now still fighting for this Lord. Getting in position. Dyren does have that Revitalize available if he decides to kind of go in, tank things up. Witty, though, once again, has the Way of the Dragon available.
That's Sonata.
Uh-oh.
And they blocked it. They blocked that Sonata coming in from Hiroshiki.
No. I mean, you know, Salah. You know, Haramkhor.
Dyren, a 2-for-1 trade. Witty for the price of Edok and Sutsujin.
I think they're still going to try to delay this out. Aaron Shiki, though, and Skylar in the mid lane.
That's another Rhapsody. One more Star Shatter. Is it gonna cut?
What's the previous? Oh, bhai. What previous score, matlab? If you're asking about the Onyx match, it was 3-2.
What a fight for the Lord. Came down to it, and TLID will get that, and Aaron running for his life won't escape from Rids.
Woo. Imagine if that Star Shutter connects, the TLID is going to make quick work of the outer turrets. They did secure the Lord, but still Skylar remains deathless, 3-0-1. And when we approach the 15-minute, 16-minute mark, when it's really activated, and when Araki Hoshi starts to work around, starts to play around the fact that they have the Bruno, this is going to be crucial for TLID to end this.
एक ऐसा चबी hyper
You know, Skylar is
तो चबी लोग hyper नहीं कर सकते क्या इसी तरह ऐसा मत बोलो यार.
Eventually for that fight, Aaron Shiki now picking up the Sky Piercer. So now this is where Aaron
Chut gaya, I'm angry.
can pop off, get the stab.
So what?
They're going to walk in with his Lord.
So what? Salah?
Has that space to work with. The only unfortunate thing is he doesn't have a flicker now, so he's got to rely on the peel of his team and also positioning. He'll go ahead and work on the Lord. Oh, there's the pull.
They're going
to commit the Frigid Glacier and bring down Fabian. On the other hand, Arando got caught up by the Energy Eruption.
ऐसे मत बोलो यार, please.
Will he continue to play TLID? Works on the mid lane turret, so that's still a trade. Araki Hoshi.
Dexter चबी गोलू मार. भाई मार. चुप.
Down again, going to the hands of Skylar too.
4 foot. तेरा 4 foot साला. You 440 माँ का.
Goal there. Witty goes in with a kick.
Off angle kick, and now the counter punish from RRQ Hoshi, forcing out the flicker from Witty. Aran, though powerful wilderness, might be able to take down Edok.
440 mark साला. Noob streak guy.
As they try to work on Sojin as well. I'm offended play. Aran might be safe, but they take down Skylar. Now Witty with a conceal. Aran will be traded for Skylar.
Oh man, Skylar almost got away. Then they concealed. Then the pole came through, and he ends up.
अगली साला अगली माँ का 4 फुटिया मार्क संगमा ब्लैक मनी guy.
Important shutdowns and gold in their pockets, maybe allowing them to go ahead and have a fairer chance against the next Lord take. They've got plenty of time, about a minute or so, to go ahead and readjust and recalibrate. But Team Liquid ID, you know, they want to fight. There was some Shiki still has not gone down yet, so Skylar getting a little bit aggressive, and even earlier in that fight, you know, he didn't have the flicker available, so he was doing that, you know, just pure positioning and skill.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he actually goes and adjusts his game plan now that he at least has a flicker. Still working on the next defensive item if he's able to get the Wind of Nature eventually. But right now he just doesn't have it. And you can see them slowly but surely, RQ Hoshi getting some work in this game done, but still, how do they fare against the Lord coming up?
I mean, looking at the utility, they have Yezkiel with an Navari that can provide a lot of vision, a lot of slows, not to mention the Astral Echo increasing the hitbox of the members of RRQ Hoshi. So the Jeet Kune with the Way of the Dragon will connect properly for TLID as Dyron trying to work on Favia, and the Lord has spawned. Let's see if RRQ Hoshi can contest.
They are in that vicinity, so they're going to wait. They're going to try and clear out that long lane. Aaron Shiki will go ahead and start this up. Rins picking up the Wishing Lantern. They want to get in position. Conceal or to use. Witty going in.
Now they're going to catch. So Aran there. Vigilator is going to connect onto 2. Skylar on the other hand just doing the free hit. Going to bring down Witty. One member down, but exchange for Sutsujin. No retribution holder for RRQ, and TLID will get the Lord. Aaron Shiki's not done. Popping the Pride of Ice. And the Rins with the flicker out to make sure he escapes, but TLID gets the Lord with a 4.7k gold lead.
Big Lord take again. Witty, you know, starting things up with Conceal, goes in. But that's the thing. I mean, even Aaron Shiki himself, he's just kind of posting up with the front side and just popping off Rhapsodies and Destinatas. And no one wants to approach that, just because of how much he hurts. And so now RQ Hoshi again on this defense. They're gonna have to get ready for this. One of the difficult things about this, as you're seeing the shots come through from a distance, is TLID has so much vision. Not even just with a Novaria, but the fact that Aran is literally a walking vision. Like, he is the walking vision. He can spot people out and give that call to the rest of TLID. As now Lord makes its way on the top side, a couple shots. There's the Wind of Nature for Skylar. See if that helps with the defense. There's the pole, but no follow through. Turret's gonna fall though. Lord finally going down. All base turrets still up and okay for RQ Hoshi. But they lose all the tier 2s, and now TLID, do they take a disciplined route even though they have this 7,000 gold lead? Looks like they'll do just that. They don't want to overstep.
बिरयानी ऑर्डर कर भाई दोनों के लिए कर दे मार्क कर दे.
Bhavyan just really showing his quick hands. Was able to avoid the
बहुत मन कर रहा है बिरयानी खाने का, प्लीज कर दे.
And now a successful defense still for RQ Hoshi. They were able to save all inhibitor turrets, and now they're going to try to look for a pick off there. So Sajin uses Retribution to try and slow down Aran, while Dyron just keeping TLID at bay. Here comes Aaron Shiki with a Death Sonata. Trying to dish out the damage though, but RQ Hoshi able to out-sustain that.
And that's all he has to do. Arana just keeps doing that, providing the vision, knows he can take shots, knows he has a revitalize, tanky enough, even with the Radiant Armor. Blade Armor too, still working on the next one. So that's something that RQ Hoshi has to deal with. It's just they have to force themselves to just not get out-visioned at this point. But how do you do that?
अरे no shame, what shame Mark, please. Please free का पैसा थोड़ा मेरे पे भी दो. ना मेंबरशिप लेता है, ना सुपर चैट करता है, अपने आप को दोस्त बुलाता है.
This game. Oh, Edo call. Here a couple shots. So,
just look at the range.
That's what I said. How do you fight against this range, man? How do you even get in position? The only time it's gonna happen is when you actually go and contest the Lord, because then, you know, you have a couple different angles to go from, but even just trying to get in that position, Team Liquid ID has done such a good job at just kind of setting things up. Yeah. You know, firing off from a distance, and that's why I said, as long as Aran is just in those bushes, in that side of the jungle, or even around the Lord Pit, you're not going to surprise them. You don't have like the Louis Yis or the Chips to help you out with that.
Yeah. I mean, the only surprise factor could...
Why is FNOP Indo not playing? They were playing. They didn't qualify. Ishita, they didn't qualify. They got eliminated.
Only connected to Aran. So if ever they want to go up against
Dexter can solo Malaysia, which is brilliant.
a huge amount of range and same time damage, they're gonna have to catch TLID off guard. They're gonna have to catch them by surprise, make an outstanding play, or even just isolate the damage dealers. Try to reach for Yezkiel and Aaron Shiki.
Well, this is where they started up. We'll see if
I heard only Kyrie was playing good. I didn't watch the qualifiers of in PH. Indo, sorry, Indo. I didn't see the MPL Indo.
Aaron Shiki still working on him. Now so Sajin Fraser's but got bursted down by Aaron Shiki. Here comes the counter attack coming in from RQ. Frederick Glacier is gonna connect though.
Everyone was playing good. Everyone was playing good.
Kill for Aaron Shiki, but RRQ will get the Lord.
3 members still alive.
This is a new era, new king. Yep.
TLID to go ahead and deal with this, clear out the lanes. It is a beef.
ये देखो इस आदमी को ना जलील मत नहीं करो ना तब तक कुछ नहीं करेगा.
Taken care of. We'll see again. Rins, Edok, Skylar still up. You saw the preview too. Skylar's hurting, man. You know the amount of...
Hello, Rupalji. What's up? Welcome back to the stream.
Even is definitely showing. It does have all the items that he needs, really. Even got rid of the boots.
I don't even want to thank Mark for this साला. मेरे बोलने पे करता है ये.
I'm offended play onto Aran. Paired up with the Frederick Glacier. A lot of stuns, and they will finally bring down Aran. Aaron Shiki pops the pride of Aran to bring down Rins as well. Now TLID, they made quick work of the Lord of RRQ, Hoshi. No inhibitor turret.
Let's force him to run by himself because... अरे look, cheap free का पैसा black. He has so much black money. You don't know him one thing. That's a secret. Okay, he has so much black money. He can even gift me like 50 membership, but he won't. I know.
You know, even given this goal lead, it doesn't really matter. RQ Hoshi is in fighting form. A lot of the times, it's more so of the surprise.
He's the most conjuice black money guy.
For the most part, even earlier on for that Lord fight, you know, Witty went in. But then it was just good team fighting from RQ Hoshi to actually go ahead. And then, yes, Dyron, the fact that he was able to buy time by taking the Lord, you know, that's enough to go ahead and bring yourselves back into the game. And all they need to do is really get past that 21, 22 minutes.
ले बिरयानी और साला 29 रुपीस का मेंबरशिप लेके बोलते हैं बिरयानी ऑर्डर कर साला 29 रुपीस का तो बिरयानी मसाला तक नहीं आता कुत्ता मार.
They just have to play against this range, and who's going to be the one?
MMOP, yes, MMOP.
Up every single time. It's Susujin and Edok.
Skyler भी देखो ना ये RRQ का भी RRQ has 10 kills and 7 kills are with Skyler. Guys, like the stream, yes, guys, like the stream, guys, please. I've been streaming for how long? For like 6 hours now, please, guys, like the row. I'm starting to feel sleepy, you know.
Huge pick off here, regardless whoever it is.
And I'm tired of talking also. Like, it's like I've reached my limit right now.
Guided by Aran and by the Astral Echo is on their side. So RRQ Hoshi, they need to save up the battle spells, the flickers for the I'm Offended plays. Can get to go for the backline and pop Aaron Shiki's Purify early on.
Edok's got it again as long as that flicker and I'm Offended is available. Oh, top side though.
Okay, they're gonna commit the kick onto Dyron though. Dyron buying enough time, trying to work on Fabian. Off is revitalized. So Sajin and the rest are here to defend. Frederick Glacier and they're gonna bring him down. A huge pickoff for RRQ.
Fabian down and the Lord is up. How does RRQ Hoshi play into this? Maybe it's just enough to buy them a little more time because TLID will get in position to defend this and stall this out until their jungler is back up. So with that, RQ Hoshi, good pickoff, good usage of Dyron there on that Benedetta. But things will go into place. Skylar getting in position. They get the call to start it up. Fabian's still 20 seconds away. They go.
Can you blush? Hey, chupka, who blushed like kuch bhi?
Shaky, working on Dyron, pops his Wind of Nature, it's gonna be a one-on-one. As RRQ Hoshi still working on the Lord, that Sonata is there, and they bring down Susujin. Who's gonna get the Lord? RRQ, TLID, the stuns are there, they're gonna bring down Witty. Aran will fall down, Skylar's immortality will be popped, but Shiki goes in, popping the Pride of Fight. Rhapsody, another one, and bring down Rin. Managed to stay alive with the immortality. Skylar trying to fight back, but Yesgiel will complete the wipeout for the Cavalry.
It's a wipeout, and what a fight it was for that Lord. But man, what a take. TLID comes together, and now working on the mid lane.
And TLID with a huge advantage, a 2-0 over the Kingdom.
Team Liquid Indonesia finding themselves a match point. RQ Hoshi showing fighting spirit, but man, oh man, could not overcome that charge of the Cavalry at that point. Again, the team fighting, the synergy that we're seeing from TLID has been showcased throughout their journey up to this point, and it looks like they're the refined ones. Maybe all that challenge they faced leading up to this matchup against RQ Hoshi really brought them to their best yet. Sweep, we don't know, but we got to break down.
I would say they have a great success rate with them as well. Very similar to Fnatic Onic. They're not scared to push the boundaries and still come out on top with it.
That Novaria pick makes 73 out of the unique heroes picked in M6 right now. So we are definitely in a very healthy place in the metagame, and very talented teams, true powerhouses like the MPLID champions, Team Liquid ID, are bringing them to the table and forcing their old-time rivals in RRQ to respect the potential for this, what are we calling it? The double poke lineup.
Yeah, the double poke lineup, the DP lineup.
What a game, 2-0 right now. TLID, one more win away from earning a top 4 placement over RRQ Hoshi. Can Skylar and the crew turn this back around like we've seen in the first series today? They need to find an edge.
You know, I don't even know who to completely talk about, but there's one thing we have to point out, and it's not like it's an unpopular pick, but you don't get to see it come in all the time. It's that blade armor choice on Iran, and this is this is common. This is a pretty normal build at this point, but it's not very often you get to see it really work out, and there was a few fights at that time. One in particular, the Skylar even took himself out going against Iran. And then we go into Aaron Shiku, who ends up dropping boots for full damage. I mean, just all in types of builds on the side of TLID.
You mentioned that moment where Skylar dropped to the blade armor proc off of Aran, and I can't blame him. He is the, once again, true core in RRQ's draft, and that's what you do, right? When there's a threat in your face, you just do your darndest to be able to survive. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also rocking Aha's Claw. So the math that just did not check out. He could not lifesteal enough to save him from the return.
He was just all over the place, invading the jungle, especially in the early phase. You get to see just how much of an impact a Hilda can have, how heavy of a hitter she can be in the beginning phase. Then you top that off with a Revitalize on top of that. Talk about unkillable.
One more check on one of the heroes here is the emblem on Yesgiel. This is still the way you build a Novaria, despite her being out of the meta for quite a while. You still build the Wilderness Blessing and the Puncture. Weirdly enough, that's also what Rins did. But it's clear that Rins here is a utility mid laner. The Aurora is used mainly for her stopping power instead of her damage.
Well, there was no stopping the poking. That's the big problem here. No stopping. Yes, maybe you catch Fabian, maybe you catch Iran, but we saw it even in that last Lord fight while it was happening. We're wondering, even with Fabian gone, it's going to be tough for them to try to rush this because there's just too much range, too much damage.
It's disgusting. It's like there's 3 cores in TLID's lineup, and that just breaks the logic and the understanding of economy in MLBB. Looking at the damage output, Aaron Shiki, the Skylar, one of the 3 cores, quote-unquote, for Liquid ID, dealt 30k more damage.
And this is a Granger compared to the more favorited Bruno. You're starting to see teams not ban out the Bruno, but find a way to work around it. And then on top of that, take a look at the Ghost of Jakarta. Yeah, Ezekiel on this Navaria debut. That's 113,000 damage. This was a lot longer of a game, though. This was a 21-minute match.
You could have taken the damage on Skylar, added Dyron, and you're close to Yehezkiel.
You could literally add them both. I mean, I feel like at this point, I'm looking at some of the numbers, and Iran also has absorbed 213,000 damage. That is essentially everything we see on the side of RQ right now. All of it together is pretty much Iran's damage taken stat.
On Iran. Not to even mention what Weedy does.
Weedy was on point with those setups, with the isolation, the way of the Dragon. Huge and very impactful, as you are going to see both teams comparing against each other. Skylar and Aaron Shiki.
Again, all in on Skylar. That's a story here. So you would assume that the stats and the gold should have been more on Skylar. They should have found a way to funnel, right? That's the ideal here. But again, just the way that Liquid played that early to mid did not make it easy for King Skylar.
Aaron Shiki just way faster at clearing the objectives, right? I mean, even looking at the turret, not really anything on the board for Skylar that entire game. When he's not able to thrive, that's when you see RQ have a little bit of a harder time.
You know, I can't just give it up to Aaron Shiki, though, because Aaron Shiki wouldn't be able to do this without Yehezkiel, without Woody, without the team around him, right? Without Aaron. You need the whole package, and Skylar right now, you know, it's not like he got killed early on. It's not like there was any major issue, any big whiff from Skylar exactly. It's that when everything else is crumbling around, Skylar's not going to be able to take towers. He can't push. He can't do those things.
And here's Aaron waiting for Fabian to make the play, waiting for Yehezkiel to say, all right, I hit him with the echoes. I'm going to hit him with another Star Shatter. You just wail away. It's so much easier for Aaron to get these numbers. And to be able to get these numbers, he relied on his mid laner. He relied on the Ghost of Jakarta. He just doesn't die. It's Yehezkiel on that Novaria.
On point, the debut pickup and working in their favor. I mean, the later the game went, the more you got to see it scale. A well-deserved MVP on the pocket pick. We like to say, when it comes to TLID, it's kind of similar to Fnatic Onyx, right? They go experimental, but they don't go too far out of the box, right? They don't go something that is as risky. When he's running on this Navarre, he's playing in the back line. But it's his setups that help the team to win these skirmishes.
Yeah, I like the way that TLID goes for some of those unique picks. Is a lot of the times they are in the mid lane. They are in a place where it's a safe position to do it. You're not sacrificing anything too major by deciding to put Yehezkiel on something like this. Now 3-0 and 14. We said he only gets to die once. That happened in game 1. So now he's just, you know, he's just going to be clearing through at this point.
All right. In defense of the Ghost, my client, he is afforded 1 death per game, not per series.
Okay.
You know, a
so
Ghost,
he's allowed another one.
Next series.
Do they
next game,
stack?
sure.
Does he get like 2 next series?
No, just 1 per game.
1 per game.
That's why he's called the Ghost.
Gotcha.
He just has once.
Only one.
And for those of y'all wondering, if you want to play a Novaria much like Yehezkiel, that last item slot, you'll notice that he only had 5, was a juggle between Divine Glaive, Blood Wings, and a Winter Crown.
He just had the damage necessary, especially toward that late game. I mean, he was bursting down members of RRQ Hoshi. But RQ Hoshi, it wasn't too far off, right? I feel like there's some glimmering hope for them. I feel like during some of the Lord engagements, it wasn't even a retry battle anymore. It was who could get that last hit off. We got to see not only Dyron get a Lord steal from RQ Hoshi, but on the other side, Liquid ID. Yehezkiel taking one for himself.
It was this right here. But you know what? It's very rare that I say outright, I disagree with you. But Steph Weezy, I disagree with you. Because those comebacks from RRQ Hoshi were only possible, or were only ever evident, if they were able to set up 3 or 4 solid ways. And that starts usually off of Sutujin finding an angle, Dyron cutting back into the back line, Rins just outright almost solo killing Fabian. Like, those are the ways that RRQ Hoshi could have come back, but alas, that's assuming so much. It's assuming that Liquid ID would take it lying down.
You know what? I think I know what they need to do.
What do they need to do?
When you're feeling down, when things aren't working in your favor, there's really only one option. Hello Panda. Guys, get it. Fill your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack to keep you guys energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda website. Or, oh my Trex! What is this?
Welcome to the desk.
We shouted out Panda once, and you eat everything?
Yeah.
I was gonna offer something to the kingdom because that's what you said, right? They needed a little bit of sugar.
They're just that good.
Reset.
They're that good.
Well, there you
I
have
can't
it.
help myself.
Wheezy's been here one day. How many Hello Pandas have you had, my good sir?
I only had one out of the box.
He had one piece.
One piece.
You guys have to talk about
That's
that later.
better than most of the other casters that sit on the desk with me. I don't really get the whole box.
Shout out to Hello Panda. As well, a reminder, folks, from the 22nd of November to the 29th of December, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. Purchase a support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass XP with a chance to obtain a basic pass. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark. Hashtag.
Hello.
Greater than ever.
Hello, Anisha. Hello, Rishika. Welcome to the stream. Radium Indian. Yes, Radium is Indian. Welcome to the stream, Rishika. Anisha, long time no see. How are you? कैसे हो? Rishika, if I'm not wrong, आप भी असम से हो ना? I saw you say you're also from Assam, right? Rishika, he's Indian top MM apparently. Yes, apparently. M6 में इंडिया कैसे पार्टिसिपेट करेगा? पता नहीं कैसे करेगा. जैसे भी करेगा. Wow. What happened? I'm doing fine. What about you? I'm doing also fine. Anisha, finally you showed up in YouTube again, huh? Finally you chose to come on YouTube again. Mobile is in ban, yes. If India is internationally followed by non-stop trash talking by our own people. Exactly. A one mistake and भाई पूरा इंडिया गाली देगा. प्ले स्टोर पे है, वो उस पे भी है, एप्पल स्टोर पे भी तो है, ऐप स्टोर पे. Can Indian player participate through MOBA? I guess they can because you know China also has their own version of mobile MLBB. Like they're not using the Mobile Legends, they have their own version. And China is in the M6, right? MOBA 5v5, right? Yes, MOBA 5v5. That's the version. सब तो सेम है दोनों के. किसके? चाइना कोई ग्लोबल ऐप यूज नहीं करती, वही तो. स्टिल चाइना इज इन द वर्ल्ड लीग ना. सेम ऐप है. China makes their own. They are hiding from, bro. There's nothing you can hide from the government. In one thing, bro. You can't hide anything from the government. Any popular Indian team? There are many popular Indian team. There is what do you call? The most popular you can say is क्या हुआ? आ गया. Refresh. I'll refresh you anime. अभी नहीं खेल रहा bro, अब नहीं खेल रहा मैं. I'm not playing right now. चलो डेक्स्टर प्रैक्टिस में लिंक खेल के बता। वाह भाई वाह। यस यस भाई डेक्स्टर बोला और डेक्स्टर का आईडी से बोला तो डेक्स्टर ही होगा ना, और कौन होगा। माइंड क्रैश ट्वाइस। I can't, you can't refresh him, no, I can't. Same here, done. Done. Yes. Can anyone help me rank up? Sure, Rishika. What's your rank, Rishika? By the way, where are you from? Rishika? How is this live thumbnail? Who is this live thumbnail? Nolan. This is Nolan, Anisha. I'm not available right now. अच्छा, you are from यूपी से हो, फिर तो आपका सर्वर दिल्ली लगता होगा ना। खेल सकते हो आप। आपका रैंक क्या है? Elite. I forgot who was Nolan. This guy is Nolan. I think you left before Nolan came, Anisha. Wait, I'll show you. कहाँ है? I am new to this game. Yes. This is Nolan. You left the game before this hero was launched, Anisha. So obviously you won't know. Yes. Nolan is Lala's father apparently from the story. I am new to this game. It's okay, Rishika. आप देखो, आप ना like देख के भी सीख सकते हो, खेल के भी सीख सकते हो। देखते रहोगे ना तो आपको अपने आप आ जाएगा। मैं like usually मैं हमेशा wait what क्या what तो obviously Nolan is Lala's father. आप मेरे को फॉलो कर सकते हो। I can help you. आप देख के भी कर सकते हो। He is too young to be a father. पारिवारिक गेम एग्जैक्टली। यहाँ पे कपल्स है, पति पत्नी है, फिर दिल टूटे आशिक है, सब मिलेगा आपको इस गेम में, सब। भाई बहन, सौतेले भाई बहन सब मिलेंगे। दिल टूटे आशिक। अरे हाँ, मतलब सब है ना। और बताओ ऋषिका जी, अनीशा जी, how are you? He is too young to be a father. He is not young. He looks young, but he is not. Just like me. I look young, but छोड़ो, never mind. I don't look young also. बुढ़ा हो गया हूँ। एक तो मेरा पता है चैट ग्लिच हो जाता है, पता नहीं चैट दिखता ही नहीं है, लाइक बंद हो जाता है एकदम से। स्टिल स्ट्रीमिंग। अच्छा, यो सुजल व्हाट्सअप। यस, स्ट्रीम सोच रहा हूँ मैं 24 आवर स्ट्रीम कर लूँ, क्या बोलते हो, सही रहेगा? करो चुप, पैसा दो मेरे को तब करूँगा। प्ले रेंजर। हेलो मुस्कान, करो कहाँ कर लो। अरे पता है मैं करूँगा, लाइक मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा। आई विल समडे, बट मेरे को लैपटॉप चाहिए उसके लिए। मैं फ़ोन से तो नहीं करने वाला इतना। लाइक प्ले जिंजर। Granger. अरे I will. Anisha, right now ना मैं अभी I am just doing the watch party as you can see. At night I am gonna play rank, so हम देखेंगे तभी तो पैसा मिलेगा. हम देखेंगे तभी तो पैसा मिलेगा. हाँ वही तो भाई, तुम देख ही नहीं रहे. Yes, I'm not playing right now. I'll play later. मेरा नाम का लड़की आई है. तुम्हारा नाम का कौन? अनीशा? अनीशा या ऋषिका? मैं तुम्हारा असली नाम भूल गया. अनीशा, हाँ अनीशा, यस यस यस. अच्छा हाँ अनीशा, यस. ये लाइक दिस अनीशा, लाइक ये मेरी बहुत लाइक शी इज माई ओल्ड फ्रेंड. शी लेफ्ट सब. उसने यूट्यूब छोड़ दिया था. कितना टाइम हो गया? लाइक साल होने वाला होगा शायद उसने यूट्यूब छोड़ दिया था. हाँ मुस्कान. मुस्कान की बहन का नाम है असल में. if I remember correctly, right? अनीशा. अच्छा अनीशा is your name but not अनीशा. हाँ ठीक है. मुस्कान is your sister's name, right? ऋषिका जी चले गए क्या? Yep. Amisha, you remember Sleepy Fish, I guess ना. Sleepy Fish था ना नाम? नोप यही हो. अच्छा ठीक है. आप मेरे को फॉलो कर लो अगर आपको खेलना है तो. इफ यू लाइक अगर खेलना है तो. इसने बस स्लीपी फिश और समथिंग, राइट? स्लीपी फिश या फिर ऐसा कुछ नाम था, मैं भूल गया. बट हम तो आपको मुस्कान ही बुलाएंगे, ठीक है? मुस्कान रात में करती हो. ठीक है. आपका इन गेम नेम क्या है? ऋषि का ही है क्या? आई एम प्लानिंग टू ऋषिका, मेरी दोस्त की गर्लफ्रेंड का नाम. ए भाई सुजल भाई, ऐसे ये सब भाई क्या छोड़ो. आई एम प्लानिंग टू बाय एन अकाउंट. ऋषिका लाइक वेट, आई वुड सजेस्ट यू कि पहले ना गेम को अच्छे से समझ लो बिफोर बाइंग अकाउंट. पहले अपना जो भी आपका अकाउंट है ना, उससे आप गेम को समझ लो, सीखो, समझो. फिर जब आपको हो जाएगा ना कि हाँ अब लाइक आपको पता है ना कि हाँ अब मेरे को पता चल चुका है कि ये गेम कैसा है, कैसे चलता है, कैसे खेलते हैं, उसके बाद आप सोच सकते हो कि हाँ लाइक कि अब अगर ख़रीदना है तो ख़रीद लो, वरना फिर जैसा मर्जी. बट पहले ना गेम को समझ लो. सिंस आप नए हो ना, तो मैं ये सजेशन दूंगा कि पहले गेम समझ लो. भैया कितनी देर से लाइव है? लाइव है. अरे नुमार ब्रो, वैसे ही फ्री बैठा हो तो क्या ही करो. यो अनीशा, आई वाज सेइंग, यू रिमेंबर दिस स्लीपी? हिज नेम वाज स्लीपी फिश ना? स्लीपी फिश वाइटी सिली नन. सुजल हमें कभी नहीं बोलता बट ऋषिका को बोल रहा है. चलो साथ में खेले. Sujal, yeah, I'm a sleepy fish fighter. Yes. मुस्कान is jealous, Dexter. Why? अरे नहीं, just like I am asking because you are the one who knows ना. See, this is OG. OG is online. And who else you know? रुको wait. You know Pran, right? Pran. I like the character Ginger. वाह जी सोशल डेक्स का बात कर रहा हूँ. अच्छा अरे ठीक है सॉरी अच्छा you don't remember. ठीक है who else will you remember? Wait, let me see. Zuki, you remember, right? Zuki. And who else will you remember? I think only Zuki and OG will be in my friend list, you remember. I don't have anyone else. किसको ग्रेंजर पसंद है? ऋषिका जी को पसंद है. अनीशा का फेवरेट हीरो पसंद है. फेवरेट हीरो ग्रेंजर है. How about Pi? अच्छा, Pi is not online. Pi was also in my friend list. Wait, did she remove me or she is still? Let me see. Pi. Yeah, Pi, but she's offline. I don't think she played this season. She played only one match. Only 2 matches this season. सुजल यार भाभी आई थी क्या स्ट्रीम पर? एनिमे तो साला गार्ड करता है. थैंक यू मुस्कान जी. I don't remember. I don't want to remember. अच्छा पता नहीं मुस्कान जी. मैं तो कौन भाभी? किसका भाभी? क्या भाभी लगा रखा है?
Their own play style and how they line
चालू हो गया.
around the map, but you know, just like our panel kind of broke down earlier on, it just seems like you know some of the challenges that TLI
कोई भाभी नहीं है भाई. क्या?
throughout the Swiss stage, they've really refined their gameplay and their game plan.
I don't have a girlfriend.
You know, they had a great time too. They were one of the first teams, or the.
सब लोग सुन लो अच्छे से, ठीक है? सब लोग सुन लो अच्छे से. I don't have a girlfriend. कोई भाभी नहीं है, समझे?
First team to secure the knockout here.
Casualties for both of these teams, but this is
yes, I saw.
You can't repeat what happened during game number 1, game number 2, where you just keep on invading without any response from the Kingdom.
You know, I think we have to wait to see what happens, especially after the first turtle breaks out, just because the nature of these two lineups and how they're going to work, it's already up. It's already going to be spawned up and started up by Sutsujin, so already using just the real-world manipulation to go ahead and just take it as quick as possible. So Arkyuoshi will get the objective locked in and secured. First turtle of the game. Good decision there to go ahead and just take it, blitz it down.
Yeah, Arkyuoshi clearly they're decisive now. They're really going for these kinds of decisions, wanting to commit.
Hello, Dia. Welcome to the stream.
Wherein TLID was just really controlling the mid-river.
कुछ भी
might be an opening for Arkyuoshi.
कुछ भी मतलब ना, स्ट्रीम पे और भी लड़के हैं तो कुछ भी मतलब. देखो अगर मेरे पास होगा ना, देखो जब अगर देखो मैं देखो इस चीज़ में मेरा बहुत क्लियर है. इफ़ आई हैव समवन आई वोंट हाइड इट, ठीक है? कि मैं छुपा के रखूँगा कि लाइक कि स्ट्रीम पे लड़कियां है तो मैं छुपा के रखता हूँ. मैं आई वोंट डू दैट. लाइक अगर होगा तो होगा, नहीं होगा तो नहीं होगा. क्लियर है उस हिसाब से. मुझे मेंबरशिप कब मिला मुझे नहीं पता आपको कब मिला, बट वेलकम. चलो इसी बहाने आप आए तो सही. दिया जी अब इसी बहाने आए तो सही. डेक्स्टर भाई सिंगल मंडली में आपका वेलकम है. थैंक यू सो मच स्किपर. यार ऐसे मत बोलो ना कि मैं दूसरी लड़की लाइक देयर आर अदर गर्ल्स, सो ऐसे तो मत बोलो यार. मैं लाइक आई एम नॉट लाइक दैट.
Even forcing Aran to use a split just to walk away.
Very interesting too, you know, not even needing any revitalize up there because Witty's down here protecting that gold lane, and now they might make a play. Witty's going to be fine. Still holds on, and that's the thing, you know, with this Carmilla pick, is once you are able to go ahead and tank up some of that damage and then lay down a Curse of Blood and set things up, I'm wondering if they'll be able to capitalize on that, because Yehezkiel will most likely, I would say, the majority of the time at least take the real-world manipulation like he has right now.
Yeah.
But we could see him change things up. You know, so far, every single lane, though, has just been a duel, you know, back and forth between the XP and the gold, while both teams just kind of the trio mid lanes go and rotate together, leading into this objective now. Second turn of the game going to be smarted up by RQ Hoshi. But it looks like this time around,
Same as yeah, I'm not active as before too. अरे दिया, Sujal is only active when he'll see girls in my chat. If there's no girls ना, Sujal will be like, अरे भैया मेरा assignment है मैं करने जा रहा हूँ. अरे भैया मेरे को नींद आ रहा है मैं सोने जा रहा हूँ.
Four members of RRQ Hoshi rotating down bottom.
Oh man, everybody's going to show up for this one. Witty taking a couple shots. RWM set up to cut them off.
Oh, but Yehezkiel.
झूठा. अरे दिख गया एक Sujal, सब पता है तुम्हारे बारे में. सब पता है तुम्हारे बारे में.
That's why Fabian wants to go for the backline. Electrifying Beast going to connect onto Skylar. They've not been able to bring him down, and they will do so successfully. A shutdown onto Skylar. Rins, split.
मेरा आवाज क्लियर आ रहा है ना कि क्लियर नहीं है? लाइक मेरा आवाज ये बैकग्राउंड कमेंट्री से लाइक अलग से आ रहा है ना ठीक से, कि और वॉल्यूम कम करूं मैं बैकग्राउंड का? हम पहले तो बोलता था रहने दो असाइनमेंट, गेम खेलते हैं डेक्स्टर. वही तो दिया वाईटी प्राइम बेकार है, मतलब स्कैम है. डेक्स्टर कमेंट्री करो. नहीं कमेंट्री नहीं होगा मेरे से. मैं सिर्फ बातें करूंगा तुम लोगों से बस, और कुछ नहीं. क्लियर आ रहा है, बंद कर दो. सूजन निकल जाए ऐसे.
But the fact that they got the objectives early on, you know, it's nothing too crazy. The
goal lead भाई.
So this is the adjustment time, and also where TLID's lineup starts to shine a
क्या
little
बोलेगा
more.
ना?
Maybe still they
बिल्कुल म्यूट मारो. नहीं रहने दो.
but by the time we
रहने
get to
दो.
those lords,
Liquid won one match ना? Yes. नहीं, they won 2 matches दिया. They won 2 matches.
towards the top. Aaron Shiki starts it up. And Aran keeping them at bay for now, but
this is the final match for Liquid. If they win this match, then it's over for, not over, but RRQ will go to the loser bracket. Best of 5, yes, best of 5.
Here plus the Curse of Blood. Edok might be able to fall down though, but Winnie on the other hand will fall down in exchange for rings. An opening for TL.
Man, I wanted RRQ to do better. Yep. Yeah, I was also hoping for RRQ to do better, but doesn't seem like it. 2 दिन बाद एनी कप है, वो भी करना. Just text me on WhatsApp later. See you later. Sure, Nisha. By the way, Anisha, I changed my phone, so I don't have the old number. So if you can text me. I have lost all contact. I changed my phone now. I switched to Android from iOS. So I don't have the old contacts anymore. By the way, who won? Onyx Dia Onyx won 3-2. मॉर्निंग भाई कब हुआ? एनिमी को लगा मॉर्निंग लड़की है, उसको अब पता चला लड़का है वो. What the fuck? क्या बात कर रहे हो? क्या एनिमी बॉक्स को लगता था मॉर्निंग लड़का है? नहीं, लड़की है.
Still working on the third one. Aaron Shiki again, he had the Haskloss rushed. He's now got the Berserker's Fury. And over on the other side,
do text me and then I'll save your number, Anisha. Or you like मेरे को Facebook में कर दो कुछ भी. झूठ बोलता है, तूने डिलीट किया नंबर. अरे कुछ भी. I was rooting for Falcon. दिया. It's fine. अच्छा, okay,
get out of there, burning the split.
I will message you in Messenger and I'll give you. Okay.
So they're just trying to hold on to the tier 1 again. These are so crucial.
गया गैस कॉइन मेरा मैंने आज का तो नहीं दिया लाइक मैंने आज का तो गैस करना भूल गया था.
They lost Aaron Shiki.
Oh man, Dyra jumps in again, but under the turret. We'll just get
Anisha knows I won't delete her number.
For you. So 2 down, the 2-for-1 exchange. Lord is up now. RQ Hoshi still holding on to a lead, but you can see how how they have to dissect these team fights because of the fact
I'm high on Gatia. I'm losing all guesses this season. Arey, talk about losing, Dia.
One more. That's Sonata. But Witty is there.
मेरा तो नसीब ही खराब है. Okay, see ya. Take care. Thank you, Anisha, for joining my stream. I hope you keep joining like this. Okay. I hope to see you again on my stream.
Sutsujin, again, all that with Yahiskill getting forced to basically go heal back up. They didn't have a choice, so they just see it. Great decision for RQ Hoshi to go ahead and just secure the Lord.
It's really the pokes that comes from Skylar and the range also that you get from Rins. Just look at that. Not even full committing, not even
वो इवेंट पे share it in TikTok उससे मिलता है free coins. वो कर लिया मैंने already. You wondering?
Just too much, and as they make quick work on the mid lane turret, they have that Lord up top.
They have the Lord pushing in. BOD now for Susujin. Also,
Gatia.
He picked up the Sky Piercer earlier on. So there was a little bit of push there from Fabian.
पता है मुझे Gatia.
He's still trying to cut that wave a little bit longer. With the rest of
हाँ वही अरे मैं भी वही करता हूँ wondering like होता है ना share it to friends मैं share करता हूँ और बस cancel कर देता हूँ event complete.
One member down for TLID. They're trying to make quick work of this Lord. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down, but RRQ Hoshi, you know they ain't playing around. They
Gatia is like
they're gonna pop the energy shields.
वो होता है ना नमकीन की तरह होता है ना शायद सुजल. Gatia.
They still hold on, of course, after just that first push with the Lord, but man, RRQ Hoshi.
Yes, in one thing I have seen. Some people share it in the WhatsApp status. I have seen that. चलो डेक्स बाय बाय. आप कहाँ जा रहे हो मुस्कान जी?
That's really one of the things that TLND has to do. You know, if they can get the Wrath of the Dryad ultimate out from Edok, then that's a big piece of utility that's gone, because that is locking down the members of TLID when they try to rush forward. We saw that exchange earlier on in the mid lane. And so that's why you see them working so hard for it, even if it's Aaron, even if it's Fabian to an extent.
क्या हाल? Hello, Amy. Long time. How are you, किनिका से? क्या हाल? बढ़िया बढ़िया. मैं तो ठीक हूँ. आप बताओ. आप कैसे हो?
But it looks like RRQ Hoshi, they're going to circle around Fabian.
Fabian on the run. Still in the mid lane, it's going to be pushed by Sutsujin.
एकदम बढ़िया. एमी नागा, just to confirm, okay, मेरे को पता है, but आप वही हो ना, kiss my, वही है ना?
RQ Hoshi takes a game in the series. It's not going to be a
yes.
today.
Nice. अरे I like आप आजकल नहीं खेलते क्या गेम? मैंने बहुत टाइम से आपको नहीं देखा. Like बहुत दिनों से इन गेम नहीं. अभी like I started seeing you कुछ देर पहले से स्ट्रीम पे. प्लस स्ट्रीम बोल रहा है इन गेम. Did you leave the game for a while? अरे दोस्त है मेरा भाई. कुछ भी भाई.
That they've been facing for the past 2 games, and let's see how TLID will react towards a game 3 loss up against RRQ Hoshi.
See what adjustments are made, but we'll also see what our
क्या भाई कोई yes I don't play much, really busy with work. अच्छा nice. You're working in Nagaland, right? Or like you shifted your place? ए भाई एनीमे तुम भाई ये सब बोल के ना weird मत करो चीजें, ठीक है ना?
I mean, it's been very effective, right? It's stopping them from engaging as easy as before. Stop Aran and what he's comfortable on, but also
and messenger अरे bonding
potential answer to the joy.
I think it was
डेक्स मुझे और सुजल को भाभी दिला यस नागालैंड से डेक्स मुझे और सुजल को भाभी दिला दो भाभी दिला दो मतलब अच्छा नहीं टाइम लगेगा like I don't know that's nice to see you again Amy on my stream.
Felt a little bit in control, and the Hilda was definitely the first piece to complete the puzzle, right? It was the start of things working in their favor.
क्या भाई तुम
Once they had that, it gave them the ability to be able to go the Belleric. It gave them the ability to be able to counter the Joy and kind of.
Did you go to the Hornbill Festival? Like,
for the first time,
did you went to the Hornbill Festival?
has died more than once. The ghost
I wanted to go, यार, but नहीं हुआ मेरा भी.
Did I not say this? Did I not say that he's gonna have to put himself in the line of fire more often here than he has in what half a dozen?
भाभी को स्ट्रीम में लाओ कोई भाभी नहीं है सुजल मैं बता रहा हूँ ना किसको लेके आऊँ मैं दिमाग खराब I came to you after decades that's nice
Is not looking to be siege today. They're looking to go in for a game number 4 chance.
ए भाई कुछ भी so busy couldn't go to अच्छा okay भाई क्या कुछ भी bro I'm not like that okay
And just sits there because look if you're all right we know for sure he wants to steal the RWM yes if you can't find Rins what do?
You don't do anything. You sit there and you try to look and you try to search, or you die 3 times. Another thing that I hear they couldn't do much.
That's nice. Right? That's nice. You're busy working, huh? That's nice. Me though, I have like no work till 18th.
Maybe 2 people with that ultimate RQ as a very
18th December. I'm free till 18th December. So nowadays I just play. I stream and I play. That's it. Nothing else.
It felt like RQ was just brute forcing through it. It's like fine.
सुशील यार मुझे भाभी देने को बोलो मुस्कान डेक्स्टर को भी भाभी चाहिए कहाँ से लाऊं मैं भाभी क्या चैट बॉक्स है I don't know अरे there is one friend of mine her name is AMI okay so since your name is also similar to that like सबका वो जाग गया वापस से
was the X Factor picks. That's when they started losing control of the series. And
दोस्त है मेरा दोस्त है yes दोस्त दिमाग मत खराब करो मेरा भाभी आने दो बोल तो आने दो आ जाएगा बोल देना
DP work, the double poke, but now here, when they suddenly have these, easy to rely on Valentina and Carmilla.
तो खाइए तो असू अपनी टाइम में गरम पानी यान बांध देंगे क्या oh she sorry अरे it's fine don't ignore my chat okay I mean like पागल लोग हैं ये लोग सामने इतना टफ बन रहा है अंदर से ब्लशिंग तो चुप भाई चुप सुजल चुप एकदम चुप
when they're not allowed to flow with what they want to do and now suddenly
he said don't ignore my chat who said
how the defending champions of Indonesia
friend in need is a friend with
let's order MVP this time around yo
एनिमे वो गाली खाएगा क्या खाएगा
I mean, look at the build, screenshot it, do whatever you need to do. But
एमी भाभी चाहिए मुझे
for the team, right? 5-1
उसका नाम AMI है AMY अलग है AMI अलग है ये दोस्त है AMY और जो AMI है वो भी दोस्त है there is no भाभी सुन लो सब लोग यहाँ पे जो भी हो सुन लो सब लोग there is no भाभी मैं बार नहीं बोलूँगा मैं दिमाग का yes ये उसको भाई भी बोल रहे हैं कोई भी चलेगी क्या कुछ भी कोई भी चलेगी सब दोस्त है मेरे सब दोस्त है मेरे आप भी दोस्त हो सुजल भी दोस्त है इमोजिंग भी दोस्त है एनिमे बॉक्स कुछ नहीं है साला सब दोस्त है
folks, we're spelling it out for you. The draft just wasn't as well executed for Team Liquid ID here in
मैं
game
तो
number 3.
छपरी है
That's
साला.
why Sutsujin Suyo just run roughshod through game 3.
And you know what's funny? You know,
By the way, you know, Amy, if you are still, Amy, are still watching or you left?
looking for ways to work around the Bruno. But now you're starting to see teams find a way to work around the Joy.
Yeah, finding ways to work around it, or finding them to at least pick a comp that doesn't work around it. In a sense, I love that that last play that we saw there. The Destiny.
Jackson has just good friends from exactly. These people will not. साला तुम इन लोग साला क्या बोलूँ मैं? I'm here. अच्छा, okay.
So he was working, you know. So he was able to make the plays that he needed to.
I'm really sorry, okay? अगर बुरा मत मानना.
Finally, for the first time, the payoff.
इनकी बातों का बुरा मत मानना, ठीक है? Yes, Amy is friend, but Amy is Amy is also friend, and Amy is also friend. I don't know how to say. Both are friends from ML.
Speaking of chess, Magic Chess Go is a multiplayer
Good old friends. चलता है यार. अरे नहीं, कभी-कभी होता है ना कि like unnecessary हो जाता है ना. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. मेरे को नहीं. I don't want anyone to feel awkward. That's it.
Those are your keys to victory. Team up with your favorite heroes and strategize with friends wherever and whenever. Put your strategies to test, outsmart your opponents, and claim the ultimate victory. Anybody wanna MC?
इनका बस चले तो मेरे पता है इनका बस चले ना तो चैट में जितनी भी लड़कियां हैं ना सबको भाई बना देंगे कि डेक्स्टर का भाभी, डेक्स्टर भाभी, डेक्स्टर भाभी.
This is just MCGG. So folks, check it out now. Open up your Play Store, open up your App Store. Game looks amazing on the new ROG Phone Pro 9. With that said, we are setting up for a quick break. Allow our teams to reset.
एनीमे भाई कसम से बता रहा है एनीमे किसने इतना गंदा गाली दूंगा ना.
Because you're not going to want to miss possibly match point coming up. TLID versus Arakihoshi here on M6. We'll be right back.
डेक्स्टर मैं बुरा मान गया, तुमने मुझे स्टारलाइट नहीं दिया. सूजल अब डेक्स मेरा ईगो हार्ट कर दिया. मतलब अच्छा ईगो हर्ट कर दिया. एनी हाउ आई एम लिविंग. प्लीज कंटिन्यू योर बिजनेस. गुड नाइट मेरा. Thank you so much, Amy, for joining my stream after so long. Good to see you. It was good to see you. Take care. स्किपर चला गया क्या? स्किपर चला गया, दिया चला गया, और कौन था? स्किपर था, दिया था, और रशिका था, और कौन कौन चला गया? बाय बोल के भी नहीं जाते लोग भाई. जी जी मुस्कान, हम दोनों के साथ ऐसा क्या? चलो हम दोनों भाग जाते हैं कहीं दूर. ये देखो साला, मैंने कब बोला सब पर क्या अभी है? मैंने तो बोला कि एमी है, एमी भाभी चाहिए. अरे मैं तुम्हारी बात नहीं कर रहा, एनीमे बॉक्स बोल रहा हूँ. एनीमे बॉक्स की बात कर रहा हूँ. ये चाहता है सात बज गए. कितना घंटा स्ट्रीम हो गया भाई. आई हेट यू डेक्स. अरे मुस्कान जी ऐसे मत बोलो यार. ऐसे ही बोलो मुस्कान जी, फिर मुझे भाभी दो। वाह, मैं कहाँ से भाभी दूँ? मुस्कान जी कोई बनना ही नहीं चाहता, अब मैं क्या करूँ बताओ? कोई बनने कोई राजी नहीं, अब मैं क्या करूँ बताओ? नॉट माई फॉल्ट। अभी है ना, थोड़ा ट्राई मारो। रहने दो, नहीं नहीं, कुछ भी ट्राई मारो। मुस्कान जी, डेक्स्टर को ट्राई करने की जरूरत नहीं। क्या बोलूं मैं इसको, छोड़ो। तुमको क्या लगता है कि भाई मैं बहुत बड़ा वो हूँ क्या, स्टड हूँ क्या, कि भाई लड़कियां बस पटती रहेंगी? हाँ, तुमको क्या लगता है मेरा बहुत कुछ ज़्यादा इतना अच्छा पर्सनालिटी है कि लोग मर रहे हैं? मुझे पता है भाई मैं कैसा हूँ। ना मेरे पास अच्छा वॉइस है, ना मेरे पास अच्छा लाइक जो भी। देख, तुम्हें क्या लगता है गर्लफ्रेंड मम्मी ही दिया हुआ खाना है या ताई तुम्हारा डेक्स्टर तुम मेरे को देखेगा तो अच्छा फील करेगा, डोंट वरी। देख, तुम्हें क्या लगता है गर्लफ्रेंड मम्मी क्या दिया हुआ खाना है यार, ट्राई तो मारो। देखो देखो, अच्छा फील कर रहा है। नहीं 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 नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। अरे वो बात नहीं है, ट्राई तो मारो, बट पता है लाइक कुछ फायदा नहीं होता उसका। इन दी एंड मुझे पता है क्या होने वाला है। बार बार सेम चीज़ होता है, एक बार और अलग बात है, बार बार सेम चीज़ होता है तो फिर अब क्या, मेरे को मैं हो चुका हूँ। मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है। क्या नहीं है तुम्हारे पास? क्या नहीं है तुम्हारे पास?
A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars?
मैंने क्या बोला?
In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region.
पता है मुस्कान जी, आपने ना फालतू में इसको 350 डायमंड दे दिया। इससे अच्छा मेरे को मेंबरशिप दे देते उतने पैसे का। पैसा वेस्ट करते हो आप ना बहुत।
After a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Agu's playmaking, and begins rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike, with M2 veteran Bobby and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sun Raja. Forced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, the squad of Stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies. Uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger. MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming, with rising gold laner Domeg and MSC 2022 champion Demon Knight. The
सोशल टेक्स्ट अरे नहीं वाईजी का मैसेज आ रहा है की
ये ठंडा हो तुम करो पर
की दिशा मो
कॉफी बनाना।
अच्छा अरे वाईजी का मैसेज आ रहा है यार, रुको मेरे को कॉफी बनाना है 1 मिनट।
Welcome back to the M6 World Championships. You're smack dab in the middle of an upper bracket bout in the semis between Team Liquid Indonesia and RRQ Hoshi. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Trex and Wheezy F Baby. And does that stand for Finisha? What does Liquid ID need to do to get back on the horse and bring it to the kingdom? Because they were in control for what? The majority of the first couple of games.
Well, it seems that the later we get in this series, RQ Hoshi, they're developing more strategies in the draft to force picks into the hands of Team Liquid ID that they're comfortable going up against. If we start with, let's just say Witty, right? He runs this Carmilla, and which wasn't really that effective. I would say a little bit of an out-of-pocket pick, which RQ Hoshi was trying to force in his hands. But then you also have to look at other players as well, like Ezekiel, the Ghost of Jakarta. You mentioned he likes to play the backline mages, but then they force his hand, force him on something that's a little bit more up close and personal, and then he finds more than one death in the game.
Coach T, what's gonna budge?
I think blue side's gonna budge here. TLID's gonna most likely secure it. And this means RQ has to really think and dig down. if the plan is to force Witty and Yehezkiel into things that maybe they're uncomfortable on, do they steal those away in the first pick instead of prioing something else like the Suyo, you know, something other than the Bruno? Maybe go for the immediate Yi, maybe go for the immediate Cho. Some of those picks that Team Liquid ID have been doing so well on.
So I reckon it's gonna come down to the coaches. Coach Cute, Coach NM, they found the spot where it hurts to attack Team Liquid ID. And now it's up to Coach Saint DeLucas and Facehugger to say, hey, we can adjust. Again, it's the mid duo that it seems like RRQ is just putting a salt in the wound on. You're right. It is going to have to be that sacrifice on the Suyo, sacrifice on the Bruno / Granger to make the difference. Going into game number 4 now, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, match point for the defending champions. The Kingdom on the up and up. Now we're going to see finally who's on the play, who's going to have that 2-pick swing. Liquid ID on blue.
Okay, and they do the same exact thing they did in game number 1. They take out the Bruno, they take out the Wanwan, and now the Eve is thrown into the mix, but the big difference for RQ this time is taking out the Hilda. They learned their lesson after game 1 and 2, and now it's no, the Aaron Hilda's just too much to deal with. We're gonna get it off the map.
Aaron Hilda.
Aaron Hilda.
Because there's Aaron Shiki.
If there's no Shiki at the end,
then it's Aran.
It's Aran.
Understood.
Well, now the question is, do you pick the Cho up? No, they're going to go ahead and go in for the Zushin, which did walk. This is very
game
similar to
yeah.
game number 1, right? The Zushin walks because you go for that Wanwan pick off instead, and the Zushin was one of the deciding factors in how Team Liquid ID was able to secure victory.
So does Yehezkiel dictate the pace? Because this is one of the 2 problems that TLID need to solve. Does RRQ steal the Cho? Does Edo take the Cho right here, right now? Is it Chuyo?
I think you do. I think Chuyo. Chuyo's a solid up-front lineup, and it gives you flexibility, it gives you answers. The Wanwan and the Bruno are already gone. But then you do offer up that Granger, right? So maybe they lock in the Granger here. Aurora.
Sorora.
Yo. We're reaching now.
Almost. Why the Aurora? Is the stopper that important? They're clearly, they're telegraphing.
Hello. I'm back.
Set up for King Skylar.
I feel like they're up to a sneaky play. I mean, even considering they picked up their mage, knowing that a mage was already on the table.
Yeah.
So they have something up their sleeves. They're not going to count it out just yet. But TLID, they're not going to waste any time on
Who is the singer? Which is singer? Someone. अरे मैं गा रहा था वो. I was singing.
Their focus is still on Aran. They know that Aran is such a game changer, no matter what hero he picks. So you know what? We'll still pick the glue.
I see it.
Flavor Flav throws all of the gloves off and it says, you know what, just give me the alpha, give me an old favorite.
इतना खराब सिर्फ एक ही इंसान गा सकता है, वो है डेक्स्टर.
I'm wondering it, you know, I'm still in a place where the Phobius doesn't look amazing to me right now. The Aurora doesn't look amazing to me right now. Depending on how they wrap things up, there are still plenty of possibilities. They do have first pick when it snaps back.
Hi sir, hello Jaspin65, welcome to the stream.
Stop RQ from getting that?
They have to. Trex, that is key to understanding the big picture. We don't get it right now why they drafted this way, but
baby, don't
stand
hurt
my
me.
ground and say this is still
Don't
all set up
hurt me.
for King Skylar.
No.
Like, that's why I think Liquid ID should start batting out whatever marksman hurts the most. Because
Welcome to the stream, Jasmine ma'am.
hunker down, brother. Aaron, you're gonna have to pick whatever's left after we take out all the good marksmen in the second phase.
Yeah, and we still got to see the roamer for the side of RQ Hoshi as well. The Cho being
Jasmine,
taken off the
मुझे
board. They already have great crowd control with the Aurora. What do they slot in here? I mean, even the Mathilda, I would have said, would have paired off good with the Phobius, but with that being taken off the table by RQ Hoshi, it really makes you scratch your head. And what do they have in store? They have some game plan for this 2-pick swing on the second phase of the draft. We got to see which way it goes. Even taking out the chip on top of that. Not too many marksmen.
वही तो मैं सोच रहा था, मैंने जैस्मिन को देखा है पहले. आप मुस्कान के साथ हो ना जैस्मिन? थैंक्स भी नहीं बोला. 50 done. Thank you so much guys, thank you so much for the support. 50 likes, thank you so much.
but they didn't go Tig. Maybe they force Witty onto something like the Carmilla again, because what the little bird tell you?
Yep sir, जैस्मिन का चक्कर भैया। अरे मुझे पता है, मुझे याद आ गया। मैं याद था कि मतलब।
So do they save? So do they lock in?
आप मुस्कान के साथ है ना? नाइस। और कैसे हो आप?
Something of that nature and save Skylar for very last possible counterplay pick. Last time they did that, it did not go well. They went for the Claude, so maybe you lock him in early.
That is the jaw hit now, going to the hands of Edok. So yeah, they are going to protect Skylar by picking him last. What's left on the board? The Beatrix,
Harith,
the Harith. I actually want to see the Harith on Aaron right now.
He played it earlier.
That's what they won the Yushin lineup with, the Yushin draft.
Game 1, Harith, it's all fitting into pieces for them.
He went 7-2-1.
Yeah.
Harith would be good, especially when you have heroes that can get up close and personal. Could definitely be a pick. Saving the best for last for Skylar though, right? The veteran on the side of RQ Hoshi. What is he going to lock in? There's already sustainability with the glue. There's great crowd control with the Zushin and the Alpha as well.
There it is.
There goes that Harith to be facing off against Skylar in the gold lane, matched up with the Belleric.
Yeah, I think the Belleric's a solid pick. It's a big change up from the Carmilla. Still something similar in a sense. Wants to get in, wants to throw down a big circle on everybody. But it kind of has a slightly different touch to it. You get some response. RQ, Skylar.
Yep, best friend. अच्छा, मुस्कान मेरी अच्छी दोस्त है। मुस्कान सोने गई तो मैं आ गई। हाँ सर, अच्छा ठीक है।
This is different though from RQ Hoshi, right? They're forcing TLID to really think.
Welcome.
Right? Even us scratching our heads when we see the Suyo and the Aurora picked up first. We're like, where are they gonna go? They could have got something more prio.
Let's see if this will unfold RQ's way, or will TLID end the series right here? Let's go over to Ingan and Naisu.
Hello Rubal, welcome back to stream. आप वापस देखा नहीं, sorry.
RQ Hoshi, after a great previous game, can they do it again? Replicate what they brought? Looking at the lineups here, it's looking pretty good, looking solid. But I like what TLID brought this time around. How about you, Ingan?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the draft. No one actually went for the troll. So TLID didn't go for the bait out because I know RQ wanted to really bait out or Witty. Witty to go for the troll. And now they go with the Belleric. And just like what the panel said, the Jushin paired up with Harith is what won them game number 1. So let's see if it's going to be the same.
मैंने अभी बॉल पटाते खाया.
Again, RQ Hoshi has to win the game to get to game 5. Both teams still fighting for that top 4 spot to join the other teams waiting in the wins. And which team will go down to the lower bracket to maybe claw their way back up? Team Liquid ID. With this lineup that we're seeing here, I find it interesting that, yeah, the Belleric coming out to play once again, but there's so much that they can utilize here if they want to go and scrap it out or fight it out. Because of the Belleric plus the Harith and then the Jushin, there's so much there that you could just lock down one area and win a fight. Not to mention the Spear of Alpha. So this time for RQ Hoshi, utilizing the pickoff lineup that they brought could work in their favor. You know, Edok, concussive blast, but most of the thing, every time I see the Jawhead, man, I do think, you know, it's a great hero to have, but it can also just, you're sometimes playing against yourself. When you lock in with that unstoppable force, you might put yourself in a position where, oh, you're cut off from your team, and then you just kind of get punished for that.
We saw that a lot of times.
A lot of times.
It's up against the Fanny.
Yeah.
It's the unstoppable force.
Yo.
It's not gonna stop. And at the same time, you expect RQ Hoshi to be as aggressive as possible in the early game. Because again, you don't want to be on the receiving end if you have a Jawhead on your
It's interesting too because of again, there's no revitalize, you know, this time around for RQ Hoshi. So another factor that they have to worry about.
हाँ, उसका एक बॉयफ्रेंड है. चल भाई मैं खाने जा रहा, गिवअवे कर तो नाम लिख देना. नहीं. जो गिवअवे के टाइम पे होगा वो उसी को ही मिलेगा. God bless you. Thank you. And welcome.
So a couple of the level 4s not available just yet.
अरे अभी ठंड बढ़ रहा है ना और मैं बाहर बैठा हूँ तो इसलिए.
Hold the turtle there. Meanwhile, Susujin working on the purple buff. Will get here in time, though.
Okay.
How's the fight?
We're going to see if Ida goes in with the flicker. Goes after Fabian with the zone. Now RQ Hoshi, they will get the first turtle in exchange for Dyren.
Okay, are they? Oh, they're still going. Hezkill.
Okay, Crimson Beacon.
I will lose before the game starts.
Now RRQ Hoshi, they got the turtle, but TLID answers right back with a kill.
They answer back. So trading from across the board here, but still, again, nothing too crazy. Nothing.
Let's watch the game, guys. Let's watch the game.
Of course, this matchup in the gold lane is going to be interesting. You know, Skylar getting that Beatrix locked in.
I can't talk more. I'm so tired right now.
Oh, the lockdown as Yehezkiel's taken out.
Alley-oops away to Rins. Now Yehezkiel not starting out strong here as they're forcing Aaron, Shiki, and Witty to rotate because they know they have to protect the purple buff for Fabian. Now
Hey Muskanar, मैं 101% अलग हूँ.
because so far they already have a great ejector.
ठीक है जैस्मिन जी, कोई बात नहीं.
And now one that pick up a kill onto Yehezkiel.
मस्त स्ट्रीम देखो, enjoy करो.
The team had to help secure that up. Skylar, first item, a Malefic gun, getting a little extra gold too. So we'll see. Like I said, he needs that range. You know, playing against the Harith in that gold lane, he's gonna have to deal with it. Fabian jumping in.
Okay, Spirit of Alpha trying to work on Edok. Unstoppable force and ejector. They're trying to work on Fabian. Here comes Arando, and Edok will fall down. A little bit too over aggressive play from RRQ Hoshi. Is gonna get punished by TLID.
Yeah, that's tough to toss up an alpha, you know, with Fabian here. And that's the thing I was talking about. You know, when you have this Jawhead, you have to choose your targets safely, you know, correctly. But earlier on, he made the right play. This time around, gets punished, and now they find themselves with a minor lead for RRQ Hoshi, leading into the next objective coming up here soon. This is the one that obviously will break out, especially now that you have Witty looking to set up the Wrath of the Dryad, and they can play into setup potential. I'm not sure if Aaron Shiki will actually join this fight, but it does look that Skylar might join this one. Kind of waiting there to see if he gets the call. Turtle's up. Susujin will go ahead and lock in that shot. Yehezkiel takes a little bit of damage, but they go and get in position. Skylar will stay top side for now. And Rins picks up the glowing wand, first item priority here. They're gonna test each other out, kind of posting up around this turtle, and right now Fabian's gonna hold it. The rest of the team's gonna set up the perimeter.
Okay, the XP lane is just trying to zoke up. Here comes the unstoppable force. Bridging Blazer's gonna connect, but still Fabian will get the turtle. Now the attack of TLID, forcing out a lot of flickers coming in from RRQ. Aranj working on Rins. Yehezkiel with a lantern flare, gonna get picked up by Edok. Edok manages to stay alive. Aranj split, but gonna get caught up by 3. RRQ Hoshi again with 2 kills despite losing the turtle.
A great fight, you know, for RRQ Hoshi. Great exchange, getting a couple kills. Even Skylar making his way. He used that flicker down too, but Rins, you know, not able to get taken down, and Susujin on top of it will now get the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Great starting off for RRQ Hoshi. Even if at the cost of a turtle, it doesn't really matter right now. They'll continue to put on
चल भाई खेलने जा रहा हूँ. ठीक है morning bro.
Now looking, there's the toss again.
Another throw might be the wrong target.
Equalizer आएगा. Yo skipper.
Witty was able still to escape.
Skipper Discord आएगा क्या? मैं थक गया हूँ भाई. कुछ तो ही बोल लियो Discord में आके.
Will be able to walk away.
Oh, now look at this topside play. Aaron Shiki is going to have to rely on Yehezkiel up here. At tier 1, nearly going down. Skylar still might be able to get it. There it is with the cannon minion. Turret down, so now RRQ Hoshi with a space advantage.
मुझे आना ही नहीं चाहिए था. क्यों क्या हुआ? अरे जैस्मिन जी, chill करो. Chill करो.
It's enough pressure to
वो भी मजाक कर रहा है.
kind of second guessing themselves, you know, on their entry points. Or big items.
मैंने तो कुछ बोला नहीं ना आपको. आराम से कोई बात नहीं.
Still working on the BOD, and then even some of the defensive items also coming into play. Dyron got the Thunder Belt. You have, of course, the glowing wand for Rins, and then for Edok.
को बुरा लगा हो तो I'm really sorry.
As he's just going to be putting himself in that position.
Yeah, the beauty of the lineup of TLID is once Witty is able to cast the Wrath of Dryad at the perfect time and sets up a lot of members of RRQ Hoshi, they can just easily burst it down because of the fact that they have Fabian as well as Aaron Shiki, but Edok again, unstoppable force ejector flicker combination, forcing Witty to use the revitalize, but a little bit too deep there as he will fall down in hands of TLID. Now the counter attack coming in from RRQ. Rins forced to use the Frigid Glacier. Here comes Aaron Shiki with a Zaman force. Tyrant has to walk away here. TLID still standing strong with 5 members. Lantern Flare gonna connect onto Tyrant, and they might be able to take down Witty with him, as Tyrant will also fall down. Another kill for Fabian.
Oh, they're slowed so much. They're not able to get away from the fight the way they want to, but RRQ Hoshi again coming out with nearly everything in that fight. Only the cost of Dyron and Edok Edok jumped in, but that's all he needs to do. If he's enough of a distraction to toss someone to the whims, then that works out. Susujin now taking the purple buff. Now it's Susujin with a lead in this game
अभी गाली खाया हो रही है.
They get the tier 1, so now all tier 1 turrets down. And even that tier 2 on the bottom side almost pushed in RQ Hoshi with a massive space advantage right now.
Yeah. And not to mention a 3.9k gold lead. That was a well-executed play coming in from RQ Hoshi, just Dyren. Literally being the sandbag, forcing TLID out of position once again. And again, started things off by Edok, the unstoppable force flicker play, paired up with the ejector. That was more than enough to set up RRQ Hoshi for that favorable trade.
It's really interesting, the fact that, you know, you think when you see these ultimates and the options available from TLID's lineup, that in those kind of team fights, they should be able to go ahead and win those fights based on their area of effect in the lockdown. But just looking at the itemization, you can see the difference here. Starlium Scythe and Feather of Heaven, not enough, but here's the breakout again.
Early split. Dyren casted already Witty casted the Wrath of Dryad. Here comes the Frigid Glacier counterattack coming in from RRQ.
Wow.
They're gonna pick up 2. Next man is Aran, and RRQ Hoshi just really wrecking havoc up against the cavalry.
Man, right now the kingdom is rallying together. Every single team fight they choose to take, there's no response so far from Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
And even Skylar, the fact that he got this Beatrix, look at the shots on Aaron Shiki, keeping him in check right now. Man, TLID needs a lot of time to be able to go toe-to-toe against RQ Hoshis.
Yeah. And it's also the same story once again, just Dyren being the sacrificial lamb for RRQ Hoshi to make sure TLID doesn't get the necessarily space that they want up against a team like RRQ Hoshi as they make quick work of this Lord once again, extending their lead to 6.5k, giving a hard time for TLID, and you would assume that they would actually have an easier time in terms of the early game, because again, they picked up Aaron Shiki with the Hadith, they also have Fabian with the Alpha that has true damage. So right now, what can you do? Because so far, even if Witty manages to catch the cast the Wrath of Dryad, there's always a response from Rince with the Frigid Glacier, forcing TLID to retreat.
It's getting to that point where Skylar is locked and loaded. He is just zoned in. He's got a Sky Piercer now too. So Malefic Gun, a BOD Sky Piercer. And you already got a preview of how much that Renner shot is gonna hurt. And so it's great. I mean, if you think about it, like we were saying, you know, you set up those things around the Wrath of the Dryad. Well, Skylar's there based on whatever gun he decides to approach the fight with, but now walking in with the Lord here, again, a massive lead. They're gonna put the pressure now on the base turrets.
Okay, Wrath of Dryad gonna connect. Here comes the counter attack. Frigid Glacier once again! Aran is gonna fall down in the hands of Skylar. TLID trying to make quick work of the Lord. They will, however, save their mid lane inhibitor turret. But RRQ Hoshi, their attack might not be over just yet.
Skylar's just gonna go ahead and whittle down that mid turret. It does finally fall. Edok threatening them with the unstoppable force. He doesn't have the flicker, but he might still choose to go in. Top turret, next target here from RQ Hoshi. They might just go ahead and go with a toss-up turret being worked on. Edok now on the front side, clearing out the minion waves, while Skylar works on that, and now Eric Shiki, whoa, the shot from Skylar!
Even with a Salmon Force, misclick, mistarget, and just got bursted down by the members of the Kingdom. 5-man strong. Minions onto the middle lane. Rin flickers in, and they will be able to extend this series. Yes, Gil is the only one left, and RRQ never backs down, even against the Cavalry.
And we're off to another Game 5 for the evening. Man, oh man, I hope you guys have your snacks and your drinks, because it's been one hell of a night of MLBB for the teams fighting for that opportunity to move on to the top 4 in Oxiana Arena, waiting to just battle it out. And it looks like RQ Hoshi is on par for revenge here from the Indonesia Grand Finals, because right now what we know is it all comes down to one single game ahead of them. But before we get there, our panel, we have to hear their thoughts on Game 4.
The Bandung Brawl never ceases to amaze. You expected a certain kind of matchup when it comes to these two teams, and you get that certain expectation because they're going all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5 for this upper bracket semi.
And technically, if RQ Hoshi can pull this off, that's a reverse sweep in their hands. Now both sides, one more match to go. Trex, we did it again, the 50-50.
I'm blaming it on RQTLID. Reverse sweep, just like what happened in the upper bracket in MPL ID. So, I mean, maybe it's not us. Maybe it just is what it is.
We had nothing to do with this.
We had nothing to do with this at all. 10 games in one day. What more could you ask for from M6?
That one is on us. Speaking of on us, let's break down that 11-minute game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, RRQ just seems to be going faster and faster and faster. That's a carry line, but here it was Skylar's Beatrix that actually turned it up a notch. How often do you see a Beatrix actually build a Skypiercer? That's how locked in, that's how fast King Skylar saw this game coming.
Yeah, and then also able to deal the damage, the lethality coming out, able to pretty much execute them when they're super low. And it also is credits back to the draft, just getting witty, uncomfortable, Iran. Uncomfortable, right? Forcing them on these picks and playing into the palms of RQ Hoshi.
If there were maybe one more hero that actually needs to get in there, play in the paint, maybe Witty's Belleric would have done good. But here, what was the best you could do? Like stop the Jawhead from getting a good unstoppable force, you know? Maybe stop Suchujin from marching in too happy, but that aside, even Dyron doesn't mind getting hit with a Dryad, Wrath of the Dryad, because he's gonna stomp in anyways.
Yeah, and on top of that, Frigid Glacier comes down. Rin's played so cleanly over that game, but I love how you mentioned the Jawhead because IDOC, man, I'm starting to feel like it's not just Witty. It is a battle of the roamers because right now, IDOC is also on fire. He's doing what Witty was doing those first two games. He is all over the place making plays happen.
IDOC is keeping TLID honest, and now it makes more sense. Now we understand why in the first phase, why alongside the Suyo, RRQ Hoshi picked up the Aurora. Rins has 100% kill participation in Game 4.
Locked in, and speaking of locked in, Skylar as well. I mean, you saw the snipes come out. He wasn't missing any opportunity, and they seized the day. The castle still standing against the siege from TLID.
And I can't help but say, the Cavalry seems like they're stumbling and they're stopping and slowing down. This draft, there was nothing wrong with it, but that's the problem. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's not pushing RRQ's buttons the right way. It's pulling back to, I hate to say it now, the worst hits of this series for Liquid, right? It's that early glue, and then it's that weird Belleric from out of nowhere, and even I'll say it now, the Alpha on Fabian just doesn't hit the same way it did back in MPLID, back in pre-M6.
I think the Alpha for a lot of junglers, I think it's one of the reasons we haven't been seen as much. It feels more niche than meta almost. It does really well against those bulky things like the Hylos, the Hilda, some of those natures. But taking a look at this gold graph, I mean, it is just a downhill slope for TLID.
All it scored was the second turtle.
That's it. No tower, nothing.
And even with that second turtle score, it still went downhill from there. A steep crash down to a 10,000 deficit, which led to RRQ just taking the game. I didn't even notice it was 11 minutes. I just knew that Liquid was in trouble.
It was a very fast match, and you could just tell the momentum has shifted to the other side of the playing field. RQ Hoshi, very comfortable so far. Even the fans behind them, the castle is gathered, and they are cheering for their team. One more match to go between these two amazing teams, and the question is, who is going to win the 50-50 for game number 5?
That's right, the kingdom has come alive, and they are here to cheer on their king. The MVP for game number 4, it's none other than Skylar on that Beatrix, digging deep into his hero pool, and luckily, Beatrix actually pretty good in this metagame. Like, there's nothing wrong with her. Like, she's an A+ pick.
Yeah, definitely an A+ pick, not a niche pick at all. And that feels like the gold lane in general. Bruno and Granger seem to be the only real standouts, and everything else is completely fair game, especially in the hands of Skylar, especially in the hands of one of the best gold laners right now at M6. And he just showed why he's dominant. I love how you pointed out that Skypiercer because I mean, he just knew, right? You just know sometimes when you are ahead, when you are winning, when you're stacking up the kills, it's time to go Skypiercer.
Haskell, forget about it. Like, we're here to end things. We're here to take names and make heads roll, and that's what that Skypiercer was. Let's roll through the highlights and real quick revisit the very fast 11-minute game.
Yeah, just a lot on the table for RQ Hoshi to clean up. Just some great placements from IDOC on this Jawhead as well. You got to see some excellent gameplay, pretty much a one-sided domination from RQ Hoshi, and I think we all agree it began in the draft. After they got Team Liquid ID uncomfortable, it led into the gameplay. It bled over into the Land of Dawn, and they were able to just get them mentally.
You know how soon Skylar built the Skypiercer? It was his third item.
Third item.
Yep. So he went Malefic Gun, and then Blade of Despair, and then he said, forget about it, Skypiercer.
Okay, so but what's interesting is that's been one of the toss-ups between a lot of Beatrixes. Do you first pick Malefic Gun or do you second pick it? Hiko's one of the gold laners who has been first picking it, and now it seems Skylar is one of the gold laners who has also first picked the Malefic Gun. And I think against the Harith, it kind of works well. Harith has great poke in lane. He's able to clear those waves, so it gives you a little bit of an answer to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It all comes down to this. Can Liquid ID pull out a new trick from out of the bag? And here's the thing. This is the Brawl in Bandung, right? We're going to go all the way anyways. Do you think it's going the way of Fnatic Onyx versus Falcon? Is suddenly the one who started the series off strong going to pull out a clean and as close to normal draft as it could go for the Cavalry? Is that the direction we're hoping for?
They're running out of options, right? They have to be very textbook about this and not play into the hands of RQ Hoshi in the beginning of the draft. They cannot fall for these setups to get Witty and Aaron uncomfortable.
These are the questions and the words I'm using because game 3 and 4, they did seem like games. I'll be honest with you, like there was very little fight from Liquid ID.
But it was the same way in the first two games, right? It felt like RQ was kind of getting smothered a bit in some of those games. I feel like we haven't gotten to a game that, that 20-minute pressure. We haven't gotten to that moment where it could go any way at all.
Like a true back and forth.
A true back and forth. We haven't seen it just yet.
Could it be this one?
I hope so. I mean, we're here now. You know, we're at game 5.
If it's not, then womp womp, right?
Womp, exactly.
If it's not womp womp, like what else does Coach Saint De Lucas and Facehugger have in their blue little notebook? Like, how many ways can you gallop? How many ways can you ride out into the sunset and force a game 5 and come back at the end? Quick palate cleanser. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try and test how deep our stock knowledge of MLBB esports goes. Here's a trivia bit for you. That's right. Riddle me this. Here's the question of the night as we prep up for game number 5. Our past few questions have been real brain benders. Here's one. Who was the highest damage per minute in a game in the M Series history? Like, who has the highest damage per minute?
Is this player or hero?
Meaning player or who meaning hero?
In any M series.
Player?
Player.
I'm guessing it's player, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down. Yesterday, Skylar had the most kills of any M series. So with that being said, it could be Skylar once again. I think it's a gold laner for sure.
Yeah, Skylar's been around.
Yeah.
He's been to what, 3 M series now? And consistently performed.
Or could it be like Kelra on an assassin?
No, Kelra, this is Kelra's first M series.
I mean, not Kelra, Kyrie.
Kyrie.
On like an assassin pick.
If it's burst.
It's a mid laner.
Okay, clues, folks. It's a mid laner. Type in chat, get in there, get in there. Who do you think it is?
That is a really good question. And
Echo, M4.
Sanji or Few?
Sanji, that's a good one.
I'm going Sanji.
I'm going Few. That's my guess.
Anything?
Folks in Iowa, y'all can guess along too.
I'm going Sanji.
There may or may not be a prize. All right, here we go. We're going to reveal the answer. It is Sans!
How could I forget about
Sans!
with the Novaria.
He did 9.4K with a Novaria M5. Wow! So that means homie is just Star Shatter pow, whoop, Star Shatter pow.
Whoop. You know that game went the distance. Do you think that was last game? Do you think that was the grand finals?
Could have been. I mean,
possibly.
Which games did he play Novaria in, right?
We don't got time for that.
We could check in. Manny was giving us all the hints. He's like, it's an M5. It's a mid laner.
He knows what game it
yeah.
was. He just doesn't want to tell us.
Daddy Sean was also whispering in. I am curious, all right? I'm gonna look into this because I'm gonna lose sleep over figuring out which one it was. But I got good news for y'all, folks. Game's about to begin once more. Let's go on stage and resume this bout. One more game. Satu. One more in the Bandung Brawl rematch here at the M6 World Championships. The knockouts. It's the upper bracket semis. Only one of these teams lock in for Axiata for the first time for this young cavalry, or will RRQ make their pilgrimage successful back into Axiata where it all began?
It's been a long drawn battle, a war back and forth, which once looked like it was gonna be in favor for TLID, but then you got to see RRQ Hoshi would stand their ground and turn this back around.
You wanna talk long haul? You wanna talk about a journey? RRQ waited half a decade to go back to Axiata to try and reclaim glory.
Fair.
5 years, sir.
Another good point is, who did FNOP say they wanted to face in the upper bracket finals?
They're besties.
RRQ.
So what's Liquid here? It's just like, hi.
So, we'll see you later, maybe.
It's Fabian. I want to solo kill King Kong.
I want to solo kill King Kong.
That's what it is. Folks, here we go.
They're like, whoa, he's kind of scary. Let's just...
Game 5 proper is upon us. Here comes the draft. Liquid on the play. Banning out the Bruno and the 1-1 and the Phoveus, while RRQ take out the Fanny, the Hilda, and the Matilda. All according to plan. Fabian picks up the Suyo.
And they ban out the Phoveus this time, the change up, the switch up. Last time we saw the Eve open, RQ, it is detrimental to take this Eve right now, because if you don't, it goes into Yehezkiel's hands. And I think that is the last thing you want. They also lock in the glue. So we have a bit of a reverse swap TLID. Bruno?
And Cho, both of them could definitely be picked up right here. Could be a possible threat, and this could be the window of opportunity that TLID was looking for.
So I guess
Sojushin?
So I guess Aran just eats dirt? Because that's what happens, right? Like, so far, whenever Aran doesn't get the glue or the Hilda, they just leave him to the second phase, and then what does he do then?
Well, it's either we secure Aran, or we secure Yehezkiel and Witty right here. Those are your choices, right?
All right, here we see the Granger first, and then the Cho. So Weedy now finally gets his pick here. Is this wise, all puns intended, to have Yehezkiel in the second phase again? Because you're gonna end up with a frontline mage, and then what do you do then?
It's definitely gonna be very challenging. Well, technically, Barza's still on the table. Barza is still available.
Not for long.
Not for long, though.
You can go edge to edge. Do they ban the Farsa and the Vixana come second phase?
There's Valentina, too, but...
We saw what that did.
Yeah, we did.
There is a clutch pick that could come towards the end if it doesn't get banned out from TLID.
What is that?
The Lu Yi's open. Could see the Lu Yi as a very end of phase pick. Oh, hold on.
Whoa, this is not a drill. Ladies and gentlemen, the first phase alone. This is game 5, shenanigans afoot. I asked Sutsujin, the mercenary here, to his face. This was a first pick remix. I said, Sutsujin, what hero would you use to describe yourself? He said Ling.
He is Ling.
He is him.
Ling is him.
He is putting all the cards on the table right now. Now, you know who else could be picked up technically, because there's a glue on the other side? The Faramis could sneak up in here.
To me, it's Faramis or Vixana. Like, both do the same thing, just to pop those glulings.
That's true, and both can be very effective. But with this Ling on the table, right, I mean, you have that invulnerability with the tips of blades, you have the mobility to cut to the side lanes. It's gonna create an element for RRQ that TLID has yet to face this entire series.
It's a tempo breaker. It's a gut check. It's like, hey, are you ready to face this? Game 5, do you have anything left in the tank to face Sutsujin's signature pick? It's up to Fabian now. It's up to Flavor Flav, the usurper, to try and shut things down. The Ruby, that's EDOC special banned out.
You know, they won their game yesterday with the first phase Ling pick against Vamos. Were able to clean through. So this isn't, I think, this isn't like uncomfortable for them. How is it going to work? I think it really depends on how well EDOC, Skylar, Mid are able to control, and the XP lane are able to control, because Sutsujin's going to need a little bit of time to get to those pop-off moments.
There's the aforementioned Lu Yi. So it's just down to the Vexana, the Farsa, or the Faramis. Odd one out. Which one is likely to end up in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta? One last ban for Team Liquid ID, taking out EDOC's favorites. There's the Franco.
Now, oh, this is getting spicy. You know what? No, because I have Suyo already, so this is going to be challenging. The Faramis could be good because they'll have sustainability, but they'll be lacking in the crowd control department with just only Cho to kind of rely on. But technically, they could flex that Cho into the XP lane. They could still maybe go for something with more crowd control in the XP lane as well. There's still some options.
This is an odd Belleric. I got a feeling because, yes, it stops the Cho, but that aside, there's nothing else it really interacts with in Liquid ID's draft so far. So it might feel like Widdy's Belleric from Game 4.
And at this point, TLID, I'm guessing most likely we see a range mage. They could go back to the Novaria if they wanted to, something of that nature. Of course, the Ling caused a little trouble with that. Ling answers to a lot of, it's almost a future sight to any of those backlines. And with the Lu Yi gone now, yeah, you gotta pick something a little closer to home.
So very double poke lineup. There's the Hylos going into the hands of Aran. What does the Ghost pick up? What does Yehezkiel end up with?
That a little girl?
It is!
I've been waiting for this pick.
Tis a debut. We're at 74 unique picks now in M6.
Let's make it 75.
Nope. Ooh, we get that.
We tried.
Nope.
So close.
Iratel, a specialty pick for Skylar, making its breakout in the MPLID Season 14 playoffs. This is the final lineup for the final game in this best of 5. One of these teams are headed to Axiata as we head to the desk with Ingan and Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking down the draft one last time. It's getting a little hot here, man. This is now the second match going the distance. And again, we wouldn't have it any other way. This is the spot top 4 and Axiata that we're talking about. Ingan, there's another new pick here that we get to witness and now brought to the table. Let's take a look at the draft one more time. Who you feeling more for Game 5?
I mean, in terms of the late game, you can't go wrong if you have a Lilia or a Cecilia. In this case, for TLID, first time picked Lilia for Yehezkiel, but on the side of RRQ Hoshi, man, Sutsujin brings out the Ling along with one of Skylar's signature. The Irathil is back.
The Irathil is back, and will it be enough to cap out a win here? Is it going to be the Kingdom RQ Hoshi, or will it be the Cavalry, Team Liquid ID? The revenge for both teams on the table here, going into Game 5. The endurance test of TLID after being 2-0, and now RRQ Hoshi has brought it down to a single game, just like we saw earlier. Now talking about the draft here, the fact that Yehezkiel's brought out so many new heroes. From what we've seen in the mid lane so far, now how are we thinking this Lilia is going to work against a pick we see so often in the Eve?
Yeah, I mean, he did put out a Savior, even the Novaria. A lot of first-time hero pick was cause of Yehezkiel, but Widdy, very aggressive. Just they want to put control on the mid lane, as what we've seen in their first 2 game wins, and that's what they're planning to do up against RRQ again.
So they're going to have to do. Widdy, so aggressive and so proactive on the Cho. He might get, you know, sometimes a little overzealous and get punished, but nonetheless, he's had a phenomenal performance up to this point. And looking at the emblems here, you know, this is the other thing. Sutsujin, like our panel said, you know, they asked him. He is the Ling, and he runs the war cry here. Fabian, though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Quite low. A good response coming in from RRQ Hoshi. There's a talk from EDOC to Widdy, and he's now going to focus his attention onto Rins All the while, Ezekiel just trying to poke down Sutsujin.
Wow, there's enough of blooms there.
Forcing out the Tempest of Blades early on. That was a good play coming in from Ezekiel. Now Fabian, he has the Queller, not going to connect. Sutsujin remains unbothered.
Really limit testing, you know, in the early game at this point, already getting those Tempest Blades out. Oh, in a hook! Fabian goes in and picks up the kill. That's a solo kill right there, and now Turtle for the taking.
Okay. All the while, Sutsujin just focusing on his purple buff while Ezekiel zoning out the jungler of RRQ Hoshi. TLID starting out strong, a kill for Fabian, plus secures the turtle.
So already off to a good start, Team Liquid ID, based off that whole interaction they had. You know, even right now, just it's proven a point that actually this Lilia pick's really good, able to slow things down. The bloom's always a surprise amount of damage early on, even before she gets items. So still, you know, RRQ Hoshi gonna have to adjust from it. Nothing too crazy to work from. They are playing with the Ling, and we know how important these buffs are gonna be in the rotation for the Ling, for Sutsujin. Relying on the team to help him out if the pressure starts. That's the one thing you want to avoid, is a too big of a lead to build for Team Liquid ID to the point where they're just always in Sutsujin's jungle here.
Yeah, but at the same time, RRQ Hoshi, they have to wait for the fact that Sutsujin needs to scale up. And looking at the proper targets that he could go for, I mean, Ezekiel has the Black Shoes, so at any given moment, if Sutsujin decides to dive, he can just pop off that Black Shoes and remain safe. And Sutsujin is not gonna get the kill that he's looking for.
That's part of it. There's the initiation already. Enoch out of the picture again. Sutsujin will jump in.
He dives in with the Tempest of Blades, gonna connect onto 4, but when he manages to flicker out, here comes Skylar though. No casualties yet for TLID once again, but they were able to take down Enoch. Not a strong start. A 0-2-0 for this Belleric.
Yeah, very tough. Even utilizing the Revitalize that time, but still just overloaded with damage. You know, kind of dealing with this. Again, 0 and 2. He's going to be fine, though. Diamond will take some damage. They still might look to fight even further around the purple buff.
Just the Ring of Punishment just being a thorn in the neck for the whole squad of RRQ Hoshi. And now they're trying slowly, bit by bit, applying a bit of a pressure onto the jungle of Sutsujin. Again, this is a Ling that scales up pretty well towards the late game. That's why TLID, there's an internal pressure for them to try and get a huge lead early on, but if ever that fails, or if ever RRQ Hoshi manages to extend this game towards the late game, Ezekiel comes in with the Lilia.
Again, Turtle up for the taking, a couple shots happening, and Sutsujin will make his way for this one.
Okay, Dyron just doing his work, zoning out, comes split plus real world manipulation, all the while Windy is there with the backline, gonna connect with the Wave of the Dragon, and still Rince gets the turtle! Here comes the counterattack coming in from RRQ as they take down Aran, but TLID, the rest of the cavalry on the attack, gonna bring down Edok and Dyron.
So again, still exchanging. Fabian on the hunt, Rince trying to get back. Fabian not going to be able to follow through on that one. So they break out Rince. Luckily, yeah, gets the turtle there. Does pick up the glowing wand now. Big part of the kit here, of course, for the Eve to set things up. But that was the thing too, you know, both the gold laners relatively just kind of having a chill time in that gold lane against each other. Skylar does have the Haas Claws now. Hunter Strike here over on the other side for Aaron Shiki. But look at the pressure here on the tier 1.
Oh, are they going to commit the Way of the Dragon though? Okay, Windy for a turtle. For a turret might not be a bad trade for TLID, because again, this is where their lineup kicks in. They want to go for objectives as much as possible, because towards the late game, you cannot. It's hard to go up against a Sutsujin that's scaled up perfectly. Not to mention, Skylar is also rocking an Irithel.
Yeah, this is the part too, you know, because of the fact that Fabian was part of the early kills that he got, he is scaling up. As long as Sutsujin doesn't go down, he's able to go ahead and just keep focusing on the farm, then at least you're in a position where you're not too outscaled. You should be able to go ahead and fight. And again, it's one of those things with a Ling where you can always just try to go ahead and sweep on in and maybe steal the Lord, or at least cause enough of a chaos situation where then it comes down to a 50-50 for the Retri. But right now, it's RRQ Hoshi just trying to keep things from getting too out of hand. Witty has been a nuisance, a part of this.
Oh.
Both junglers here.
Jungler 1v1, okay. Sutsujin just really feeling the damage of the Sever. But again, if you're going to look at the 50-50s in terms of the neutral objectives, Fabian has a slight advantage, I would say, because of the Sever Retribution combination. It's like saying, it's like the Appraiser's Wrath or Retri combination that we've seen with the Fredrin, even the ult of the Balmut plus the Retribution combination. So TLID can actually, there's not much problem or pressure that they have to think about when it comes to Susagen out-retreeing Fabian.
Third turtle's up. Again, getting in position. Frontliners there at it. We'll see them set it up now.
Okay, set up. Real world manipulation. Here comes Susagen though. Is he going to go down as Darren goes with the split? Gonna get caught up by 4 here as Aran. Okay, he has to revitalize, but is gonna get bursted down by Sutsujin. Here comes the split.
Still there.
Still there, gonna get ganked up by 3. He's gonna fall down in hands of Fabian, but all the while RRQ gets the turtle plus the kill. So right now you can safely say RRQ won that trade.
RRQ, I mean, a lot of the times that's Dyron's job. You know, he just tries to do things for the team, whether that's a turtle, whether that's a turret. Cuts them off and keeps them focused on the goal for now. Susagen will pick up the Haas Claws. They'll also get a turret down. Berserker's Fury now too for Skylar. So 2 items locked in. Looking at how the farm's going, you know, relatively well. But right now, Fabian and Aaron Shiki at the top of the standings. They've been doing a great job at just kind of keeping the pace. Aaron Shiki will start to shine later on, already nearly there to the BOD. Does pick it up just now, so Hunter Strike and BOD for Aaron Shiki. He'll start joining the fights a lot more now, especially as we lead into this Lord about a minute away. And RQ Hoshi, they can utilize the split pressure they can put on the map with a Ling if they want to. But still, he's going to have to go ahead and be mostly with these team fights for the objectives later on. Just because, again, even if it's just to steal with the Retribution, Susagen's done a great job at just staying alive. Still trying to cover some ground here, but man, like, these ranged shots here from Team Liquid ID is what they have to overcome.
The warning shots coming in from Aaron Shiki, making sure that EDOC cannot just zone out the members of TLID, making quick work in the minions in the middle lane. And now looking at Widdy, he does have a good position with the brush. They might be able to take a pick off onto Skylar if Skylar decides to go back up top.
See how they go it again. Look at the positioning right now. Skylar approaching.
Okay, here comes the wave, the Dragon Flicker combination. Red Spike back with the real manipulation, but they're trying to cut off the exit route. Here comes Aran. Here comes Winnie once again. He's E-killed with the glooms. Gonna bring down 2. RRQ Hoshi, no answer as Sutsujin is just trying to go for the bottom lane push.
He pushed in the lane a little bit. Lord's gonna come up. But man, TLID got 2 in exchange. They make their way to Lord, they'll start it up. And Susagen, we'll see if he can pull something off, but he's gonna get spotted out by Widdy. Not sure if he's gonna be able to actually find an angle or a window to go in here. Dyron already taken the damage, split off. Okay, there's the kick.
Here comes the glorious pathway. Widdy just trying to zone out Sutsujin. Forced to use out the Templates of Blade. Here comes Skylar though, gonna pick up a kill all to Aran. And now a double man knockoff coming in from Widdy. Araki Hoshi not backing down, trying to poke down Widdy. And now they're back on this Lord fight.
Enough to go ahead and stall things out and go for the reset. Both teams might just wait. Aran almost back up. Still, Widdy, Blade Armor now for him. We saw Skylar's damage already to preview it when he pops that heavy crossbow. But now they set things up. Edok still on the front side of it, has the Revitalize nearly available. The Wrath of the Dryad. So they'll find themselves in this situation now, fighting for the Lord here. And despite this lead, even the poke coming out from Aaron Shiki, of course, he is going to have to be able to respect some of the damage coming out in return. But neither team can actually commit to this Lord just because of how much threat there is in around this Lord pit.
Yeah, and at the same time, with you can't just go in for the Jit Kundu combination because of the presence of Edok with the Belleric. Once he sees or once he feels that Widow is going to go in for the engage, he can just cast the Wrath of Dryad and just foil the plan of TLID. And for the same time, RRQ Hoshi, it's not easy for them to just really try and go for the backline because again, the glooms that Skill has been doing, 303 KDA, it's been a thorn in the neck of RRQ Hoshi, honestly. That's why Skill trying to zone out the members. Here comes Dyron though. Is he gonna cast a split real manipulation coming in from Rins. Aaron Shiki just dishing out the damage with the Rhapsody. Rins has to flicker away. Aran caught in a bit of everything. There's the glorious pathway. Windy with a kick and gonna bring down Dyron.
Dyron already out of the picture again. A Lord goes for a reset. I think it might just be a full reset again, even with Dyron out of the picture. So still, neither team wanting to fully commit. They continue to test each other's limits. Susagen will go ahead and grab the purple buff. Edok trying to provide that vision, but TLID still wants to poke them down.
Oh, they want to go for more! And gonna bring down Edok! Susagen got stunned and got bursted down by Aaron Shiki! TLID executed that to perfection! 2 kills plus the Lord!
The patience from the Cavalry will help them win that fight. Again, they took their time, they poked from a distance, and then they collapsed down at the right moment. Now RQOshi on the defense. Again, with this Lord pushing in, they should be able to hold it together. They might lose that tier 1, some of the tier 2s, but they're still in the game. Skylar has been able to go ahead and farm up now, 3 items locked in. But you see where the difficulty is for RQOshi. It's the range battle. And that's been the case almost every single time, especially when a Granger is across from you with a Suyo. And right now they're gonna watch the tier 2 in the mid lane fall to this push from Team Liquid ID.
Oh.
Again, Aaron Shiki taking a couple shots on Susujin. He has to go back, quarter of the health left. Lord still make its way on the top side, and RQ, they'll get ready to defend, utilizing Rinz's RWM when they try to push in. Not sure if Witty's gonna go under and through. They're gonna go in.
Okay, Cheat Kondo is there. Real world manipulation coming in from Rinz. The Glorious Pathway is also there, and they're gonna make quick work of the Lord. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down for the side of RQHoshi.
Clearing it out. Susujin dealing with that bottom side. Ultimately, dealing with the Lord, they're gonna be fine, but they are gonna lose still more in the jungle. You're seeing the gaps here between the gold lane, between nearly every single lane at this point. And you got to start to think, all right, RQHoshi, how can they actually turn this game around? How can they win a team fight? Even if it comes down to the base, it might be up to them. But Edok, this Belric has not been working out the way they wanted to. A lot of times he's just kind of slowed down and caught out. Yehezkiel as well. You know, the Gloom's enough for burning him down. I mean, this guy's got the Enchanted Talisman, the Glowing Wand, and the Wishing Lantern. And it just seems to eat away at the tankier members here of RQHoshi.
Yeah, honestly, the Belric, it's more of a reactive type of hero wherein you're gonna wait for TLID to go in full commit with the dive and then cast a Wrath of Dryad. But TLID knows this. They actually used this previously, and they know how to work around Edok. So right now we have to commend Aran, because Aran's been providing a lot of vision for TLID, enabling actually Widdy to find the proper angle for those Jeet Kundos. He doesn't even need the Way of the Dragon. The Jeet Kundos alone has been connecting to at least 2 members of RQHoshi, setting themselves up for the burst that can come from Aaron Shiki.
And now you got to see Halbert locked in here for Aaron Shiki. He's also got the Wind of Nature, so he has enough defensively, but also offensively to deal with that healing, that sustainability from RQHoshi. Whether that's the Revitalize being dropped down, but so far, even without the Sea Halbert, they've just been able to overload the damage. I mean, look at the shots here. Able to just take down, you know, almost a half health with the Death Sonata alone. The fight once again for the purple buff with the Lord coming up. RQHoshi, they're gonna have to deal with that, so it looks like no purple for Susujin. And we know this is a tough place to be if you're a Ling and you're also just this dependent on the purple buffs. We'll see if they can make a play elsewhere, because right now, Team Liquid ID wants to make their way to the Lord.
Yeah, but they're not going to burst down the Lord just yet, because again, Fabian actually uses Retribution, because that's how much they know how valuable is the purple buff for Susujin. A scaling type of hero needs that purple buff. So right now, TLID, they're just going to play it safe, wait for Fabian's Retribution to be up, and again, look for a proper angle for Widdy to deliver the Way of the Dragon that Jeet Kundu. And the beauty of the lineup of TLID, because of the range that's coming in from Aaron Shiki, it's not even just the Jeet Kundu or Aran's Glorious Pathway that procs the Tempest of Blades from Sutsujin. Even just the Death Sonata alone will sometimes forces Sutsujin to use the Tempest of Blades right away.
It's almost enough, and I like how Widdy was just kind of waiting with Fabian there, even as they were pushing down that bottom side, the long lane from this Lord, just to make sure that he can rotate and he's going to be fine, especially when the Retribution's up. So that time is now. Susujin picking up the BOD. They'll get the information they need. They're going to rely on Dyron and Edok to go ahead, but it's already going to be taken out. So Fabian gets the Lord. They don't want to fight this, so it looks like RQHoshi will just go ahead and get ready for a defense again. Now breaking down the lineup, they've got a great high ground defense. They've got a great lineup that can actually defend to the base, but right now, they want to go ahead and get this purple buff for Susujin.
They're going to fight for the purple buff, forcing Jiren to use the split once again. Here comes the Death Sonata coming in from Aaron Shiki, but it's going to get blocked by Rins. Now Widdy looking for another angle. Susujin just desperately trying to get this purple buff, and TLID will successfully steal it away from him.
All right, so he's not going to have the buff for this. And just, we see this so often now, especially with how popular Granger is, and now that you have a Sky Piercer there, part of the equation, man, you got to have the team to body block the shots, because the Death Sonata is really starting to hurt. Widdy picking up this immortality means that he's probably going to force a fight, force a situation or a reaction utilizing the flicker into the base when they get this ready to set up here. So RQ Hoshi, Skylar, this is his time to shine on the Irithyll. Again, this Irithyll has done wonders for the teams that have brought it to their games. But right now it's dealing with a range battle. Rins will also get a Divine Glaive, so perfect timing on the base defense as they try to clear things out. They get the black shoes out.
Okay, they're gonna force out the black shoes, plus the Tempest of Blades. Here comes the round, gonna cut out the exit route with the Glorious Pathway. They're trying to chase right after Susujin, but they're not gonna mind him anymore. Sets their eyes on the inhibitor turret.
They got the black shoes, they got the flicker down. They still have to deal with the Lord here on the top side. RQ Hoshi wants to hold on to what they can, even if at the expense of the base turrets. Rins though.
Oh, real manipulation, forcing the black shoes once again. This might be a go signal for RRQ Hoshi, but Fabian says no. Cutting off RRQ Hoshi. But still, that was still a good attempt for the Kingdom, because instead of losing all inhibitor turrets, they only lost one. And a lot of credit goes to Susujin because they forced out Ezekiel's black shoes right away.
Yeah, I would say successful defense by RQ Hoshi, holding down the walls of the base. Right now, 2 turrets still up. Despite being down this much, still got to give it to their lineup that they have here. Able to go ahead and lock things down. Rins as well. This time, they still get a position because they want to go ahead and allow that purple buff to be secured if it can and go in the hands of Susujin. It's going to work on the orange for now, but still, again, RQ Hoshi staying in the game. If they can drag it on a little bit further, they might actually be in a position to contest the next Lord that comes up here, because nearly itemization-wise, they almost have everything they need, at least damage-wise. Now, tankiness, they got to build up a little bit more. Susujin also picking up a Malefic Roar. Edok, you know, he's along the way. He's got an anti-Cuirass and a Radiant Armor. That's why you just kind of see him dealing with a lot of the damage. I mean, as tanky as he's supposed to be, as the Spellrick is supposed to be, it just doesn't feel like it. And it's not like you're going to be able to just surprise anyone because of the fact that, you know, they're going to see you coming from a mile away. Yeah, exactly. And they're playing against, too, a Glorious Pathway. Arana's been a really good... I mean, look at this. Look at the Gloom damage.
Okay, they're gonna try and work on the Lord and try and burst it down. Inner Cheek with that Sonata. Just look at Edok soaking up the damage. Too much. Aaron Cheeky might get a kill onto Edok there. Susujin trying to survey the scene. TLID still holding on to this Lord.
Edok able to get away. RWM dropped down. There's a Glorious Pathway, though. And the Lord still for the fight.
Susujin goes down. Tempest of Blade gonna try and catch Aaron Cheeky, but waiting with a Jitkundo kill. Assisted him off to Aaron Cheeky for that huge takedown. An answer for RRQ to bring down the run. Direct Immortality will be popped and gets a flicker out to safety. But Aaron Cheeky, does he have the ultimate, though? RRQ Hoshi manages to lose Susujin, but TLID also got the Lord.
The little glues trying to catch up, too, but I'm surprised Tyron stayed alive. Great usage of the flicker. They might, of course, be able to hold on still, as Susujin will be up in 20 seconds. They will have the rest of the waves to deal with, but by that time, also, RWM will be back. They'll have everything they need to go ahead and go for the defense, even the Revitalize perhaps here, depending on how long they stall this out. Susujin now seconds away from being up, and Team Liquid ID still down Aran. We'll see how they manage this push in. They might just get the 2 base turrets left here.
3D charging up the Jitkundo. Again, he has the flicker plus the immortality, so they're not afraid to dive in all in. RRQ Hoshi just making quick work up Lord up top. No inhibitor turrets taken down once again. Still so far successful defense for RRQ Hoshi, but this might change if TLID manages to find a proper angle.
Still, these powered waves pushing in. Not sure if they're actually going to be able to get this. They do get a black shoes already out, though, from Yehezkiel. So again, Glorious Pathway, they want to take the bottom turret down.
Okay, gonna try and work on the bottom lane turret, but RRQ Hoshi was ready for the response.
Wow.
Still saving one more hit of that turret, making sure that the walls of their kingdom are still there.
RQ Hoshi will have, again, you can chalk it up to a successful defense. 21 minutes in as Skylar picks up the Malefic Gun. And this has been enough time. Again, even the fact that a nice Queen Wand now in the hands of Rins, a fight that isn't in favor of Team Liquid ID around the next objective could turn this game completely over on its head. Dyron, though.
They're gonna go all full commit onto Dyron, forcing his split.
Fabian!
Oh, Fabian with the Queller! Making sure to bring down the tankiest hero of RRQ Hoshi. And now they're in trouble because TLID, they can feel the push. that it's coming in onto the middle lane.
They saw what Dyron did earlier. They're not going to let it happen again, and now in the mid.
Witty with a conceal and a double man knock up. Jade Kundu forcing the Templars of Blades. And I'm just soaking up the damage. He does have to revitalize now. And RRQ Hoshi lost all inhibitor turrets. Aaron Shiki sets his eyes on Suzujin, but Suzujin manages to evade that. They lost Dyron and all their inhibitor turrets.
All the inhibitor turrets taken down. You gotta give it up though, because it's been discipline that has played the part to Team Liquid ID, slowly but surely exposing the base now of RQ Hoshi. You can take a look at the items here once again. Skylar, I mean, finally he gets that Malefic Roar too, so he's locked in, but look at the amount of gold over here for Aaron Shiki, even down to the point where sometimes just switching some of the items. And now that this Lord is up, again, we're going to see if they're able to actually go and fight it off. Dyron and Edok gets whittled down by these damage dealers, even the Blooms alone. Difficult enough to actually find a window to go into here to contest this Lord right now as Fabian holds it together. Witty's positioning as well. Might look for a play, but they take their time. This has been the story so far for Team Liquid ID, is just taking their time when they know that they have somewhat of an advantage against RQ Hoshi, but still respecting how this can change in the course of a team fight.
Yeah, there's a fat wave up top building for TLID. Eventually someone has to deal with the wave up top as Sutsujin works on the purple buff. Just look at that Sonata forcing Rins and Edok to walk away. Aran cuts the exit route off with a glorious pathway, but gonna get a shutdown onto Ezekiel. A kick coming in from Witty. The Vertate will be popped and will be brought down by Aaron Shaky. The Death Sonata was just too much for them to handle as Sutsujin will fall down. Now they have to worry about the minions.
The minions are already pushing into the base, but the Lord is secured by Team Liquid ID. And yes, RQ Hoshi will defend the base for now. But again, for how long? And now almost 24 minutes into the game, you already saw how difficult it was. Susujin is just showing up the front side, gets taken out, and a Winter Crown and a Rose Gold Meteor picked up. Now for this push in, Lord making its way in the mid lane. And this is going to be the true test for RQ Hoshi. This could change the course if they can turn it around. A couple immortalities for them. And still holding on to that Wind of Nature. Now Lord makes its way into the base. How do they pull this off? Witty goes in.
Okay, there's a conceal. Not gonna commit the Jeet Kundu. Here comes the glorious pathway. They can actually focus on taking down the Crystal. TLID moments away from repeating history and bringing down the kingdom.
5 games. And history for now will be repeated as the cavalry goes through the gates of the kingdom. RRQ Hoshi, as now they're one of the teams to represent Indonesia in the top 4 and going to Axiata Arena. What a match we had. What an evening of matches we've had. Absolute great gameplay, absolute cinema for a lot of people that would be watching this. Again, from the first match to now, it's been great to call the games here. Again, I'm Nice2, that's Singon. We're gonna throw it back to the panel to break down the last game of the series.
A match and what a day. Liquid ID secures Axiata, extending the journey back to where it all started for the kingdom. Gentlemen, was that last chapter in this 5-game series of an epic worthy?
Definitely worthy. The Cavalry able to withstand their siege and push through the kingdom of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I think it was, we got our 20-minute plus. We got our 20 plus on there, so I'm happy with it. I wish it was a little more back and forth. It felt more like RQ was kind of hanging on, just doing the best they could to make that last as far as possible. In the end, TLID, though, a methodical approach, able to just come out on top, get those Lords, get those objectives, and eventually smother down onto RQ.
We gave Liquid ID an ultimatum. Come up with something new, a pocket pick, a pocket strat to put them back on the up and up, and here they did. They brought out and debuted successfully a Lilia in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta, and luckily, despite not picking up a Purify, the Black Shoes was enough to keep him at his quota. Just 1 death on this Lilia, and all is well. Again, same story here for Weedy. We talked about how the mid was the priority for Team Liquid ID, and they secured both and got the win.
You know, for a second there, I thought we were going to get a repeat of Season 14 of MPLID.
In the upper bracket, yes.
Close.
Close.
But looks like we got a repeat of history of what we saw in our first series today, when we got to see Fnatic Onyx up against Falcons. Same exact way the matches played out, but they were able to find victory at the very end, able to find their composure. Just imagine if any of these were Game 7s today.
What was that? 14 for us in
14
total?
games, yeah.
Why would you do that?
Why would
Weezy?
you do
Why?
that?
Hey, I'm not doing it. They're doing it. All right?
You're putting it out there. Putting the energy out there.
Hey, you can't
I'm
talk.
not vibing with it.
He ate all the Hello Panda today.
Don't
He
bring up
does
the
not
past.
forget.
I have not forgotten.
Never forget.
I've been starving.
This is just how the Florida brothers roll.
How we roll.
You put us together in a hurricane forms, hot and cold.
Oh, yeah.
Miami.
There you go.
Heat.
No, that's the part where you say where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Tampa Bay.
Jacksonville. So shout out to everybody from Florida. And out.
If you guys don't know, Leo's from Miami. He doesn't tell anyone. He says he's Filipino, but really, he's a Miami native.
I've never been to the...
Don't lie.
I've never been to the East Coast.
Don't lie.
Look, we're
Furthest
from
I've been
Florida.
is Oregon. That's it. That was off of a domestic flight stopover. I've never been to the East Coast. But we'll call this the Florida Man Trio, and we get the longest series of them all. On Steph Weezy's debut, we go all the way. Well, more on the long series, more on the matchup that we just witnessed in just a bit. But for now, we are going to be throwing over to the stage. Rose is standing there with Team Liquid ID, and she's going to ask how they went.
The Calvaries has just sent the Kings